Testing. Can you guys hear me? Cool. What's up, Clubhouse Debates? Do you guys know who runs Clubhouse Debates? I know I've talked to him before. What did he just say? Ah. Legit said he was going to go to the bathroom or something, but he was going to do it in the channels. I was like, wait a minute. That didn't make sense. Hey, Daz, how's it going? That British guy. There's too many British guys. The Skeptic. I can't find it. I can never find the Skeptic's YouTube channel when I try. It's like the Skep and then check mark. And then what's it? I think we can hear the stream from your mic, Randolph.
His professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. Peter Tucker has a YouTube channel as well at www.youtube.com/gonnagoforit. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. He also has a YouTube channel.
Did Randolph cut out?
And Taco is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. He's the organizer of this event, and with that, we will start turning to the floor for anybody who has any challenges for us. In the meantime, I wonder if Jack Burton or TJump have anything to say as we begin.
Potato.
No, good morning, everybody. Just happy to be here.
So, have you had any interesting arguments in the past couple of weeks from people on the existence of deities?
Personally, no, just arguments from intelligent design. Saw a fine-tuning argument here and there. And what else? First cause / Kalam. They're pretty much synonymous the way people argue them. That's about it.
The Kalam cosmological argument is one that seems to come up quite regularly with Christians and Muslims, I find, in particular. And the big piece that seems to be missing from it, from my perspective, is how it connects to a god, because it doesn't seem to really directly connect those points. Do you notice the same things?
I do, but it just starts from basically they need a stopgap. God fulfills that need to their satisfaction, not to mine. I'm in the same boat with them. I think there's a God, but I wouldn't use the Kalam to justify that. I'd just blatantly be telling you, yeah, I need a stopgap, and God was convenient enough to convince most people.
Yeah. The other one that comes up is Pascal's Gambit, or Pascal's Wager, it's better known as. I don't find these arguments convincing at all, but they do tend to come up, and somehow they do convince some people. And that the Pascal's Gambit one, I think TJump might have some great perspectives to share on it as well. Yeah, so go ahead, Tom.
Wait, what? Oh, you wanted me to respond? Yeah, Pascal's wager doesn't work because the probability that you go to heaven for belief in God is exactly the same as the probability you go to hell for belief in God. And any belief you have will have equal probability of getting you into heaven. So, for example, if you believe there is no God, there could be a God that lets you into heaven for not believing. And you can get the same results without a God. For example, if there's a naturalistic pantheism of kind of a universe, it could be the case that you will get to the eternal afterlife or like karma resurrection kind of a thing if you don't believe in a God, or if you do believe in a God, as well as any belief you have. And so the probabilities are exactly the same from belief in God and not belief in God. And so the Pascal's wager fails.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's always seemed strange to me that it focuses on one particular deity, but then the way Pascal's wager is presented, it never specifies which deity that is.
I feel like it would be dangerous to pose God under Pascal's wager.
Taco, is there anybody in the audience who would like to present an idea to us today?
Maybe. All they have to do is raise their hand. If anybody thinks they can convince us a god or goddess exists, raise your hand and we'll pull you up, and we'd love to converse with you. I know Jack's a deist. Why not get us started?
Well, when Blaise Pascal, it's weird because he's a mathematician, but if you're going to just, and he was specifically Christian, but if you're going to just go with the odds, if you just split it up into a 50-50 shot of gods or not gods, the not gods side actually is a bigger chunk to put your bets on, because on the god side you have the denominations within the god side split up, and a lot of them are mutually exclusive. So already your 50% isn't 50% anymore. It's just chopped down to, all the mutually exclusive religions and denominations within those religions. So mathematically, even by Pascal's own standards, it just doesn't pan out in favor of the God side of the argument.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the arguments that comes up on religions as well for people who are in favor of them is that religion would somehow be really great for society if everybody followed the same religion. And it's as if that this is the chance that religion needs that religion has never gotten before. And I think it is an unfair assumption to make because it really reality shouldn't be dependent on what every single person believes because it all seems to be based on facts. So I was in a debate in December 2021 with it was my first formal debate with a Muslim. The fellow's name is Nadir Ahmed, and it was on modern day debate. He was arguing that Islam is better for society than atheism, and I was on the other side of this, of course. We ended up getting into the Holy Quran, chapter 4, verse 89, which, to summarize it, it is an edict to kill anybody who doesn't believe in Allah. And so if somebody refuses to believe, I guess under threat or something, then you can spare their life. So to me, I think that this is a very bad idea. And so, of course, I objected to it. So he wanted to go through the next two verses with me. So we did. And those verses were, they listed about three what I call annoyances to justify killing somebody. And so we went into all of this, and I was saying, look, this is not on equal footing. Like if somebody is trying to kill you, then self-defense, certainly it's reasonable to justify defending yourself against that. With an equal amount of force. If they're trying to kill you, then it may be okay to kill them if that's your only option. But if all they're doing is doing things that are kind of mildly annoying and not actually trying to kill you, like one of the criteria was if they're not bringing you peace, which is, or if they're not. Another one is if they're not restraining their own hands, and another one is if they're not staying away from you. So these three things are not equivalent to somebody trying to kill you. These are what I call the three annoyances, and so we were kind of at loggerheads. We couldn't find agreement on this. He interpreted it differently than I did. Taco, it looks like somebody is joining us. Noted, welcome. How are you today?
Hey, Noted, I saw you in the audience there, and I've seen you debate religion quite a few times. I've actually gone back and forth with you via text chat, so I figured you'd be an interesting guest to pull up here. How's it going today?
You're muted, Noted. Oh, Noted might be having some audio challenges. I hope Noted will be back shortly.
There, I'll pull him back up.
Here we go. Hello
Like
again, Noted. Welcome back.
Hi, I'm trying to put this on loudspeaker.
That's fine.
Just this.
Well, we're off to a good start. We can hear his voice this time.
So Noted,
Yeah, I guess I have to put the phone to my ears. It sucks, but
Well, your voice is coming through
yeah.
clearly, so we can hear you loud and clear. So that's really good.
from my conversations with you, you seem very theistic, and we'd love for you to attempt to convince us a God exists.
Well, it's funny because I joined honestly very quietly, like I didn't expect to talk, but I don't know. I just joined. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not in the best state to to really prolong this conversation, but I guess I could just kind of talk a little bit about my belief.
Sure, go ahead. What? Tell us about that. What have you got for us?
Well, I guess for me, I guess a lot of people think that as a Christian or as someone who is a theist, that you're basically indoctrinated, or like you were raised in a family where this is your belief system that you must uphold to, and so on, right? But I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of Christians like me believe in science, believe in logic that directs to God, right? And it causes a very conflated or confusing standpoint, when I talk to atheists, because like for me, that's how I see life, right? But yeah, I mean, I don't know where to start. Like, if you guys wanna like try to give me an initiation, because like my mind is all over the place when it comes to God and trying to get my message across. But for me, I think fundamentally, I actually want to ask you guys this, right? My question is how do you see the origination of the universe? Do you see it from a point where there's this absolute possibility, or do you see it from a point where there's potentially a creator greater than absolute possibility?
Okay, well, I would like to address some of the things you brought up as well. So I'll start there. You mentioned about the science aspect, and in fact, I agree with you that there are many religious people who are very competent at science. And one example that comes to mind was a good friend of Christopher Hitchens. His name is Dr. Francis Collins, who who led the Human Genome Project, and he's quite competent in his work, and he does it very well. Now, he was also impressed by a waterfall with three prongs and said there's the Holy Trinity and all this. Dr. Christopher Hitchens got into detail about that. I'm probably butchering the summarization of that, but there are people who will believe things, a variety of things in their lives, right? But they can still be competent in their fields, in their professional fields. So I agree with you that there are many Christians and other theists who are very good in the sciences and in other fields as well. Just because somebody believes in a deity doesn't mean that they will fail in all areas of life. You did mention that there is this kind of perception that comes up, and I do think that's an unfair perception. So I support you on that. To answer your question, myself as an atheist, not as a scientist, but as an atheist, and I'm not a scientist. It seems to me that the beginning of our universe or of the cosmos is an unknown, because I don't know if there was a beginning point or if there is an eternal characteristic of our cosmos. So I actually don't have an answer for that. I know TJump is quite knowledgeable in this area and probably has some ideas that he could extrapolate on for you as well.
Sure.
Okay.
So, best explanation for the origin of the universe is quantum fields. That's the best. There's nothing that has more evidence than that.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, this is interesting. I really didn't expect to talk. Okay, so for me, I can prove through science that the universe is not infinite. I'm not here to deconstruct anyone's beliefs. I support everyone who they are, but like I just always have to state, the truth. I mean, at least to me in this regard. But the number one reason, like I won't get into. I mean, I'm sure you guys talked a lot about entropy and thermodynamics, right? Besides that point, right? I look at okay, so besides that point, like I actually want to know what you guys think on this, right? So Hubble's cosmological redshift equation, right? Basically, I mean, I'm sure you guys know Hubble was observing the universe through the telescope, and he was noticing that galaxies are moving further away from each other, right? They're moving further away from each other, and to me, his equation is very accurate because it uses Einstein's general relativity, and for me that is the most accurate formula that life has, really and truly, because we can test it, right?
Yeah, so we agree the universe had a beginning at the Big Bang. Our universe.
When I look,
so what?
Sorry. When I look at the cosmological redshift, right, what it's
You just cut out, Noted. It sounded like you're asking about the redshift, and then you stopped there. So it seems Noted was wondering about the cosmological redshift and was about to ask a question there about it. I guess if there's anything you wanted to add to that, Tom, or we could move to our next audience member and come back to Noted once he gets his audio situation sorted out.
Yeah, so he's conflating universe with all natural things like most theists do. So the fact that our universe had a beginning at the Big Bang doesn't mean all natural things had a beginning. And so the fact that the redshift indicates that everything started from a singularity or something along those lines doesn't in any way indicate that there's a God. It just indicates there's a beginning to our known universe, just the known universe, not all natural stuff. And the conclusion he's trying to draw is that all natural stuff must have a beginning, but that's false. No physicists think that's the case. So it's just a ridiculous argument conflating the difference between known universe and all natural stuff.
Noted. You are not muted, so you're not talking, but that's on your end.
TJump, do you think that the Clam cosmological argument may be an influential factor in a lot of people assuming that everything begins?
No, I doubt it. I think that most likely they start with the conclusion that all of the natural world began because of their belief in a God, and then they try to use the cosmological argument to justify that already existing belief. But I don't think anybody was convinced by the cosmological argument that a God was likely real.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, Noted, you're back. How's your audio doing? Okay, so why don't we thank you very much for coming on, Noted. Maybe if you want to try again in a little while, we'll move on to somebody else for now, and we'd be happy to bring you back in to continue with your question if you like. We'd be delighted.
Yeah, just stick your hand up when you figure out the mic thing. It's not a big deal. It happens sometimes. It's kind of hard on your phone to use the stages. Otangelo is in queue right now. We love talking to Otangelo, so I'm going to go ahead and pull him up. Hey, Otangelo.
Hi guys, can you guys hear me? My voice okay?
Otangelo.
Oh, that is like the worst audio ever.
Yeah, Otangelo, there's a buzz in the back room. There's a buzz in the background. It sounds like you're in the back rooms. And we can barely hear your voice.
Unplug your mic and plug it back in. You need to unplug your mic and plug it back in.
Otangelo, it's real bad.
All right, Otangelo, there was a buzz in the background, and we can barely hear your voice. TJump is suggesting that you completely unplug your microphone and plug it back in. Hopefully that will help. Taco, who's next?
I see Pax, whatever, in queue. I'm pulling him up right now. Hey, Pax, how's it going?
It's going pretty well, man.
So the goal here today is for somebody to convince us a god or goddess or multiple gods or whatever exists, right? So I guess that's a good jumping off point for you.
Oh yeah, there's like plenty of arguments, man. Like like some of the ones that Otangelo uses, like the micro factories and cells and living organisms, the order in the universe, the fine tuning of the universe, the Kalam, the contingency argument. There's a bunch of arguments for God. Which one would you guys like me to start with?
Whichever one you think actually counts as evidence of a God. Because I'm familiar with all the arguments.
How does any of this count as evidence for a God?
Yeah, because
that's your question.
I'm familiar with all of those arguments, but just using basic logic, you can realize that none of those indicate a God to any degree. So I don't understand why you think they're evidence.
Like you don't think the order in the universe and like the fine tuning raised the probability that it was designed,
Nope,
and thus that
definitely
raised the
not.
probability of a God existing?
Nope, definitely not. In fact, it's quite easy to show it doesn't in any way. So, for example, the
Just that
fine
the
tuning
black
argument.
raven slightly increases the probability that all ravens are black. Say that it gives us anything remotely like probability that ravens are most.
Well, I mean, it seems like a concession, though. I mean, if it raises the probability, wouldn't it be fair for me to say that it's evidence, even if
No.
it's like weak evidence?
No.
I didn't quite hear your question. Would you mind repeating that, Pax? That last part, it kind of cut out for me.
Like, if some observation or proposition or whatever raises the probability of a hypothesis, like, doesn't that mean it's evidence for said hypothesis?
No. No, it does not.
Okay, TJump. So what definition of evidence are you working with then?
Something that increases the probability that the proposition is true. So based on your definition, apologists use this super ambiguous definition because it's dumb and it makes it seem like there's evidence when there's not. Based on that definition, if I say I can imagine a leprechaun farted, which caused my cup to fall over, and I see the cup falling over, that would be evidence that the leprechaun farted. Clearly, no rational person would think that's the case because the prior for leprechauns is so low. But if you pick the priors before considering the actual evidence, then it makes it seem like there's evidence when there's not. So no, you cannot consider it to be the case simply on the fact that you can make up an ad hoc explanation that can explain the data. You actually need to make it accommodate the priors as well. So if you don't have any priors on that, then no, it doesn't count as evidence.
I mean, that's all fair, but wouldn't the cup falling be evidence for the farting leprechaun or whatever?
Because
I mean,
you
if
have
the
to.
cup hadn't fallen, wouldn't the probability of the hypothesis being true
Again,
be
I've already
less?
said no like 10 times here. You have to include the priors or else it doesn't even count. So,
all right, you have to include the priors. So what does that mean?
So the definition of evidence you're using is a Bayesian definition of evidence. And in the Bayesian definition of evidence, if you have any possible thing that is logically possible to explain the data, that's evidence in the very stupid definition that theists use. But the reason that works is because the priors for the data are not included. They put them, it's called the problem of priors, where in Bayesian epistemology, you put the priors before you make any consideration of the evidence that anything counts as evidence. If you include the priors,
but what do you mean by priors then?
All of the other evidence. So like, is there evidence of leprechauns existing? No. Leprechauns, most of the evidence, all of the evidence indicates leprechauns are things humans made up. So if we ask, is the cup falling over evidence of leprechauns? No, it's evidence of not leprechauns because there's so many other things that show out the leprechauns are completely made up.
Well, I mean, yeah, that would be the evidence against the leprechauns, right? But that doesn't mean that.
No, you have to include that.
Falling as an evidence for.
No, you have to include that. There is no evidence of leprechauns simply by the cup falling. I mean, literally, this argument is so stupid, and theists are so stupid for making it. The definition of evidence you're using is so vague that literally anything applies to literally anything that's not logically contradictory. That is not an intelligent use of the definition of evidence.
But I mean, it seems that when I asked you for your definition of evidence, I mean, you gave the same one I was using.
No, I didn't.
Like,
so
didn't you say that
something that increases the probability the proposition is true? But that means in conjunction with the priors. You have to include the priors. If you don't include the priors, it doesn't. Does the cup falling over increase the probability leprechauns are true? No, it doesn't.
I mean, that seems like a pretty weird definition.
No, it's a pretty standard definition. It's just including the priors. So most philosophers and scientists accept this. It's only the theists who use this very stupid definition and use it in an ambiguous way that doesn't include the priors.
But everyone who uses the Bayesian definition seems to no,
they agree with me here. That the problem
they
here
seem to accept that. Well, okay, you might have evidence over here that raises the probability of a proposition being true, but you might have other facts that decrease the probability of it being true.
Yeah, and that doesn't in any way address what I said. So the problem here is that if you use the very hyper-specific definitions in philosophy, it makes it seem like something is evidence when it's not. No rational person, any philosopher of any kind, will say that the cup falling over actually increases the probability leprechauns exist. because it has all the other contradictory evidence, which then makes it not evidence. It's just not. So the problem here is that theists use a very stupid definition of evidence to try and make it seem like there's evidence of a God, when really all they're saying is they have as much evidence as a farting leprechaun. So if you want to admit that you have equal evidence to a farting leprechaun, then yeah, that's your God, a farting leprechaun. It's equivalent to a farting leprechaun. But so do you have anything that increases the God's existence more than a farting leprechaun?
Yeah, sure. All the arguments I listed.
Those all indicate a farting leprechaun as well as a God. So I don't know why you think that's better than a farting leprechaun.
Okay, that's a claim. What's your argument for it?
Because it works equally as well for a farting leprechaun as it does for a God. Like, what would be? There's no difference there. If you want to say,
okay, so you're gonna beg the question next.
No, I didn't beg the question. There is no premise in the conclusion on that one.
Well, you said that the evidence that I brought forth, the arguments that I listed are, equivalent to, your hypothetical of a farting
based
leprechaun.
on your
and,
definition
like,
of
the evidence for
evidence.
it is on that level of quality, right?
Based on your definition
that's your
of
claim?
evidence. Yeah.
That's your claim, and to support it, you reiterated your
No,
claim.
I
So you're
already
claiming
did
the
that.
question.
I already did that. You already admitted that when you said that the cup falling over is evidence of leprechauns. So if you think this,
Yeah, it
these
is
arguments are
evidence of leprechauns in the Bayesian sense, man. There
right,
might be other evidence
so it's equivalent.
against it.
You've admitted it's equivalent. Do you have anything better than a farting
No,
leprechaun?
I didn't admit it's equivalent. I didn't admit that the evidence for God
stop
is
wasting
on
time.
the same level.
Give me an argument that is more evidence
Why are you
of a
over
God
talking
than
me,
a farting
TJump?
leprechaun.
I'm sorry that I'm wiping the
Give
floor
me an
with you,
argument.
but,
I've already crushed your
calm down.
dumbass. Give me an argument that indicates a God more than a farting leprechaun, because everything you've done is equivalent to farting leprechaun. So give me something.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's start with the fine-tuning argument.
Okay. Fine-tuning argument does not in any way indicate the existence of a God, because the
Yeah,
God
what's your
is
argument?
simply
What's your argument for that? You can let me.
That's the second sentence. If you'd shut up. So that does not, the fine-tuning doesn't in any way indicate a God, because God is simply asserted as an imaginary explanation with no actual evidence that it caused the phenomenon in question, equivalent to a farting leprechaun. So I can say a farting leprechaun caused the fine-tuning of the constants. Therefore, it's evidence of a farting leprechaun, equivalent as much as so for God.
What the fuck are you even talking about now? It's like on top of begging the question, you're bringing up farting leprechauns again?
Yes, because that was the claim, is that your argument is equivalent to God, equivalent evidence for God as it is for a farting leprechaun. And I'm providing evidence for this. Your evidence for God caused the fine tuning is simply you made it the fuck up. And my evidence that a farting leprechaun caused the fine tuning is that I made it the fuck up. So those are equivalent claims. Yeah. So do you have anything that's actually indicates a God more than a farting leprechaun?
You're saying that the fine tuning evidence for God is as good or as bad as the evidence for a farting leprechaun in the hypothetical you listed?
No, the fine tuning.
What's your?
The fine tuning works equally as well for a God as it does for a farting leprechaun.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Why would you assert that?
I literally just explained it to you. So the only evidence you have that God caused the fine tuning is you made it the fuck up. So in the evidence I have that a farting leprechaun caused the fine tuning is I made it up. So now they're equal. So again, I'm asking, do you have any evidence that indicates God more than the farting leprechaun?
Well, I mean, but we don't have experience in the real world of farting leprechauns creating fine-tuned systems, right? But we do have evidence in the real world of designing minds creating finely tuned systems that are such that if you slightly tweak them, the system falls apart, right?
No. So you have
I
equal evidence.
I guess that'd be my response.
So you have equal evidence of a God. Reasoning. You have an equal evidence of a God fine-tuning a universe as you do as a leprechaun fine-tuning a system. So those are equal, equivalent. Do you have any evidence of a God more than a farting leprechaun?
Yeah. Okay, TJump. I give you a straightforward inductive argument, and your response is not, man. Doesn't seem like you have much.
No, I
guess I win again on this point.
No,
is there somebody else that wants to talk to me?
Dunked your dumbass. Don't run away. Don't run away, dumbass. Answer the question.
Hey,
so
Tom, come on.
I've shown that your argument is equal to a farting leprechaun. Do you have anything better than a farting leprechaun? Because that's all you've done is saying you believe.
Well, but your case seems to be your case for that assertion seems to be repeating that assertion slightly.
No,
although
I've explained this very, very clearly. You making
why should I take your question begging seriously?
Because it's not. There's no premise in the conclusion there, so it's not question begging. That's just you making stuff up as normal. If the only evidence you have is you imagine a Sky Daddy caused it, that's not evidence. Okay, so do you have any evidence to indicate the Sky Daddy did cause it?
But we're not asserting that a Sky Daddy caused it. Like, you know, the
That's-
fine tuning.
yes.
So
The purpose of the fine tuning argument is to establish that, you know, there's like a mind that
Yes,
you
and
know,
it doesn't
designed the
indicate a
universe.
mind. It does not indicate a mind. So
Well, I mean,
Pax,
you can assert that all you want
Even
without
if it-
evidence, right?
Even
But,
if
you know,
it did, even
I-
if it did indicate a mind, I mean, you still have a question about.
no, forget
Um,
that. That's the point. Is if it indicates a mind. So if it does indicate a mind, that's the whole point of the argument. It doesn't indicate a mind because it doesn't raise the probability it's caused by a mind more so than deterministic forces or
look,
random
TJump,
thoughts.
you know, how about instead of you know, making assertions that are unjustified, saying that it doesn't
Can we
establish a
just
mind?
mute
How
this
about
kid?
we?
Because I've
How
literally
about
answered
we
his question.
talk? How about we lay out the
Facts.
fine tuning argument, the premises, and the conclusions, and talk about it?
Pax, I'm curious, and hello, J. Mike. We'll get to you in a moment. Pax, I'm wondering, what is it about the fine-tuning argument that you find convincing for a deity to exist?
Well, you have about 12 parameters, 12 constants in the universe that you know, if they had slightly been different, or you know, if they were slightly altered, you know, life wouldn't exist anywhere in the universe. And you know, that seems to demand an explanation. And you know, it seems to me, based on inductive reasoning, that you know, the most probable explanation for that would be some kind of designing mind. Now, from that alone, it doesn't mean that a god did it. It could have been like a, you know, aliens running a simulation, or you know,
Yeah,
something
okay.
of that sort.
Start with
So
that.
what I'm
Why-
thinking is, what the reason I'm having some problem with that is because from what we see of life is that life adapts to the environment that we develop in. So I'm not convinced by the idea that that if things were a little bit different, there'd be no life at all. I think that's a pretty fantastic and amazing claim to make that would require quite a lot of experiment and argumentation to prove.
He's right. No, he's right on that. If you change the laws of physics, all known life would be gone, and so that's the argument.
Oh, known life, but maybe a different kind of life would develop. Like maybe I misunderstood. It sounds like there'd be no life at all.
That's again an inductive argument. We don't know of any other kind of life, so all of the life that we know is possible wouldn't exist because all of the particles we know are possible wouldn't exist. So the argument is that given the known laws of physics and the known ways they can change, no known life would exist, which is fine. Problem is that the explanation could just be they're all determined. That's a possible explanation. Secondly, the mind explanation doesn't work because minds have to be equally as fine-tuned as the constants necessarily. And so you can't get a mind as a solution to the fine-tuning because who fine-tuned the mind? For every
that's
possible...
all I was gonna say earlier.
But
I mean,
TJump, do you have an
inductively-
example? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tuck.
I mean, wouldn't you be able to, on that same token, wouldn't you just be able to say, yep, minds require a brain?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point to make, man. Yeah, I'm not denying that. You could, you know, I guess like one rebuttal to the fine-tuning argument would be to say, well, you know, maybe it's more likely that minds with a brain did it instead of a god. Sure, I mean,
There's also another problem, which is that when physicists actually do look at what are the possible ranges and what would be the effects of slight difference. So what we find is that if we're predicting that some intelligence optimized things just to allow life to exist, they did a real crap job. Turns out that as the parameters are tuned in our universe, quite mediocre. The number of planets and star systems that support life is much smaller than the lifespan of the stars is extremely poor compared to what it could have. And so what we have is like a billion times less life than what you would predict if you had an intelligence that's maximized for life. It's just it's not a mediocre result. Parameters.
But
like
how does that
having
address
actual-
like the?
Well, Pax. What like X is saying, it's kind of like if you have, so like you have this design where you're producing like aluminum sheets or something like that, right? But like instead of producing them like every day, you're producing like 10,000 pounds of anthrax, and then like every 100,000 years, right, you get a sheet of aluminum, right? That's a shitty design, right? That's not a good design.
And with a slight tweak,
Yeah, but how does that
aluminum
address like the
sheet all day long.
how does that address the fine-tuning argument itself, right? We're talking about parameters.
Yeah, so
The
Pax-
biggest-
You adjust the
We're talking
parameters.
about parameters, man. That if they were slightly altered,
There's a
there
lot of
wouldn't be,
echoing.
yeah, there wouldn't even be complex chemistry anywhere in the universe. Like,
If
Yep.
you adjust the parameters just slightly, you would have maximally more life than what we observe in this universe.
So Pax
Okay,
is
yeah,
right.
that's an
Pax is
interesting claim,
one
man.
sec.
Are there-
Pax is correct
Are
here.
there
That
any
doesn't
experts who back you up?
address
Yeah, there's a
the
whole
fine-tuning.
panel of physicists that do studies
One sec.
on this.
Hold up. Pax is correct. That doesn't actually address the fine-tuning argument, because the fine-tuning argument doesn't say it can't be more fine-tuned. Like, obviously it could be more fine-tuned, but if it's
No, the point-
fine-tuned to some degree, then that would still be fine-tuning. So it doesn't need to be fine-tuned entirely to just entirely produce aluminum sheets. Even if it's fine-tuned to some degree, his argument would still hold. So it doesn't matter if it wasn't maximally fine-tuned.
It
The
does
fundamental-
disagree with what they want, which is to say that a theist God optimized it just so to create life and so on, right?
The fundamental problem I see with the fine-tuning argument is the presumption that things can that these constants can be tuned. If they're constant by definition, they're not tunable.
Yes.
Well, I mean, constant in the sense that, you know, they've remained the same throughout the history of the universe, but, you know, you can imagine a possible universe in which, you know, they were different.
Randolph is correct here. One of the possible explanations is that they're determined. They're deterministic forces, and so they couldn't have a range of possibilities. If they're determined, then they don't need to be finely tuned, and that explains the fine tuning. Because you said it calls for an explanation, that would be an explanation, and it would be more plausible than a mind.
Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, on what grounds would you say it's more plausible in mind? Do you have like an example of a fine-tuned system being a, you know, the product of a mindless process?
Yes,
we only
pretty
got
much
one
every
planet
part of
in
nature.
the universe.
Why wouldn't that work also on the
every
other?
part
Wait,
of
why
nature,
wouldn't
like
why wouldn't that objection not work on the other side of the coin? Right? Like, if you're asking for an example of that, like, why would that, by parity of reasoning, not affect what you're saying, right?
But, you know, I can give you a plethora of like examples of fine-tuned systems in the real world that are products of mind. Like,
Well, so the definition of a finely tuned system in physics is something that is improbable, essentially. So our solar system is a finely tuned system. A hurricane is a finely tuned system. A magnetic field is a finely tuned system. All of the different constants of how particles work are finely tuned systems. Hurricanes, finely tuned systems. All of those things are finely tuned systems based off of the definition in physics. None of them are produced by a mind. You're conflating the finely tuned.
in what sense are they fine-tuned?
Because the definition of fine-tuned in physics is simply the fact that it's improbable. It's an improbable combination of a certain things that has some outcome that is not likely. That's it. So,
well, I mean, maybe you're right that the word fine-tuned can be used in that sense.
In physics, that is the word you're
but I mean,
using in physics.
that's not tracking the way the term fine-tuned is used in the argument, right?
Well, that's the point. In the argument, it conflates two different uses of fine-tuning. One, the colloquial sense, where fine-tuning means things humans made with a purpose, and the physics sense, in which it's a rarely occurring feature having some outcome that is very specific to that feature. So in physics, the universe is fine-tuned in that physicists all agree it's fine-tuned, not in the way it's designed by a mind usage. It's fine-tuned in the fact that it has some rare combination that has some rare outcome, which is the same as crystals and hurricanes and tornadoes. So the only way in which physicists agree that it's fine-tuned is the way in which a hurricane is fine-tuned, or a tornado is fine-tuned, or a crystal is fine-tuned. That's it.
What are these systems fine-tuned for? What are they fine-tuned for?
To produce the effect that we call the tornado or the hurricane or the crystal.
Well, I mean, if that's what I'm saying, I mean, these phenomena seem to happen all the time. So
no, in reference to the universe, they happen very rarely.
Like crystals don't form all the time, man. Tornadoes don't form all the time.
In the scope of the universe, they happen very rarely.
They're rather common events.
Are you an idiot? Like, what percent of the universe has tornadoes? What percent of the universe has crystals?
At least you know the parts of the universe.
Give me a number. What percent?
Planets with gases in them.
Like, which is what? How much of space does that occupy? What percent of the universe has tornadoes and crystals?
Yeah, no. I mean, that's like a very small
yes,
volume.
It's finely
of the
tuned.
universe.
Congratulations.
Like, you're right on that, but that's not what I was addressing. I'm saying that these events happen all the time. You know, temporarily.
No, again, finely tuned here is just a relatively small amount of time. It doesn't matter if it happens once or twice across the known time span. It's irrelevant.
See,
what matters here in
is
finely
officially
tuned,
denying that tornadoes and crystals form frequently, man.
No, you're an idiot. Don't straw man my position. as I said, finely tuned in physics just means a rare occurrence given some set of variables. That's it. It doesn't mean happens once. Nowhere in fine tuning does it say happens once in the known time span, not in the definition. Again, you're making
It's like
stuff up. To
every
try and
time it
support your
snows over
argument.
here and I go outside, man, I stretch my arms, I collect
Are you
ice
just like
crystals.
straw man
Some of
again?
them are big enough to be seen by naked eye. TJump,
Good for you.
seems kind of like an absurd claim to make.
No. So my claim is that you're conflating definitions of fine tuning and using them arbitrarily to try and support your claim, which I just debunked your entire argument there. So if you want to claim that the universe is finely tuned, then crystals are by definition also finely tuned. And so your argument is debunked. I just gave you
But
an
you're
example of
saying
a
that
finely tuned thing that isn't made by man.
you're basically saying that crystals are like finely tuned for crystals, like
The conditions that produce crystals are finely tuned to produce crystals. It should not be hard to understand. If you want to think that the constants of the universe are finely
how are the
tuned to wait, one
conditions?
sec. So if you want to think that the constants of the universe are finely tuned for life simply because they produce life, then I can say that the constants that produce crystals are finely tuned for crystals simply because they produce crystals. It's the same begging the question.
All right, so the universe is like fine tuned for both life and crystals. What's your point?
Right. So you can say that things are fine tuned. I wasn't going the universe there. I was going just like the constants of the state of the planets, the cold, water levels. So forget the universe fine tuning. Think just the particular state of our planet that allows for crystals to form is finely tuned for crystals. Like that's obviously a stupid argument. Like no one in their right mind is going to think Earth was finely tuned for crystals. That's a stupid argument. It's equally as
Well, I
stupid.
mean, if you're gonna go in that
universe is
direction,
finely
man,
tuned for life.
there's like crystals that form from different molecules from different elements, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So some do not form in the cold, man. I mean,
What does that have to do with the argument? So the argument isn't literally only the cold. Here, think for a second. Try to process the
there's
argument.
crystals that form from fucking lava or magma that
What?
You're not tracking what TJump said, and you're just kind of derailing jokes.
Well, I mean, TJump seems to be saying that crystals like form under like specific conditions in our universe,
Yes.
but I'm saying that they seem to form in
Oh
different.
God, there's a few conditions. Oh my God, you've debunked it. Oh, there's more than one. What? Guess what? There's more than one possible outcome to produce life too. There's a spectrum. There's in fact an infinite spectrum of possible combinations of constants that can produce life. Wow, I guess I've just debunked your fine tuning argument.
The majority of which from what we see.
Okay, what are these other conditions that can produce life, like universes with different parameters? Or
Do you not know that in physics there's a spectrum of possible ways the physics could be that produce life? It's not like if we changed it at all any degree, no matter what, we can change them within a specific range to produce life. So within that range, like on a number line, there's an infinite number of points between the edges of the range that it can change. So yes, there are multiple different ways the laws of physics could be, and infinitely many of them within this range that can all produce life, just like there's a number of ways crystals can form.
But do you have evidence for that? Because I can cite experts, we're not necessarily theistic on my side.
Yes. Every single physicist agrees they can change slightly without causing an effect. Like if you change it 0.00 times 10 to the 10,000th degree just once, essentially nothing will change in the universe. So yes, there's infinitely many ways you could change the laws of physics very, very slightly and still have life. Like every physicist agrees there's a spectrum. Like no one thinks there must exactly be with no changes exactly this way. No one thinks that.
But isn't the point that this like range is like extremely narrow in comparison to the spectrum of possible universes, right?
Yes, just like the spectrum of ways to create crystals is extremely narrow given all possible places in the universe. Yes, that was the point of the counter analogy.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem that your analogy holds, since the crystals form in a wide variety of conditions and environments, man. Like some form in the atmosphere, some
life
form
forms in a bunch of different environments too.
Well, all right, yeah, you got a point there.
Okay, good talk.
Hey, Pax, thanks for bringing us all these wonderful topics where there maybe a lot statement you wanted to make without falling for the temptation of declaring yourself the winner or anybody? Maybe just kind of summarize what your thoughts were in 30 seconds.
Well, TJump basically stated that tornadoes and crystals are rare events. They don't happen often.
Straw man.
No,
And-
that's correct. That's correct. I said they were rare events in reference of the universe, which is correct.
See, man, he concedes to it. I didn't straw man him.
Of the
I
universe.
was right. And if you disagree with that, you're an idiot. So yes, I'm correct.
I agree with this point too.
All right. Well, you guys have a good time. I gotta go work now.
It was fun. Thanks very much. Who's next, Taco?
I see Otangelo's back in queue. It looks like he got his mic working. This will be exciting.
Ken, before you start, Otangelo, I just want to say, J-Mike, welcome, and thank you for joining our panel. I know we've been trying to get you in here for a long time, and we're really happy that you're here.
He's driving. He might be in a bad area, but he does host Talk Heathen quite often. J-Mike is awesome. Do you have anything you want to say, J-Mike, before we pull up
before you start, he's driving. He judging by his icon, he must be driving one of those Mario Karts.
Huh.
Yeah.
I've seen his car. That is 100% legit.
Otangelo, thank you for your patience, and glad that your audio is coming through without the buzz now. Welcome. What have you got for us today, sir?
Yes, hello guys. So the question today in the room is convince us that the God or goddesses or gods exist. So first thing when I read this is my aim as a theist and engaging atheists is not to try to convince them on anything, because that is something that an atheist must want to do by himself. So if I want to be convinced of something, I have to do my homework and then convince myself. So all I can do is provide you reasons why I think that theism is the better explanation and worldview compared to naturalism or strong atheism. And then you can do with the information whatever you want. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not desiring that you come to believe in the truth. Of course I do. I want, in as much as God wants, that people are saved. And I see myself and others which engage atheists as an instrument, as God said we should be instruments and proclaim the gospel
Do you have an argument
to the world. So that's the first point. Now, I was hearing TJump saying, well, you can, rather than God putting farting pixies. I think the contrast and what we are disputing here was intelligence, someone with intent, foresight, and goals involved in fine-tuning the universe or not. Now, that can be farting pixies, TJump. It can be whatever you want to put there and name that intelligence. It doesn't matter. But the crux is, was intelligence involved or not? Well, and I would say clearly yes.
Well, the point of the farting pixies was, I was asking, do you have anything that indicates a god more than farting pixies? So the point of the farting pixies was, yes, that could also be the designer. But I was asking, if all you have is evidence equivalent to evidence for farting pixies, you have a pretty stupid argument. So do you have anything more than farting pixies, was what I was asking the previous guy. And I don't see why you think fine-tuning would indicate intelligence. It could be a result of, again, deterministic forces, as Randolph mentioned. There's no evidence that intelligence would be a preferred explanation here.
Well, the thing is, TJump, that I can that there are specific numbers in an infinite range of numbers that you need to put in the equations, and only if you put that specific number, you have a life-permitting universe. And if you put another number in a range of different constants, then you don't have a life-permitting universe.
Right. So
that is
really... If those numbers are determined to be that way, would that produce a life-permitting universe without a designer?
Well, what would determine it that it has to be a specific number? There is no physical constraint in that.
Yes, there could be.
We are talking here about mathematical equations.
There could be lots of different possible physical constraints that could determine it. But the question was, if they're determined by something else, and there's infinitely many other non-God things that could determine them, would that produce a life-permitting universe?
But first, in order to have actually physics, you need that right equation. So you cannot you cannot resort to physical things in order to explain the physical.
Tangelo, equations don't cause things, they describe the way things are. So there is a physical constant and we describe it with an equation. We don't need the equation first, the constant is first. So we have constants, and those constants could be kinds that determine all of the other constants. And then we would have the constants which would determine all of the things to be exactly as they are now. And my question, which you still haven't answered, if the constants are determined by some fundamental physical force to be exactly the way they are, would that produce a life-permitting universe without a God?
Again,
yes or no? Give me like a yes
you
or a
are
no there.
resorting to a physical force. That's precisely what we try to explain.
No, what we're trying to explain is the fine-tuning. We're trying to explain why the constants that we measure have a particular combination to them, and those could be explained by a physical force or a God, but the physical force is more plausible here. So we wouldn't ask who created God, because the point isn't to figure out what the first thing is. The point is to figure out what caused the fine-tuning. So the fine-tuning for life can be explained by a deterministic force that determined all of the constants, and that would produce a life-permitting universe, right? Could you please answer yes or no? Would the constants being determined by a non-God produce a life-permitting universe? Please give me like a yes or a no on that one.
No.
Oh, God.
So if everything was put in place as you believe it is, just minus the God part, none of this could happen. That's what you're saying?
What I am saying, to answer TJump,
Yes or no
the
questions from the
physical
audience.
forces is what we try to explain, and they also are finely tuned, and these constants, they are not grounded in anything deeper. Science is discovering them. I agree with TJump, we describe them, but they are also imposed to physical behavior, and that is what demands an explanation.
I have no idea what you just said there. You said they're not grounded in anything deeper. You believe in God, so they must be grounded in something deeper in your worldview. And everyone in physics thinks they're grounded in something deeper. Nobody thinks they're just there. So, like quantum mechanics, string theory, everybody thinks they're grounded in something deeper. Even you think they're grounded in something deeper. We're not trying to explain the original thing here. The fine-tuning argument is only trying to explain the pattern. That's it. Once you explain it, and you can explain it with physical laws or God. Either one of those explain the fine-tuning. Fine-tuning explained, the argument done. Then you could go on to like the cosmological or something, but the fine-tuning argument has now been fully answered by deterministic forces.
Well, I disagree, TJump. It is precisely what we have discovered, what we are describing, and that demands an explanation. Of course, if they are not grounded in God, if God doesn't enforce and instantiate them, then you are empty-handed. And as said, you cannot invoke physical things or physical forces, because that's precisely what we try to explain.
No,
you know that the four fundamental forces which are operating in the universe, there were no forces. We don't know beyond the physical universe.
So Antangelo, you keep making the same mistake. You keep saying that we're trying to explain all physical forces. Like, no, that's not what we're trying to explain. The fine-tuning is just explaining the combination that produces life. That's it. It's not, you can always submit another physical force there, and that's fine, because the fine-tuning argument isn't trying to explain all physical forces. That's not what it's doing. It's just trying to explain the combination that produces life. So you're wrong when you say we're trying to explain physical forces so you can't invoke a physical force. Like, yes, you can, perfectly fine, because we're not trying to explain all physical forces. We're just trying to explain the combination.
Well, that is just an ad hoc assertion, TJump, because I can say that that original force which you try to invoke was stochastic and was just unregular, and would be unable to do anything. So you are just making up an argument for which you have absolutely no evidence.
Congratulations, Antangelo. You've just stated verbatim what atheists keep saying about your God. Who fine-tuned God? Wow.
Well, God is not fine-tuned because he is not a physical thing. He is a spirit. He is conscious, intelligent, powerful, and he can determine, make calculations about these forces which are necessary to instantiate a life-permitting universe. While you, on the other hand, you have just no evidence whatsoever to claim to anything alternative, because we have never ever seen that kind of force which then would instantiate any other fine-tuned forces. So congratulations, you are just
So
living in a made-up
I really wish I could like
worldview.
just replay the second half of what you said as my response to the first half of what you said, because your second half debunks your first half just beautifully.
Well, it doesn't, because we have not only nature, but we have direct revelation by God through the Bible, which has revealed himself that he created the universe, Genesis 1. So thank you, TJump. I have an evidence-based worldview, you don't.
Well, if you had independent evidence of a God, then yeah, that would be fine. But what is this? I've seen no evidence of a God. To me, the evidence for God is equivalent to the evidence of a farting leprechaun. So where is this more evidence of God that we haven't found yet?
Yes, because you are blinded by your wish no God to exist, so you are unable to actually see the obvious.
Well, me wishing God to exist or not wouldn't be positive or negative evidence. That's shifting the burden of proof. So what positive evidence is there of a God actually existing more so than farting leprechauns?
As I said, TJump, if you don't remove your blinkers, you will never be able to actually see God. And the evidence all around you, which fine-tuning is one of the most amazing and fantastic arguments. And I mean, if I would ask you, TJump, you have 200 times someone winning the lottery in a row. And then you have two possible competing explanations. One is that someone was cheating, the other that someone just had luck. Which of the two possible explanations do you think would be the more plausible one?
That it was determined by natural forces and they figured it out. So like if, for example, we could use quantum mechanics to determine exactly what the next lottery numbers are going to be, and someone was good enough at it to win that many times, that would be a very plausible explanation, Angelo.
So quantum physical events, they have intent to figure out something?
No, they're
Are you
determined.
not anthropomorphizing physical and energetical states of affairs? Do they have intent to come up with a specific outcome?
No,
You should try
Angelo,
listening to what he said.
I wish he would do that, but you're overestimating on Tangelo. So as I said, the physical forces of quantum mechanics would determine.
Please don't use personal attacks. Okay, keep just.
So as I said, the physical constants, like the quantum physics, that would be the physical constants, would determine what the lottery numbers are going to be, and somebody would discover that fact about reality, and then they could know and they could win 20 times. And so if it's determined by physical facts, someone could figure that out, but that would not be the same as saying the quantum physics is intelligent. Like, no, it's not what I was saying.
Well, you are just again making up things. You have no evidence that these states of affairs could have knowledge of a specific outcome and then just aim to get to these outcomes.
Right, they
just
don't have any knowledge.
Things again, TJump. You are empty-handed again.
No, so all of my
You didn't
things,
even listen to what he said.
all of the things I propose are based on things that we know exist. So quantum fields are things that we know exist. We don't know of any sky daddies with imaginary non-physical minds. That's just making stuff up. Using physics to posit quantum fields and strings that can cause the determination of the forces as we see them. That's reasonable. That's evidence-based. Making up sky daddy is the part where you have no evidence. That's the part that there isn't evidence of.
Well, first of all, I have never seen quantum fields bringing forth a functional specific outcome. And secondly, even let's suppose that these quantum fields are the first physical thing. You still have to explain where they came from.
They're uncreated. They didn't begin to exist.
Again, just unsupported, baseless claim.
With evidence on physics.
Where is your evidence that they ground everything else? Where is your evidence?
All of the equations of general and special relativity that show that you can solve them without time.
What kind of what even what kind of explanation is that? You're just throwing out assertions without evidence whatsoever. You're
What?
just making things up, TJump.
No. So, for example, for something to have a beginning, it must have began to exist at some point of time, and time is represented by the lambda equation in general and special relativity. And so, if you can solve the equations removing the lambda equation, what you're left with is things that exist outside of time that were not created in time, weren't created at
So
all.
why are there these lambda equations rather than not? And why are they operating in the physical universe? You know that light is one of the fundamental things which are in operation in the universe without a grounding and without an explanation.
What?
So why, for example, does have light the speed of light that it has? It could be different. Why is it precisely the way it is?
Because it's a necessary part of the nature of reality. Why is God the
No,
way
it's
he
not.
is?
No, it's not. Again, you're making just things up.
So if I asked, why is God the way he is? He could have been different, right? What would you say?
I don't know.
So essentially, you're
I
just
have no
making it
idea.
up. So you're just making up the way you think God
no.
is.
God revealed himself to be the great I am. He just is. He is powerful and intelligent. He has revealed that to us. Why that is the state
So you're
of
making
affairs,
stuff up.
I don't know. But what I know is what
Well,
he revealed.
it's funny
that he
too,
created
TJump, because
the
I talked to him too, and he'll make these arguments about like grounding logic, right? And then he's already saying he couldn't account for like why God's nature is X instead of Y, or why it won't change to Z tomorrow, right? He can't know that, yet he makes these arguments where something like logic is reflective of God's nature, but it's weird that he can't account for the thing that's supposedly reflective of that thing, right?
Yep.
So it's like you don't really have an account for any of the things that you say, because you can't even determine why God is X over Y. And to T-Jump's point, you're just gonna make shit up, right? You don't actually have a basis. Whereas what T-Jump is saying is actually grounded in something, right? Like there's something there.
There's
There's
one more thing.
Jim,
One more thing I wanted to say really quick.
With you.
Untangelo,
I
one second.
cannot
I wanted to say one
explain
thing really quick.
God's
I want to say one thing really quick, then I'll give up the mic. I can say that the quantum fields revealed themselves to me, and so I know that they're ultimate perfection of nature because they revealed themselves to me, and now I have equal evidence as on Tangelo. Do you think that's evidence on Tangelo if the quantum fields revealed themselves to me?
Hey, T-Jump, if they revealed, I mean, we have discovered them. Science has discovered them. Now the quest is, why are they the way they are? That's a philosophical question, and you can just resort, well, it's a brute fact, we don't know. Okay, you can do that, but I mean, if you are satisfied with that, hey, be it. It's up to you. I am not. I want to know why that state of affairs is the way it is. Now I know it's not good to quote things in a debate, in a conversation, but I think it is. It would be okay right now. So I would like to quote here. Time, length, mass, electric current, temperature, amount of substance, and luminous intensity are fundamental properties and the most basic ones of the cosmos and our world. They are themselves ungrounded, and they ground all of the other things. They are not calculable from even deeper principles currently known. The constants of physics are fundamental numbers that, when plugged into the laws of physics, determine the basic structure of the universe. An example of a fundamental constant is Newton's gravitational constant G, which determines the strength of gravity via Newton's law. These constants have a fixed value.
Can we get an argument? We don't need a quote here. Like, quote's too long. So you're all wrong about most of those things. Space has been proven to not be fundamental. A lot of those things you've proven to not be fundamental. So that's essentially just wrong, proving most of those wrong.
What was your even source there, Otangelo, since you like to cite your own website as a source and make people go watch like 30-minute videos that you lie about the contents of which?
Oh, I can give you the link here in the.
What's the name of the source? Just tell us the name of your source.
Well, it sounds like a real physics source.
I'm just curious because I've had Otangelo send me to videos that he insists address the topic at hand. They're literally just a complete waste of time that he lied.
Well,
yeah, my history is being cited his blog all the time. Like I don't care.
Yeah,
like
he sends citations to his own website.
Well, just who are you quoting, Otangelo?
Yeah, I look it up and then I can put it here in the side
You don't know
chat.
who you're quoting? Okay.
Oh, I have to look up the source where I got it from, so then I can put it to the side chat. Okay. But anyway, I mean, these
I predict
fundamental
that will
things.
not happen.
Well, no, it sounded like a legit, because that's a legit old thing physicists used to say, but
Yeah, it
more
sounds like an
recent,
outdated physics quote.
yeah, recent physics has discovered that like space is definitely emergent. Emergent space-time is the consensus, which happened in the past like 10 years. So yeah, physics has changed where we think most of those things are emergent. Causation has been argued to be emergent from other fundamental things. So we've made a lot of progress in physics. But that does sound like a legit quote from a physicist. I would bet it was probably someone he got.
Here
My
I
point
can
is,
give the
as I
quote
predicted, he
here.
did not even
Units.
know who it was
No,
from. Sort of
no. Listen,
randomly Googled something and pulled something out of a creationist
I
book
have
that
a
doesn't
link
cite
here.
the source.
These are SI units, fundamental and derived units: length, mass, time, electric
We
current,
didn't ask you to
temperature.
quote a bunch more. We asked you to give us the source.
I give you the source. I can put it here in the side chat and you can look it up. Is
Like
that
a
okay?
name of the website or a name of the person who said it. That's what we're looking for, not a link.
Oh,
SI
TangeloBlogspot.com or something.
Google SI units. International System of Units on Wikipedia. You have it right there.
Hey, Otangelo, could you post that in the Heathen Hangout chat, and I'll make sure it gets posted in YouTube as well for your blog or your
Yeah,
channel
sure.
or your website?
Yeah, I put it here in
The Heathen
which
Hangout
one?
chat. Yeah, you can do that anytime, but maybe just keep talking while you do that.
Okay,
Do you
I
know
put it here
what
in.
source is cited in the article? It says, I don't know if you understand this, Otangelo. Wikipedia is not a source. Wikipedia is a collection of
Yes,
every
well,
statement in Wikipedia has a number at the end. The number at the end of it, a reference to an actual citation source.
Wow. Just Google International System of Units and you will find second, meter, kilogram, ampere, Kelvin, mole, and candela. Okay?
Normally people give the name of the source that they're quoting when they waste everybody's time reading that
told you, just Google and you will find your
Antangelo,
source.
That's your job when you bring information when you cite a source.
Antangelo, those aren't physics. Those aren't physics sources. Those are language sources. Those are measurements we use in our languages of math that are fundamental to our languages of math. They're not fundamental to reality. They're fundamental to our language. So that's not a physics statement that those are fundamental in reality.
You're just telling nonsense.
You don't know who said it. You don't know what book it's even cited from. You don't know if it was a physicist or a linguist. You just don't know anything about the quote because you pulled it out of the
NIST.government.
Well, Antangelo, none of those things you listed are fundamental. Those are emergent.
Physical,
those things.
NIST, Physical Measurement Laboratory, Office of Weights and Measures, SI units. The 7 SI base units, which are composed of length, time, amount of substance, electric current, temperature, luminous intensity, and mass. I am not making things up. I'll put the side in the side chat the quote. Go and look it up.
Those are not fundamental things. Like mass is an emergent thing. It comes about because of the gravitational field and the Higgs boson. It's not mass isn't fundamental.
Yes,
space isn't fundamental. Like this was solved in physics. We've made progress. Those are fundamental in our language.
Is mass and energy fundamental? Yes or no?
Energy is fundamental. Mass is a response of energy in a field.
Not all things have mass. You can't call it fundamental if not all things have it.
I think fundamental refers
to clearly
like,
something that mass is dependent upon.
That's true, but I think fundamental in this case would mean like some fundamental state in the universe, even if nothing has that particular state.
Are we talking like elementary particles? Like just
okay,
some of them have it, some don't.
I have put it here in the Heathen Hangout chat, so you can look up the source. Okay.
I'll just copy that over to YouTube as well.
Okay, thanks. So,
I feel like he should know though, like if he runs these arguments, like when like Higgs field or like fields bestow mass for the first time, right? Like, wouldn't he know specifically what epoch that is if he runs these arguments?
Sure.
Why would it be fundamental? It seems like trivial, right? If you're engaging in these types of arguments, that would be one thing you would already know.
Yes, typically if you're in a debate and you present a quote, you want to have the citation of the quote and have it be someone
God,
authoritative.
dude. This is just standards of weights and measures, man. He's going off. Okay, this. All right, this just further exemplifies how he's just completely missing the point.
How I am missing the point? Please explain.
You're citing us a government website over standards of weights and measures. That's
Human
not
language.
giving us the. Yeah.
Angela, are you familiar with Detroiter's YouTube channel Friction?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, he's a regular on Discord, so you've probably run across him. Maybe you should pay more attention to his content. And he has a video, 44-minute video, called Does Fine-Tuning Prove a Designer? And he makes a fairly convincing case, I think, for showing that
Yeah, it's a really good video.
yeah, it's fantastic. It only appears to, if you don't take into account the prior probabilities being far to the opposite case, when you consider the prior probabilities of the God hypothesis being posited as the explainer, then that goes down to at least neutral. And if you actually take those seriously, probably lowers the probability far below from Bayesian perspective. So I posted that video in the chat. Now, unlike the videos that you have sent me on a fool's errand to watch claiming to be evidence of your case, this video actually does address the fine-tuning argument in detail, or maybe wants to watch it. This will not be a waste of your time, unlike the things that Otangelo likes to send people that are based on pseudoscience or his own website.
Well, I disagree that the units which I gave, that they are not fundamental. They are fundamental. They are not derived from other things, and you need to explain them. You need to explain why they have fixed values, and why they are just right to permit life.
Yeah, the website you offered is a government website on standards of weights and measures. So the values they have, the actual Office of Standards of Weights and Measures arbitrated them.
So
they are fundamental. Yeah, listen, they are fundamental.
They're not fundamental.
Google,
it wasn't like God said, here's an inch, and it will be an inch for all eternity.
Okay, I'll give you another link where it states clearly that they are fundamental.
Could you just Google emergent spacetime? Just Google emergent spacetime. Look at all of the different physics papers that say that, and then try to recognize that the site you gave is just talking about human language and isn't expert on physics, and the experts on physics are saying, nope, space isn't fundamental. It's not. Like all of them, not fundamental. Google emergent spacetime.
Okay, listen. I just did put in the side chat another link, and it says our current definition of a fundamental constant of nature is any quantity whose value cannot be calculated using a given physical theory, but can only be determined experimentally. Examples include the fine structure constant, a measure of
I just addressed this. Google emergent spacetime, or Google is space fundamental. Google that, and all the physicists will say, no, it is not fundamental. It is emergent. So I've addressed this. Google emergent spacetime.
So what are the fundamental constants of nature?
Ask the physicists. They literally write papers on this. They're the experts. And spacetime is emergent.
I just answered to you. I gave you 7 measures which are fundamental, and it says it right in what I quoted here. Our current definition of fundamental.
Untangelo, I've already debunked this. Like emergent spacetime. If you want to disagree with everyone in physics, that's fine. But I've proved you wrong. Move on.
Okay. What else would you like?
So, Angelo, the next time that you come to us with a claim, like I would appreciate if you would actually demonstrate that you watched Detroiter's video on friction, or made any effort to educate yourself on the subject other than from your own biased, sort of self-motivated reasoning.
Well, you know, what I do is I study science, and the premise is always science-based, and that what I presented is science-based, despite you guys denying it. The quantities which I just mentioned, they are fundamental. I gave 2 links, you can look it up. So just denial doesn't cut the cake, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
If you want
Last
to
week
live
you told us.
Yeah.
Last week you told us that you didn't think it was possible for abiogenesis to occur on clay substrates generating chains. And you claimed the evidence of that was that an experiment was debunked because it was only getting a certain kind of clay, and that's too unlikely to have occurred in Earth's primordial environment. You were completely ignorant of the fact that was one of the earliest experiments of its kind, and that there are other experiments that showed orders of magnitude more possibility to create longer chains with totally different circumstances for the starting clay. You didn't know anything about the subject which you claim to study scientifically. You just throw out canards and hope people don't Google the thing that you're claiming. With 5 minutes of time, they can find that you've completely no knowledge of the subject.
Okay, let's even suppose that what you're just saying is right, and that some experiments have been able to concatenate or polymerize RNA chains of over 50 nucleotides of length.
Thousands. Thousands.
Okay, thousands. Okay, fine, thousands. Even if that is true, giving
you read it?
that, oh, let me answer now. Even giving you that would be true, and there would be a possibility to concatenate thousands of RNAs. First of all, let's even suppose you would have through that a functional RNA ribozyme. Okay, let's even suppose that it could self-replicate. That is a huge distance to get a self-replicating, adapting, evolving, living system. So this is something which you are claiming because you don't even understand what it actually takes to have a first replicating cell, which is a huge distance from just having a string of even thousands of RNA molecules stringed together.
So did you even read the paper that I posted last time to debunk your false claim?
First of all, I don't think that I've claimed anything falsely. And secondly, I just explained to you why your evidence is far off from explaining the origin of life. It doesn't explain basically nothing, because a cell is a chemical self-replicating factory, complex beyond anything that humans have ever invented.
My point is that rather than changing the subject, I want you to address the fact that when you made this claim the last time you're on this show, you said that you could debunk the claim that clays could polymerase the necessary chains to start RNA because of this one experiment that you claimed had overly unusual parameters that wouldn't exist in the primordial environment. I showed with literally one Google search that there were other experiments that produced thousands with totally different parameters. I sent them to you in the chat. You didn't read them. And I predict that you will go on making the same bogus claims and citing that one bogus claim that you made to us over and over again because you're a dishonest interlocutor. Sorry, you've lied to me. You've lied to my face.
You
sent me videos that you said address this. That were literally an entire video that didn't even mention it, and said, "Oh yeah, you should watch this video on my website. It'll totally address your claim." You're a liar.
You are a liar because you are claiming that just this explains the origin of life, which by far doesn't. So you are making pseudoscientific, nonsensical claims and accuse me of being a liar. No, you are a liar because you want to make believe that an concatenation of thousands of RNAs can produce life. That's just pseudo-scientific gobbledygook and nonsense. So hey, be at your place, learn the basics, and then come talk to me.
Otangelo,
make an effort to actually read the information that's presented to you when people respond to your bogus claims. And when you come back, actually demonstrate that you have any awareness of the subject that you claim to be a scientific expert in.
Yeah, you can make big words. You can accuse me of lying. This is the
I didn't use any big words.
You're going to pull like you use big words to obfuscate. Come on, that's kind of an empty
This is a tactic of someone which is in the corner, which is desperate to make its case. No, you haven't.
I think it's a good time to end this conversation
thanks
here.
For coming up.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for coming up, Otangelo.
I did share his links in the YouTube text chat as well in case people are interested. So.
Yeah, standards of weights and measures, because evidently God invented the meter. It wasn't some French guy in the 1790s.
That's what I was going to ask.
I also shared IX's link. There's a very good one. So thank you for that.
So we've got an interesting one next. So Barthologist, he's a friend of mine. He wants to come up and talk with us. So I'm inviting him up right now. It sounded like he wanted to have his buddy Objects Are Real come up. And I was like, we'll try that out. Sure. So I don't see him in the audience. So do you want to have him put his hand up, or what's the game plan here, Bart? We can't hear you talking. You might want to
Take
drop out.
odds.
Yeah, try dropping out and then backing out of the stage and then rejoining.
Anybody want to take odds on the probability that Otangelo will actually watch the 44-minute friction destroyer video? And
Well,
fine-tuning
he's
the
not here to
framework
defend
something?
himself. But the problem is, like, he doesn't even buy into any of this.
He'll be back
science.
next week. He'll just
Yeah,
keep
but he
coming back
doesn't
and
buy
making the
into
same
any of the
stuff.
science. He's actually a young Earth creationist. He only uses science to rope atheists into like natural pantheism or deism. Once he's got you roped in there, then he argues against all that for young Earth creationism.
Yeah,
Friction.
Jack Burton is right, and we should encourage him to watch those and try to look at it with a new perspective. And I think that's what IX is trying to do here.
Yeah, he'll be back. I just hope he watches the videos or makes an effort.
Yeah, Otangelo, do watch those videos. I think you will find them very interesting.
So it looks like Bart might be having issues.
Well, why don't we bring up Laura for a moment?
Yeah. She was wanting to talk about what we were talking about with Otangelo there.
Hello.
Hey, Laura.
Hello, Laura. Welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I saw you in the YouTube live text chat too. Thank you for joining in.
Yeah. And one of the things that always makes me chuckle when I hear this, Otangelo and people have a similar kind of thing, they automatically assume that God was behind this. God is the tuner. And I created an argument which is basically an atheist presuppositional apologetic, and it really is just a reductio ad absurdum one. So I'll give you here, and the irony of it is that the argument I'm going to give now is exactly the same argument as Otangelo's, except for no God required. So here it comes, and again, if it comes to anything, it's more of a a deist god, but even then, it's not an actual god. It's a it's the old. Was it Hitchens who said? No, it wasn't Hitchens. I can't remember who it was now. Any sufficient technology,
Indistinguishable
would
from magic.
exactly. So it's basically that. Okay, so here it
That's
comes. Okay.
Sagan.
Yeah. So here it comes. Okay, so a long time ago in another universe, a being called Bob decided to create a universe just because he wanted to see what would transpire. In Bob's universe, the laws of physics work differently, so something can come from nothing, and that's how Bob's species came about. Over time, that species advanced to the point that they had the technological advancement to be able to create planets and universes. So Bob created this universe, life and everything, including the laws of logic. That Yahweh thing, yeah, that's just a myth created by an ancient tribe who couldn't answer the big questions. Where do we come from? What caused the universe? What's the purpose in life? So no God required.
I think that's
Now,
good, but I think you should change it in one way. I would say that you should make here's a universe where Bob popped out of existence from nothing, or Bob was created from pre-existing physical forces, and he designed our universe. Therefore, our fine-tuning is evidence of Bob, which is evidence of non-God.
yeah, but again, it's not God that it did the fine tuning here. It's just someone in another species that created this universe, and the fact we're here to make any claims or anything, the fact that we're here at all and our universe exists just means that the universe exists, that the knobs were in the right places. But there could have been 1,000 universes before this, and the previous one collapsed on its own gravity, expanded to a point and then just collapsed and created a new universe. Because you're familiar with something called the Big Bounce?
Yes.
Never heard of the Big Bounce, but I just want to clarify one thing. That quote is from Arthur C. Clarke, actually. He wrote, any scientifically advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
That's the one, yes. So, like I say, Ortangelo, his argument is no different than Bob. It's just that, oh, well, I got a Bible. I got a book that was written by a bunch of, people that wrote stuff a long time ago. But that doesn't actually conclude that, therefore, the Christian God created this universe. It could have been one of a million, theist gods or deist gods, and that doesn't actually answer the question. All it does is just, say, yeah, my God created it. Well, you can assert that all day long. He can assert that all day long. Doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean that's what happened.
Hey,
It just means that's what ancient culture made a conclusion of.
I'd like to add just one quick comment that came from the YouTube live chat from a fellow named Normalizing Atheism, a good friend of mine. He wrote, TJump is a chair in a vat.
Also, your argument is fairly similar to like the idea of the simulation hypothesis, which suggests that there's some probability in which it would be possible to simulate a universe, and that you could estimate the probability of how likely those universes are to exist, and then estimate the probability that we would be in one, and so on. And some people find this convincing, or are convinced that we live in a simulation or something, because that's what your Bob's universe is sort of equivalent to. You didn't specify if Bob actually created a universe by like a magic power,
No,
or
it's
if he
technology.
did it. What's that?
It's technology.
Yeah,
They had
technology.
the technological advancement to be able to create
Right.
universes and planets.
Right, but just in terms of like the form the argument takes, it's also pretty equivalent to he can simulate a universe or he can create a universe. It'll all be the same to us, right? And
Yeah.
the part that's funny about any of these arguments, from a theist perspective, is they don't really like these arguments. You don't see them going anywhere near simulationism, because it doesn't address Bob. In fact, it trivializes their God, because it makes their God just another Bob, right? Any engineer with a sufficiently powerful NVIDIA graphics card in the future could just hit start and have a universe in it. So it makes God very unspecial. And it doesn't address anything about where Bob comes from, right? As you said, he just popped into existence. So it's kind of a non-explanation for the existence of Bob itself.
Yes, I mean, the thing is that the Bob argument here is an atheist precept to basically, it's the kind of nonsense that Darth Dawkins comes up with, that his God presupposed everything, he presupposes it. Well, obviously this is a precept defeater, or rather, it just mimics the same argument. What I might as well do, I might as well give you the end of it. So again, the no God required. So if you're a Christian, you'll just say, "Oh, you just made that up." Well, how could you possibly know that without stealing from my worldview? You can't even use the laws of logic without stealing from my worldview. Everything you say and do is contingent on Bob. This is where presupposing things lead. A Bob-esque creator in the universe has as much validity and a presuppositional sense than Yahweh. The only difference is how many people believe it, and then that becomes a fallacy, argumentum ad populum. So that's what the whole thing is supposed to be about. And it's like, the universe came from nothing. Well, didn't God create it from nothing? These conclusions that someone like Artangelo likes to claim came from his God. Well, that's a nice assertion, but how do you demonstrate that that's the case? He doesn't. He just asserts it. You're just wrong because my God did it. That's the argument. Well, you can look at other, God systems, and they can make exactly the same claim. So how does he demonstrate that his is the correct one and the other ones are not the correct one? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. But you haven't convinced us that a God exists, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced a God or gods or anything like that exists.
Well,
you
me
just
neither.
are using a category of existent things, people, which we know exist.
Now, Laura, I believe you're an atheist, right?
I am, yes.
Yeah. So Laura's not trying to convince us. Laura's here to reflect on what Tangelo's arguments were.
I was joking.
Jokes. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Thank you.
I was going to say, nice try, fake atheist. This was all a long con argument. You were trying to set us up for the gotcha, right? But I'm just not convinced.
One of the things that always amuses me about all these conversations about, how did the universe come to exist? There are physicists who sort of have looked into it, The difficulty is that we can't know because we can only we can only measure from the Planck time, like fractions of a second after the universe began to exist. And these arguments kind of before what came before the universe is a logical question in itself, because of course time didn't begin to exist until there was the Big Bang. And so and it also comes into how can something come from nothing, which is one of the questions that gets asked. But the problem is, what do we think of as nothing? Because nothing encapsulates lots of things. If I've got I've got a glass in front of me and it's empty, what's in there? Well, colloquial will say nothing, but it has volume, it has gravity in there. It is a nothing with substance.
Well, actually, that's contentious for me, because that's not. It wouldn't qualify as absolutely nothing. You could say there's nothing in that area, but absolutely nothing wouldn't even have things like gravity necessarily, or any laws of physics or natural laws necessarily. Absolutely nothing would be kind of like null in a database. You'd be not able to define it. So that's the thing. But as soon as you put any one characteristic on it, it ceases to be absolutely nothing anymore.
Yeah.
Any other theists?
We have no idea whether an absolutely nothing can exist, let alone has existed ever at any point.
Nobody says something came from nothing. That's one thing.
But another fundamental factor is that if that's the case, we cannot rule out that something could erupt from absolutely nothing, because if there's no laws governing it, it's hard to say whether or not that could happen, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say real quick, because my phone is dying as it's charging. So I wanted to say thank you for letting me come up. And before I head out, I wanted to say subscribe to me in TJump's OnlyFans at TJump. It's onlyfans.com/TJump. So you can go do that there. And I think X is getting in on the mix. So we'll see though.
J. Mike, we look forward to having you again in future episodes as well as a regular. I hope you'll be back.
Yeah, I'll try next. I was helping my brother move. Hopefully next time I can. I should be able to do it next, because I'll probably be at my family's house for Mother's Day if you guys are doing it next week. So I should be able to do it. And
we do this once every fortnight, every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and thanks for coming up last minute. I know I've been messaging you for a while, but we do appreciate you coming on board. If you want to link Talk Heathen or anything like that, send me the link. I'll pin it up. That should sit in there for a few hours after the show. And Laura, I'm going to go ahead and put you back into the audience. We do appreciate you coming up. You were awesome, but the goal here is for us to be convinced that a god or goddess exists, and you're just reaffirming what we already think. So,
and I just wanted to comment quickly on something that was said. Like it sounded like there was this idea that the metric system that metric measurements are fundamental to life, the universe, and everything. And it's my understanding that the metric system is based on fundamentals observed scientifically, but the measurement system itself is still arbitrary in larger picture, universe and cosmos, etc.
Well, to be fair, Antangelo was saying that the metric system and the other units of measurement are a result of these 6 things, and the 6 things he listed are the things he thinks are the fundamental things, not literally the metric system.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me. Laura, thank you for being on with us. Really appreciate you sharing your perspective today.
No problem. Take care.
Barthologist Plus, here we are again. How are you doing?
What's up, guys?
Welcome back.
So I just wanted to, because this question is always going to come up, whether someone proves it or disproves it, does it mean that that God actually exists because of this question?
Well,
just because of the question in and of itself, does God exist?
If you could prove it or disprove it, then yeah.
Well, the fact that you even asked the question. Exist? Well, I can accept all the God beliefs, right? And the fact that you even want proof does that give it validity? Does it give it some sort of like, does it make it something important to talk about or to know? Right?
This is an
We
No,
know
incoherent
the
question.
answer the answer is very simple. No, these are all kind of arbitrary questions that people have come up with because there are questions asked all the time about how things work in reality that have no bearing on reality at all. So just asking the question doesn't make something suddenly more valid as a concept. So we question all kinds of things all the time. We write stories, science fiction stories, and other kinds of fiction all the time, and it causes people to ask all kinds of things.
Hey,
So does
Randolph's New Age. You can also,
um,
Barth, real quick. You also have like I spend a lot of time like there's a lot of people on TikTok that do like the whole New Age spiritual crystal clutching stuff, and so I spend a lot of time on that. But I think that stuff's like extremely absurd. It doesn't give it validity because I want to show people that what they're doing is just like not engaging in critical thinking at all, right? That's just the goal is to hopefully have a world around me that applies a little bit more critical thinking because we have to share space with these
yeah, but
people.
J Mike,
Unfortunately.
you're not disproving God. You're just bringing up that people don't really have proof for his existence, right? That's all you're really doing
No,
here.
no, we're disproving the arguments. So if people think there's evidence
Yeah.
and we can disprove those evidence, we're disproving their
All right.
arguments. That's the point.
Or you're
Or
disproving
somebody
people
has
on
like
Discord.
Yes, that's the
This
well,
is a
point.
Barth,
very section.
it
You know what I
also
mean? Like
matters.
you're
What also
disproving
matters is
people
somebody
on
presents
Come on, man.
somebody presents attributes on some god, right? And like we could derive some contradiction from what they accept already. Then yeah, you could show them, especially if they're like, yeah, I don't think contradictions can exist, and we say, well, here, what's entailed here is a proposition and then the conjunction of its negation, right? Like P and not P. And if you agree that like squared circles can't exist and things like that, then it's we can show that thing, right? It's a squared circle. It doesn't exist. So in some cases you can, but it's going to matter in terms of like, what's constitutive of the god or what somebody thinks,
All right,
the
J Mike,
process
you
of
just
that
told me
concept.
you know things. That's all that said. That you know certain things and
Oh my God.
you know how to use the words. That's all that meant. But the fact that you're basically you're on Discord on this server, this isn't open to all of Discord. You're just disproving the people in this call in this sort of like server. You're not disproving
So-
it
I
in its
take
entirety.
I take incoming
I've got-
calls every Sunday. So, you can call, anyone can
I
call.
don't know what that had
Hang
to
on,
do with
hang
what
on,
I
hang on.
said.
Barthologist Plus. This is the audience that's available to us, and we're very happy that so many people are interested in this, and we're finding some of the conversations here have been really, really wonderful. If you have an idea on how we can be open up to a larger audience, please let us know offline. Contact Taco; he's the organizer, and we'd love to expand it.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from some more educated theists for sure.
Well, hopefully Discord will open it up like it did before, and we could stay in this server and do it how we're doing it now. But that'll eventually break. But anyway,
Bring them
for right
here.
now, this is fine.
I think
This is
I
fine.
think Ix, TJump, myself, Taco, Jack, Randolph, right? I think everyone here would take, given the chance of a platform or an opportunity to take incoming calls from theists, like that's what that's what we do. So there's not like no one limits that, right? We would take any person. So I don't really know the
I think
relevance, right?
his
So the real
implication,
question,
that we're like taking strawman theists and only addressing the weak theists. Like my show is all about inviting on professors of the highest experts in the field on every single argument on YouTube. That's what I do. So I've invited on the biggest experts in the field in fine tuning and the moral arguments and every single version of apologetics I have. Just wasting our time complaining that we're on Discord. Like, yes, we're here and not there. Okay, do you have an argument?
I do. I just don't.
Could you tell me it?
Do you guys think that you're ever gonna live in a non-God world? Whether if someone doesn't
We
have
do now.
Whether
What?
well you do now subjectively, right?
Objectively.
But I guess in your
The only
way.
argument
But
I've heard is like,
but
if
you're
you're
not-
on Discord,
See,
then
I
God exists.
can't talk. I'm constantly getting over talked. Okay, guys. Okay, let me just mute my mic and I'll wait.
Just tell us the argument. I'd like to hear the argument.
All right. So, even if you disprove God to this audience right now, God in this world, will this be a non-God world? Because God is still exists, even though you say you don't have proof, right?
If we disprove God, God would not exist. This
Yeah, but
audiences
you're
don't
not gonna
matter,
convince
motivations
people.
don't matter. We care about evidence and argument. So if we can disprove God, God wouldn't exist. There's no subjectively
Yeah,
disprove to this
but
audience.
me not having proof for God or evidence in your standard doesn't disprove God.
I never said it did. It
Your
doesn't matter.
propositional attitude doesn't matter, right? It's just going to matter whether or not the proposition's actually true or not.
Well, according
Right.
to your standard, right? You have a standard of evidence, right? I give you evidence. You're saying it's not to your standard. So then, where do we go from there, right?
No, we're
We
saying it's
go,
not to
does
your standard.
do now people not believe in God because of this argument, or are you guys still trying to find a better argument to say that God doesn't exist?
No,
Because
so what we're
right
doing
now
we're
there's still people in the
one sec.
world
There's no
that believe in
subjective
God.
variables here. It's not our standard versus your standard. It's saying objectively the arguments for God are incoherent and gibberish and don't work by any logical rational standard at all. That's our claim. So it doesn't matter what standard if you show us a standard by which it is actually legitimately evidence and you're not irrational for believing
All
it,
right, so
that would be
explain to me
great.
what
Tell
kind of
us what it
evidence you need.
is.
Explain to me what kind of evidence you need for the
Things
existence
that
of God.
indicate differentiate the imagination from reality. So if you claim God is real and not a form of your imagination, give me something that shows he's not in your imagination.
Okay, so then why do people naturally presuppose God
Because
when
of
they
evolution.
understand the world?
So that's evidence of imagination. So next.
So evolution is imagine?
Wait,
question and
argument.
Wait a second. Did you just say that evolution is imaginary, or it's
no evolution?
there's-
You asked why do we presuppose things? Why do we have predispositions of some kind? That's because of evolution. We have solid proof of that.
Well, no one ever looks at the world, looks at the sunset or the moon at night, when it's shining on everything, and doesn't say like, "Wow, I don't know not one human that could create all of this," right? Because we know our abilities, right? Again, you're over talking me. Why do I come up here? Why do I come up here if you guys are just gonna over talk?
Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad.
No. Go ahead, Jake. Go ahead, Jay Mike.
Well, I was going to interrupt you if he didn't because you're gibberishing. Give us the argument.
Yeah, it is gibberish. But look,
of course I'm gibberish.
You're counting. Barth, you're counting your hits in that, right? Like walk through a children's hospital, right?
Well,
I don't know what you're like.
It's gibberish
like,
because
right?
One sec. I was gibberish because I didn't understand what you were saying. You're bringing up something about people not looking at the moon and the stars and thinking they couldn't design it. Like literally, that has nothing to do with nothing. Complete gibberish. Like, what's the argument?
That you naturally presuppose a higher being.
Yes, that's called an
supernatural
anthropocentric
being.
fallacy. Anthropocentric fallacy, type 1 and type 2 errors, specifically because of evolution. We
know
know exactly why that is caused.
That's just an opposing view. It doesn't mean that by you saying that, it disproves what I'm saying.
No,
you're just saying, oh yeah, the opposite of what people say is this.
No.
You're just bringing up. You're just bringing up the argument for it.
I'm saying we have tons and tons of empirical data that proves we have a hyperactive agency detection system, which is directly a result of evolution. If you hear a rustle in the bushes and you think it's an evil agent, you run away. If you think it's the wind, you don't run away. The ones who run away survive more often, and so evolution has predispositioned us to think of there's agencies and. When we're in the dark, there's a monster under the bed and imaginary friends. Yes, we know this is a fact. We've proven this is a fact from evolution. This is something that is indisputably proven. We have evidence of this. So yes, you're wrong. This is not because of some God is there. We don't presuppose things because it's true. We presuppose it because of evolution, and we have good evidence for that. Yes, that debunks your point.
Also, Barth, I'm just hold on, Barth. Before
go ahead, buddy.
Wait,
go ahead,
wait
man.
a second.
Go ahead. Because I can't respond to anything. Go ahead.
I want to make sure you understand the second part of what he said, which is type 1 and type 2 errors. Do you know what those are? I'm going to post it in the chat for anybody who's just familiar.
No, I don't need to be a scientist or some sort of doctor to understand that God exists. I really don't. So the fact that you're doing this, you're pigeonholing. You're basically saying that I'm not smart enough to understand natural things in the world, right? And that only this small portion of society knows that God doesn't exist. That's what you're telling me.
No, that's not what we're telling you.
You're saying, "Oh, I don't know." So you don't know these
posited
certain. Keep over talking.
I know, but Barth, you posited something, and all that was right. All TJump and X are trying to express to you is like you're saying here's this phenomena, right?
No, he's
Like
just trying to
people
say I'm
experience
stupid.
this thing.
He's just trying to
No.
say
No,
I'm
no,
dumb.
he's
That's what he's trying to say.
Barth, he's not. He's just saying, look, here's an explanation that takes all the datum and
Yeah,
explains
here's
it,
an
right?
explanation that you're dumb, and I have an argument
No,
for that. That's
no,
all
Right.
he's saying.
You can make that straw man. That is the strawiest straw man that's ever been strawed, right? They're not
what I'm
doing that.
what I'm trying to say is that most people don't know what this means. So what it means is the type 1 error is when you reject the null hypothesis when it's actually true, and you're concluding that something seems statistically significant to you when in reality you don't really know that. Right? You're just inferring that because of your intuitions or something, right?
So you're saying
You get that?
everyone's natural intuition is wrong?
Yes. Correct.
Wow.
We have
That's
lots. We
not
have lots of
playing
examples.
God. That's
We
not
have
playing
lots of
God
No,
in an
we have
that's not.
lots of
imaginary world.
examples. We have lots of
Wow.
examples of things that people's intuitions are just wrong about. By default, we are usually wrong about a lot of things.
That's
So the
what the.
first type 1 error
So
is false positives, right? The second is a false negative. That's where you do the opposite, where you just assume the opposite hypothesis without evidence for
Well, so we know that humans' intuitions are wrong because that's every single fallacy, biasy, delusion, hallucination, misconception every human has ever had throughout history. Yes, we know there's millions of times human intuition is just always wrong. Every optical illusion is a time human intuition is always wrong. Yes, human intuition is wrong.
So then what you're saying could also be wrong.
It could be, but we have
Of
evidence
course.
to show it's not.
So we're still at square
remember,
one here.
No.
We're still at square one.
No. Remember what I said earlier. Evidence is that which can differentiate imagination from reality. We can show what I said is reality and not imagination. So we have evidence for that. So we've gone beyond the part where it could also be wrong. We have good reason to believe it's right. But yours has no good reason to believe it's right and lots of reason to believe it's just human intuition that's wrong. So ours has good reason, yours has no reason.
And people literally do this, right? Like they look at something that's like just analytically known as an unidentified object, and then they immediately identify it with agency, right? Like this is like what people do all the time, right?
Okay, so what are the population of people that don't do this? Is it less than 1%?
What?
Less than 1% of people that say,
Sure.
well, it can't have agency, and everyone else that thinks it's agency doesn't know these other processes that we go to, and everyone else is stupid but me. I mean, who says that? Who talks like that?
Majority
only
of people that you run into.
You speak like that because I'm not telling you that you're dumb because you don't believe in God.
No one said
You're
you're
telling
dumb.
me because I don't know some sort of default position of your, because of how you think, and you say, oh, I've heard this argument before, and we've looked it up in this, Stanford Encyclopedia, and there's an opposing view on this. So he's automatic. So that makes it automatically wrong because we have a response for his argument, because that's all you're doing.
By your reasoning, like anytime someone
have a response.
Barth, real quick.
I never get to finish what I'm saying because
anytime someone gives you an explanation,
you wouldn't overtalk me if this was a win for you. If this was a
Awesome.
slam dunk for you. You wouldn't overtalk.
No, it's not. It's not a slam dunk. I'm just trying to explain something pretty
exactly.
trivial, right?
It's
like
not a slam
when
dunk
you
That's
say
why you
something,
need to be disrespectful and overtalk me. That's why you need to be disrespectful and overtalk me, because you know what I'm saying is true.
No, the reason we overtalk you.
That's why you're
look. When you say something,
putting words in his mouth, Bart, and
it's
listen
okay.
for a second. He asks to interject. Let him interject for a moment, and then you guys can go back to conversing.
Yeah, because we're in a really weird territory, right? You're in this territory, like when someone provides you like an alternative explanation, like your thought is to be like, oh, so you're calling me fucking stupid, right? Like no one's saying that. You just sound really dishonest, and like I don't know if you're even trolling, right? Because that just doesn't seem like a reasonable response that someone would say, like, hey, we differ in opinion. I have an explanation of some phenomena. You have one. Let me give you mine. And then your immediate response is like, oh, so I'm fucking dumb, right? That's not like what anybody is saying.
But you're automatically telling me that the masses of people that see something and think that there is agency within it, right, don't know this opposing argument that you're giving to me. So because you're saying, you asked me before, do you know what he's talking about? And I'm like, no, I've never looked this up. Why would I know what this is?
Yeah,
well then,
how do you know?
But that you're basically explaining to me, because I don't know this opposing argument that you have for me, that I'm automatically wrong because I don't know this opposing argument.
No, it's not about what you know. If you think, for example, that Zeus causes lightning, and I'm like, no, it's not Zeus. It's friction caused by the particles that produces lightning. You are just ignorant of what's going on. So in that way, yes, we're calling you dumb. You are ignorant of certain facts, and the certain facts have been proven to be the cause. So what you think is the cause is definitely wrong. So when you say humans have this intuition to see agency and that's indicative of truth, yes, we know that's wrong, just like we know it's wrong to say that Zeus produces lightning, because we have lots and lots of novel testable predictions that demonstrate for a fact that this was caused by this other feature that's been proven. So we've proven that this thing you're talking about is caused by evolution. So if you think it's caused by God, you're wrong, just like the person who thinks Zeus causes lightning is definitely wrong, because it's been proven, not because you don't know. I don't care what you know. What matters here is that one of the hypotheses has been proven to be correct through novel testable predictions and has been demonstrated to be a part of reality, and the other one is just your intuition, which doesn't show it's part of reality.
Yeah, your attitude on the proposition that it's raining outside, given the fact that like there's just evidence that just shows the contrary, right? Doesn't matter that your attitude towards the proposition was X or something when it was Y, right? Or not X. Doesn't matter, right? It's just the fact that the state of affairs correspond to that thing, and you're just fucking wrong, right? That's what it would be. You're just making a really weird leap into like.
No. I'm not. I'm just trying to make you guys explain. I'm just explaining to you guys that this little forum or this little get together that you have right here, and hearing arguments and chopping up the arguments that you get for the existence of God, right? This doesn't ever disprove the existence of God. That's all I'm trying to explain to you.
It doesn't.
Because you have a standard of
argument?
evidence. Because
You
you
have
have
an
a standard.
argument?
Can I finish what I'm
please
saying?
Let Bart finish real fast and then jump in after he finishes.
Sure, I just want to know if he's actually going
Be-
to present an
all
argument.
right, you want to know something, man? This is Taco. What's up, man? Is this stage a troll, or are people allowed to talk?
People are allowed to talk.
All right. So can I speak, please?
Sure.
Without you guys over talking me, so I don't have to start over.
Could it please be an argument?
No, I'm giving you the argument. If you shut up, I'll give you the argument.
Okay.
So because you have this get together, this forum, this group that has heard a lot of these arguments, right? These juvenile arguments, really, right, for the existence of God, and they give them to you, and you have the response. At the end of this call, it doesn't disprove God, because people aren't going to not believe in God because you had a response to somebody's weak argument.
Was that entire thing? Was that a premise
so what
of
I'm
the
saying
argument?
to you is your way of collecting evidence and knowing what evidence is that makes things real or exist to you isn't an objective thing that everybody. There's no 5 people in this world that are like the 5 of you that are going to sit in a room and just disprove everything everyone says. In the real world, this isn't actually what goes on. So what I'm trying to tell you here is your standard of evidence. You've yet to explain, except TJump. It says what's imaginary. Well, the whole quantum world is imaginary because we can't see it. We don't know it.
No.
We could come up with predictive models to say that this quantum realm is actually real, but you're using the same imaginary, scientific imaginary world that you're telling me that this quantum world is in.
Which just begs the question against the scientific realist, but whatever.
I did take an issue with you saying that the arguments people are presenting are juvenile. I find many of the arguments to be quite interesting, actually, and I would not think of them as juvenile. I think that's not a very nice way to describe what other audience members have brought up. Yeah, it's...
Well, I want to address his main point here. So his main point here is, yes, you're right. Us disproving all of the silly arguments theists have doesn't disprove God. Correct. We're not trying to disprove God. We're trying to show that all of the silly things theists believe are really, really silly, and we can prove that by talking about them. So if you think something is good evidence and we can prove that it's very, very silly, that's all we're trying to do. We're not trying to disprove God.
That's
in addition to that,
you have
sorry,
predictive.
Barthologist, excuse me.
You have predictive. you have predictive models that come
Yes.
from quantum physics or quantum mechanics, right? You have predictive models that come from
Yes.
this, right?
Yes.
I just want to quickly add to what TJump said. Like, we're also open to somebody to present an argument that is convincing, that actually will demonstrate that one or more goddesses or gods exist. Because, of course, we're open to that. The side effect of these conversations, though, is that the arguments that are presented are very often found to be flawed in some way, and so we get into that.
Yeah. So this is just a flex, really, because you're not really doing anything for anyone but yourselves. You're just showing
No.
us on Discord
No.
in this
We're
chat that you
asking
guys know things. That you guys know things. That's it.
Okay, so
Look, you-
Barthologist, I'm getting the impression here that you're very critical of this whole setup, this panel, where we're engaging with people. For some reason, it seems that you don't like what we're doing here. Am I correct in my understanding?
Randolph, you're
No, there's
trying to
just
challenge
there's just 6 people against just one person every time. So it's just like, of course,
Oh, I haven't said
all
shit,
of
bro.
you
Chill
have
out.
this. All of you have this, these quick responses. But how am I going to compete with 6 other people
I do it all the
and
time.
then
Sure.
not be
Well,
and then not be
but
strawmanned or bullied into
Oh,
believing something that isn't true? I
Okay.
mean,
if-
think
Okay.
about
So
it.
the way
but-
you're looking at this, doesn't match the original intention. Our intention is that somebody can present an argument, and it's an opportunity to convince any one of us. It's not intended to be a dog pile of a whole bunch of us against you. It's against one person.
Is there predictive capabilities with the quantum mechanics? Do we know? Can we see it? No. Can we see things in
Yes.
superposition? No, we can't. But we guesstimate that things are this way, and with predictive models, we can use quantum mechanics. Correct? Well,
Yes.
I can say the same thing about religion.
That'd be great.
Barth,
Give me
look,
some. That's
Say-
evidence.
I
let me
can say the
let me
same thing
actually
about
address
religion.
that. Let me address that, because your kind of whole thing when you came in here, and I got to get rolling soon, but when you came in here, you're kind of like challenging, like what kind of epistemic norms that we have, right? It might not be the case for somebody else that they use that towards knowledge, right? Or some framework. Okay, that's fine. But the way I look at that is, seems like me, TJump, X, we're like using a hammer and we're building houses, right? And yeah, sure, maybe there's another way to build a fucking house with a different tool, but like you come up to us and pose this idea, right? Like, why don't you use this other thing, right, to get epistemic access? And then when we ask you, like, what is that thing? And I look in your little, your little lot, and you're kicking rocks and you don't even have a foundation for a house. Like, but these people just keep whining about it. And then we build like the infrastructure for cities, and you get on our rooftops and shout from them like, but you might not be using the right tool, but you can't even take me to fucking Lowe's and show me what aisle the tool is in, right? Like, that's fine. You can have
No,
that argument,
I
but
will use your.
present something
I'm going to
substantive
use.
for the tool,
Yeah.
because I
Yeah.
can't even fucking lick it to know if it's like metallic, right?
Sure,
I have
sure.
nothing
I'll
to
use your
know.
example. I'll use your very example. You could look how Lowe's has built many churches and temples all around the world. Show me where atheism has used the same materials the church and temples have used to build anything that represents atheism. Nothing.
How in
So
the
you
hell
show
does
me the
that?
tools.
How in the
Your
hell does
tools.
that
No, I'm using
establish
your own example. I'm using your
How
own
in the hell
example.
does that establish some other
I'm
like
using your
epistemic
old.
standard that you have?
I'm using your example because you can't go into a city and say, "Oh, well, show me where the nearest atheism get together is." Right?
Do
It
you have
doesn't
another way to
exist.
gain knowledge or not? What's
It
your way?
does.
You're
We
in
have
an
that.
imaginary world. You told me I'm an imaginary world, but yet religion does
What?
exist all around the world. It doesn't disprove. It doesn't disprove
Does
anything that
anybody
you're
know
saying.
what like he's even trying to
Yeah,
express right now?
basically, I'm explaining to you that you're not really proving or saying anything. You're just telling me the
Okay.
things that you know.
So Bart,
That's
here's
it.
the deal. The title of the stage is "Convince Us Gods Exist." I thought you were going to come up here
I
and
just did.
come up here and convince us that gods exist or
Oh,
God
I
exists.
did. I did.
Ideally,
There is
Christian God,
there is no
because
place in
you're
the world.
Christian and
There
you're
is no
going into
place in the
meta.
world.
We're gonna
There
get
is
off the meta. If you want to talk to us and provide us an actual argument that
I have an
convinces
argument.
you that your God exists, we'll listen to it and we'll
Uh,
address whatever you want us to address.
show me in a collective, objective understanding of atheism. how you can presuppose atheism. How does
We
that?
don't.
How is that real?
Well,
We-
it's
we don't.
justified, so it's not presupposed.
Joe, oh, it's not
So-
presupposed.
Okay,
So
so
you
I'll
have
just
to
clarify.
accept. You have to accept the God belief to be a
Barthologist.
disbeliever, correct?
No.
No.
Oh, so you've never
No.
presupposed God,
Okay, I'm trying to answer
and
your
you've
question,
never
and
had a
now you're interrupting me.
stage, and you never had a
Barthologist.
stage
Barthologist.
that said prove
Barthologist.
that God exists,
Barthologist.
and then
Okay.
you can go
Let
around
him
and
go
tell me
Barthologist.
exactly what you know.
Barthologist. I was trying to answer your question, and you just talked right over me.
Oh, I couldn't because I wanted to finish what I was saying.
I thought you were
You
finished.
want
I was
me to
answering your
prove-
question. I'm
you
trying
want me
to
to
address
prove
your
the
question
existence-
about
You
atheism
want me
here.
to prove some sort of existence
Okay,
to
do
you?
you want me to?
I need
You
to
put
know
out
the
you put out a
standard
point here, and I'm
of
trying to answer
existence.
you.
Can we move
I
to
need
the
to know the
speaker?
standard of
I
existence.
think we're going to remove you from the stage here,
Of
but
course
I'm
you
going
are.
to address your point.
Of course you are.
Let him talk, Bart.
Good.
Okay, so
As I'm putting up a lacrosse net.
all right, I just moved him to the audience. I tried to respond to him. He's interrupting. There's interruption going back and forth, but you know he's also setting the tone on that. He's saying that we have to accept God and then disbelieve it. That's not required. Atheism, so you know, is just not believing in deities. There's people who will justify it; they'll have justification for it, but that's optional. So there is no such requirement that you're expecting that it be justified.
Well,
It's that simple.
It's called the null hypothesis. So you can say that
You got
I
it.
don't know whether God exists or not, and then we look at the evidence one way or the other, and then we conclude one way or the other. You don't start presupposing one way or the other because that's dumb.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I'm sorry if it sounds nitpicky. I don't know. Would be the agnostic stand. I don't believe is the atheist side. They're pretty well parallel with each other, but there's different combinations that can work. So he's asking about atheism, and so yeah, there's nothing to presuppose with atheism. It is the null hypothesis default. Thank you for bringing that word up. I couldn't quite remember it. I'm glad you did, TJump. So Barthologist, what we're trying to do here is have people present their arguments. And you've noticed at the beginning of everybody's presentation, they always kind of lay out their whole argument, and we normally don't interrupt. We let that complete, unless we need to interject to get some clarification on a term or something, which I think is reasonable. But I guess we should probably, if anybody else wanted to comment on what Barthologist's points were before we move on, I think that this is a good time for that.
Oh yeah, I was definitely interrupting him but I was doing it because he repeats his last sentence twice before he actually stops talking. And so I was trying to interrupt him to move the point along. But he kind of brought up a good point that he probably didn't realize, was that he said he could make testable predictions like we do for religion. Like if he could do that, then yes, that would count as evidence for religion if he could do that, but he can't.
Yeah, I noticed that he was kind of starting to repeat, and that was taking up quite a lot of time. So it was good that, and sometimes it is necessary to kind of cut things a little bit short. We do need to do that sometimes, and we try not to, but unfortunately it has to be done sometimes.
So I invited up Cool Guy Jeff. He's one of the moderators here. He's had his hand up for a while. What's going on, Cool Guy Jeff?
Cannot hear you.
Oh, he's not on the stage. There he is.
Hello.
Cannot hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I had my hand up. I just wanted to engage with Otangelo when he was up here, but he's gone. So I just wanted to talk to him about ERVs. I've tried to engage with him on here and other platforms, but he kind of just ignores me. So I guess I'll just go back down now.
Can you just say what ERVs are?
Endogenous retroviruses.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a full. It completely precludes denial of common ancestry. There's really no argument for it.
I wouldn't say that. I say it definitely shows the evidence is bad, but you could always say God did it.
Yeah, God hid the dinosaur fossils to make it look like they were in the exact correct strata of the rocks that matched the millions of years.
Exactly.
It's
right.
all
Well, he would have to be a deceiver God, which won't sit well with.
Or
you guys are going to invoke Nephilim Prey if you keep this up.
I think he could be a shy pooper. The shy pooper hypothesis is that God can't give evidence that's convincing, so he has to hide it amongst contrary evidence to make it really hard to believe. Because if he does any miracles when people watch or record it, it would ruin the fun.
It would ruin the fun.
I mean, Cooper, that's awesome. Okay,
Like,
thanks.
like Rick and Morty.
I'm gonna get rolling, guys, but thank you again for having me on.
See
I'm
ya.
glad my phone didn't crap out on me.
Thank you for
That
coming up.
was
It's awesome having you.
J. Mike, it's
Yeah,
been a
you-
pleasure to have you on here. It's great to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you, everybody, and TJump, Dix, Jack, everybody. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, good seeing you at
See ya.
Atlanta last 2 weeks ago. Wait, 1 week ago? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, we've hung out 3 times now.
Yeah.
I for those that don't know, the second time me and TJump hung out, I
When
go
we
see
made our
TJump
OnlyFans.
and well, we did. We make our OnlyFans, but before that happened, I see TJump and our buddy Don, and I'm like really excited. We're meeting at a Starbucks, and I'm like really excited. I especially haven't seen Don in a minute. I saw TJump at his debate in Georgia like probably 5 months before that, maybe. And so I run up like, yo, what's up? And I fucking knock over the entire stand of gift cards, right? Like like a stand that's like as tall as me, right? And all of the cards just go flying. I'm trying to just put them up like randomly. Of course, T-Jump with like how, his mind, he's like, you can't just put them up. You have to like put them back the way that they go. I'm like, dude, you're making this so much more embarrassing for me right now. Just fucking put them up there and shut up. Like, but it was great. It was fun. And then we debated about morality, and he got pwned. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Well,
See ya.
see you.
Thank you for coming up. I just invited up Philippo Fish. Supposedly he has a fire argument or spicy argument. That was what he said.
I wanted to hear the fire argument. What is the fire argument for God?
Fire good.
Hello, fellas. How's everyone doing?
Hey, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, first of all, I want to just do a shout out to my good friend, pathologist. He reminds us all that the U.S. has more to do with getting lead out of our drinking water. Thank you. Now, to my argument. I've said it once before, a couple weeks back, maybe a month ago, and this is a continuation of my belief that there is a God that cannot be explained with chemistry, that you guys sometimes talk about biology or philosophy. It's explained through the wild world of cryptozoology. Are you guys interested?
Absolutely.
So, this God here, I have to define God first. God is not just a guy who created the whole universe. He's actually, gods are actually, things are just somehow greater than us in some capacity. Okay,
No,
that's my definition of God, and I guess
the definition is stupid.
No, you're
That's
stupid.
a weird one.
So, okay, there are superorganisms called gods on this planet, and they're affecting all of us to this day. I'll rehash my last discussion last time. These religions or these beliefs actually are a protocol that links humans together to become the substrate of these superorganisms.
No, bacteria are not gods. That's stupid.
No, it's not bacteria, my friend. It is your mind. Your mind acts as a neuron of this giant god. And I'll try to prove it somehow, some way. Last time you guys said it wasn't very interesting, but I beg to differ. Well, look at Christianity's rise, right? It grew from a little idea. Some guy got beat up by the Romans and killed horribly. Didn't put up much of a fight. But then the idea of this fella starts to spread, right? And it becomes a group of people who meet up from time to time and talk about their religion. And then later on, it grows and grows and grows. And through whatever means, it becomes a religion of the Roman Empire. And then people really start to believe in it. And it starts to spread like an amoeba across this planet, infecting more people. And then it comes up against another god, Allah, right? The Muslims, which is kind of like an offshoot. And they compete with each other like two fungal molds over a piece of bread.
So what is the god that you think is a god?
The god is the superorganism,
which is
believers create. So like Like how your brain has.
Did any of
neurons,
these
right?
gods create the universe?
Well, that's not my definition of God. I mean, everyone knows that no God created the universe. That even
Okay.
Barthologist knows that in his heart.
Are there any gods that are uncreated?
No, they're all you know, they're the next type of life after humanity.
Okay, so all minds die, gods are still going to exist?
No, because while all minds individually die, we believe that life goes on.
You said
So,
the next thing after humanity. So if all humans die, how are these things gonna?
Well, I think that even a guy who believes in evolution can think about that. I mean, even though humans may descend from certain apes, those apes may still exist, right?
So if we have ancestors, they're still going to be human, just like we're still apes because our ancestors are apes. So if after humanity would mean no ancestors of our race.
Oh, well, I mean after. I mean, I don't mean after as in after we die. I mean after. I mean the next thing that comes out. Well, bacteria became, plants, and plants became animals. That's our idea, right? They still all exist, but it's the next logical evolution of life. Life that is.
So your definition of God is ideas that people come up with that inspire people to do stuff.
It's when you say it like that, it sounds unimpressive. But when you say it the way I'm saying it, it sounds way more impressive. Way more impressive.
So is Harry Potter a god?
No, because Harry Potter does not compel most of its adherents. I don't want to call them adherents; it's just fans, right? Religion compels.
Have you never been to a Harry Potter convention? Like Harry Potter legitimately compels people to dress up as witches and wizards and carry wands and shit all over the world every day.
Unfortunately, I'm a grown man. I wouldn't want to be seen because of that.
But so the point is here, Harry Potter does inspire people to dress up as witches and wizards and go to the big castle that was built in the honor of Harry Potter in Disneyland, and all over the world. There's many buildings that have been constructed in the worship of Harry Potter, totems to the glory of Hermione Granger.
You're being facetious when you're saying this, but that is actually a possibility.
Yes. So by your definition,
Harry Potter can become the spark that creates a new god of Harry Potter.
All right.
I'll tell you what. Here's how I'm judging this idea as it qualifies for life. I mean, what are the criteria of life? Right. It responds to its environment. It grows and changes.
Metabolism.
Of course, it metabolizes. It's made up of the people who are part of it, right? So we metabolize it, right?
It doesn't metabolize?
It does. We do. Because we do. Your brain cells all metabolize, and your brain cells are all aware of, not particularly aware of the entirety of your being, but they are part of your being nonetheless.
Yeah. So what do you think metabolism is?
Well, breathing and
like the definition of the word. What is the definition of the word?
You take energy, use energy, and
the process by which your body converts what you eat and drink into energy. So what does the idea of Harry Potter eat and drink?
Well, you as part of its being needs to eat and drink.
Yes.
So the idea of God is it's the idea downloaded to you interacting with all the other people who are infected, so to speak, with this protocol. That is what the God is. The idea itself is just the code. I mean, the idea, the RNA of this being. If I could use that term incorrectly.
Well, I'm bored. I think I've shown that your definition of God is very silly and not much more required.
Well, that's because you're an unbeliever.
So, Philip Fish, it is fun to have you on, but what I would hope is that your idea would evolve along with the claim that God is an idea that evolves. Have you read the Richard Dawkins' Selfish Gene book that originated this memeplex? God is a sort of mental superorganism idea in the first place.
No, I haven't. Tell me about it.
You'll love it. So there's a book called The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, and it inspired a whole field of sort of reimagining the field of what we otherwise would just call cultural evolution or cultural development, which is to say, the ideas spread between people and change form in a manner that's somewhat analogous to organisms. And what memetics, as it came to be called, generated was a couple of analogies to other biological terms and processes, which can sort of predictively model certain populations of ideas and how they're likely to spread and change in the future. So it sounds like you're already thinking along these lines, sort of came to these conclusions yourself, as lots of people have. And you should check out The Selfish Gene by Dawkins. Keep in mind, though, this is at the end of the book, which is first going to give you really good grounding in the gene eye view of evolution itself, which is a really, really good warm-up for the last chapter, which is like an after, basically, where he tacked on, well, what if we apply these ideas about how ideas are selfish and evolve to produce kin-selective altruism between their members that hold them, and that would explain a lot of religious affiliations and things where people will die for their religion.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm glad to have someone who is as high up as Richard Dawkins believe in what I'm saying. So thank you very much for.
Yeah, you've proved Richard Dawkins is a theist by your standards. That's fine.
He totally is.
So one
I'm
thing
happy
I
with
also want to say is, in case anyone heard about the Harry Potter castle at Disneyland from TJump just now, and then like immediately starts making plans to go to Disneyland, and then gets there and is really pissed off at us, it's at Universal Studios, not Disneyland. So just a warning. If you want to go to Harry Potter Land, well, not Disney.
Good point. Philip, thank you for coming up. Do you have any closing remarks?
Closing remarks is please, if you live in a county with lead in its pipes, please buy bottled water. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Philosophish.
We have EEF up next.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going great. One person pointed out, like, basically, let's just imagine it this way. If we have, like, a third dimension world, and someone brings up a fourth dimension world, how do we have proof that that fourth dimension world exists if we can't even see it?
What?
We
Say
can
that
graph
again?
it in its interactions with our world, right? So in all these thought experiments about, so you're saying like Flatland interacts with a 3D world. How does the Flatland person know what 3D things are? But even in the thought experiments like the Flatland interacting with the 3D world, the projection of a higher dimensional system onto a lower dimensional system can be, with sufficient study, used to understand the hypothetical proper additional dimension. So what we do all the time in physics is we posit dimensions of forces and things we directly observe with our senses, but we infer them and their interactions on the natural world from the way that they interact when we graph the properties that we do observe, like space and time, energy. So yeah, if you had a fourth dimensional hypercube and you showed it to me in 3 dimensions, I could see how it interacted with the 3D world. And then from studying, moving it around enough, I could extrapolate what kind of a hypercube it is and then conceptualize it mathematically in 4 dimensions, even though it's totally counterintuitive to my senses.
Okay, but do you have proof that that fourth dimension exists?
Well, if it interacted with our world in a way that convincingly demonstrated that there was some, 4-dimensional object interacting with a 3-dimensional world such that it
So if
ours,
so
then
if
we
a
could infer something.
so if a god interacted with our world, we just have the idea that he exists. We don't have any proof. We just have the interaction.
Well, if you predicted the
So
interaction, that would be proof. So if you said, I believe God exists and he will interact in this way in the future and it happens, then that would be good evidence that God exists. Yeah.
That's all I have to say, really.
yeah, so if you want to test whether your God exists, go do some predictions, right? Like look at the studies on intercessory prayer, and you'll find that intercessory prayer makes people sicker more often than it makes them better, because it actually just stresses them out and doesn't help on average, right?
I thought that was just one of the studies. Like one did that, and there was one that had positive results, but the average is like
It
0.
depends on the design of the study. Yeah. The average is 0, but in some of the studies, they stress people out enough that they did worse.
Exactly, and I also have another point here. Language. So let's imagine like 2 people have like different languages. They show each other objects, but like we don't have like any true grammar put in place,
Well, that's kind of
So
required
like,
for a language.
yes, but like let's imagine one language is just simple, and the other language like has a grammar system, there would have to be a third party to get like involved in order for that one language to interact with the other.
Wait, how can you have a
So
language
that
without
third
grammar?
party- Okay, so let's imagine one language. They're like monkey speak. They're like banana. They don't really understand like true, like full on grammar. Whereas like one language, they understand like complete grammar. Like they have like commas. They have and or. They have like parentheses. They have all that stuff. There would have to be another party to get intervened in order for that one simpleton to understand that true language. And that third party would be like the Passover, basically. So if the Passover were to happen, we would be able to understand other languages. Otherwise, we would spend years upon years trying to understand.
Do you mean the Pentecost? Because I don't think you mean the Passover.
Yeah, the Pentecost.
His way was better. Don't correct him.
Yeah.
But
what I'm saying here is if you have one belief, you would have to have like something to get in the way in order to correct that other belief, basically. So like, let's just put it here. One person believes in religion, the other person doesn't. There would have to be like something in the way in order for that person to understand the other belief.
Sure. So
So
if
in
you
this
believe
case-
God exists and like created the universe, and we discovered that it was actually created by a quantum field and wasn't God, that would be good evidence.
Yeah, so in that case, let's go back 2,000 years and give everyone the belief of evolution. Eventually, there's going to be like some belief in evolution, and then there's going to be like someone to get in the way that like basically connects evolution to religion, and all of a sudden everyone believes in religion. But if we have
No.
a society, that only believes in religion, we would have to bring up evolution in order for them to believe in atheism. So there's always going to be a third party involved.
No, like you could change beliefs on your own. Like if you're literally the only human being who exists, you just find information and the information can change your belief. Like people change beliefs on their own all the time without third parties.
The reason why politics exists is because there's something that happens in the environment that causes these politics to even exist. So
what does that have to do with the conversation?
If like no one believed in God, there would have to be some sort of God to exist in order for the people to have that belief,
No,
you know?
no, people make shit up all the time. People believe in leprechauns. You don't need leprechauns to actually exist for people to believe in leprechauns.
Because someone created the belief of leprechauns, and all of a
Yes.
sudden some people believe in them.
Yes. Some people created the belief in gods, which was a natural human tendency called an anthropocentric fallacy.
Yes, so like, if someone created the belief of a god, they would have to at least like have some basic knowledge about what they're creating, you know?
No.
Okay, let's imagine Harry Potter, right?
Well, just to
So if
answer
you
that
have a
really
Harry
quick.
Potter-
So Robert Sapolsky, Stanford professor of biology, he made a presentation about how the origin of religion was schizophrenics who had like epileptic seizures, and the idea of God popped in their head due to these schizophrenic seizures, and that was the origin of religions.
Yes, and I can believe that because, like, in religion, they mentioned that like, some people had gods come up to them in their dreams, and so, like, that would have to have some sort of schizophrenic interaction happening, which is the third party. The third party here is their, like, interaction with their environment, which caused them to believe in the god. And so, I'm saying here, there's always going to be some sort of environment interaction that causes people to believe in stuff.
Yes, that's how the brain works. So
And so, like, if we had a completely like empty society, and then put in like 1,000 atheists and one theist, that theist would change their like entire mindset instantly because they're surrounded by atheists.
No.
So, like, if we have 1,000 theists with one atheist, would that atheist remain atheist or would he remain a theist?
It would depend on the brain of the person, so it's contingent on the individual. It could go either direction. It wouldn't just read anyway either way.
Like we have plenty of contrary evidence, right? Like some of the earlier like published atheists that you know about were surrounded by a society of theists that literally put them to death for the crime of atheism. They didn't change their mind just because a lot of people around them disagreed. I don't quite get what you're getting at.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's my point here. There's a third party happening there, which is people like putting other people to death because of their religion. But if we go way back and we have like no religion, there would have to be some sort of God in order to have that religion happen.
No, it can just be made up in a human being's brain, like a schizophrenic. And so they make it up and tell other people, and the other people could then be like, oh, that sounds really interesting. I'm going to believe that. Just like how most religions started.
No, let's think here. There was like no belief. Like when the pagans came, there was like little to no belief in God before that. Everyone was just born without the belief in God, but they had environment interaction that caused them to believe in it. Now, in this case, if there was a schizophrenic like person who came in front of like a whole group of people and said, "Okay, I saw this happening," the people, in fact, would believe, but then it would have to come down to like proof in order to like support their claim.
I wish that was the case. If that was the case, you're right. There would be no theists. But unfortunately, people make shit up all the time. That's what snake oil salesmen are, homeopathy, key, and chakra, and all of the different leprechauns, fairies, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, UFOs. Yeah, people initially, 0 people believed in UFOs. Somebody had some weird experience that UFOs existed. And then other people started to be like, yeah, I see UFOs. Does that mean UFOs actually exist?
And now, going back to my point of the fourth dimension, we have interaction that causes us to believe in the fourth dimension, but we're always going to have like some roadblocks in the way that will cause us to like not believe in it. So like we can say that the fourth dimension exists, but we can't see it, we can't prove it. We just have that belief in the fourth dimension, but there's always going to be that one person in the way that causes us to not believe in it. It only comes down to what happens like afterwards. Like we could die and we could like have to see it ourselves in order to believe it. We have no proof or no existence of it happening yet.
The fourth dimension is a mathematical object. It's not something you see. So it's not analogous to like a UFO. The point here is 0 people believed in God. 0 people believed in UFOs. Somebody made up the idea that it was the UFO. Somebody made up the idea it was a God, and the idea spread among humanity because people are stupid. So no, it is not the case that you would need a God for some to make up a stupid idea and for it to catch on. Scientology is a thing. Flat Earth is a thing. So there are lots of stupid ideas that are some really weird person makes up and it spreads to a bunch of other stupid people. You don't need a God for that.
Okay, so if people make up stuff all the time, how would we know if the Big Bang was made up?
Novel testable predictions that can differentiate imagination from reality by the ability to predict the future and discover facts about the world that we don't know yet.
And explain the past, because the Big Bang is a hypothesis to explain observations of cosmic background radiation.
Well, I mean, everything explains the past. Like God farted out the universe 5 seconds ago explains the past. So that one I don't really like.
I'm just saying that he asked a question specifically about the Big Bang. And so it's not something that people just arbitrarily arose with because they felt like it. They had an observation, which is cosmic background radiation, and they posited lots of different hypotheses to see which is the best explanation. And so what we do in scientific reasoning is abductive reasoning to the best explanation. Familiar with that?
So if we think of like religious research,
Can you answer
There's
my
going to
question?
be scientific research to disprove it, but if we think
Can-
of scientific research,
Wait, what?
there's going
Can
to
you
be
answer?
religious research to disprove it
I
as
asked,
well,
Religious
I asked you if
research.
you're
What?
familiar. Hold on a
such
second.
as religious texts that
Wait,
have happened
Eve, you're
2,000 years
changing
ago.
the subject. Eve, please answer my question. Do you understand how scientific abductive reasoning to the best explanation is done?
Yes, they have a problem, and then they have to like have actual proof and test it out like thousands of times in order to prove it.
So you have some evidence. And so the question is, what hypothesis would best explain the evidence, right? And there can be many competing explanations for a long time under determined, where we don't know which is correct. But it's to find out how to falsify and eliminate all of the failed explanations that do not correctly explain the evidence or make predictions until we're left with one. And that's what we call our current theory, or the prevailing hypothesis that's approaching the status of becoming a theory. So when you say a thing like, oh, well, the Big Bang could just be made up, right? That doesn't really mean anything. How do we know anything? It suggests that you're not that familiar with the philosophy of science, like the way that we do theory selection and why we believe the theories that we do, because they're very well supported and are the strongest explanations of all the available.
That brings up a good point, actually. So like, if we have like something made up, we would, in order to like prove it, we'd have to like have background knowledge, we have to have environment interaction, and we'd have to test it out thousands of times. So the point here is, if like a god did exist, we wouldn't be able to see it or prove it, but we'd have background knowledge that supports it. But
What
we can
background
have
knowledge
like,
supports it?
yeah, we can have like thousands of tests actually, and then step by
What does
step.
it mean? I asked you a question. Can you answer my question when I ask you a question? I said,
So the
what
background knowledge here
are you referring
is
to?
all the text we already have about it, and so we can
Those are
do
just
like
claims,
we can do
assertion,
like
not
historical
background knowledge.
research and all that stuff to prove that a god did exist.
Look, I can prove that Harry Potter exists by saying that all these books mention Harry Potter. It's the same exact problem all over again, right? What evidence is there? What background knowledge do you have other than that it's mentioned in the book, which could be classified as fiction?
So the background knowledge here is the book, right? And now what we have to do is we have to look in the book and see all these things that went on, and we'd have to prove that they actually happened here.
Well, if we're talking about the Bible, I can prove that they didn't.
Well, so if we have background knowledge that Spider-Man is real because New York City actually has the Twin Towers there? Is that background knowledge that we have of Spider-Man?
No, the background knowledge here is we have the belief that Spider-Man exists, but the proof here is there's no possible way we can web slint throughout New York City.
It's physically possible to do that, but you said the reason it's rational to believe in God is because there's background knowledge, and the background knowledge is that we can confirm certain things in the Bible happened. We can confirm certain things in Spider-Man actually happened, like the train station exists, the Twin Towers exist, the Eiffel Tower exists. Like all of those things in Spider-Man are real events that actually happened. So is that background knowledge that Spider-Man is real?
No, the setting and place of Spider-Man is actually true, but
Right.
Spider-Man himself could never exist.
Right, kind of like God and Jesus.
I suppose I don't think it would be fair to say that he could never exist. I mean, given our current understanding of physics and biology, it doesn't seem plausible. But there's no logical contradiction with the existence of a Spider-Man, so I wouldn't rule it completely out. As far as like the God of the Bible, there are a multitude of logical contradictions in the characteristics of that deity, so we can rule out the possibility of such a thing existing.
See, the thing here is it all comes down to what we believe in. We can have
No,
lots of
it doesn't
logic
come down
and
to what we believe in. It comes down to what we can demonstrate. And
what
if you
we can
can't show it, you
demonstrate.
don't know it.
Yes, but we can demonstrate it by like proving our belief. So until we have like enough proof, we have to like confirm that it's false.
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy, you don't have to wait till it's false. You need positive evidence it's true.
Guilty until proven innocent is the thing here. So like we have a hypothesis.
We don't use that method. That's a flawed method for a reason.
Exactly.
You can't start from a conclusion and then work backwards to support the conclusion, because then you're just going to ignore any evidence that doesn't correspond to the conclusion that you've already decided is the truth. right? Like I said, if we're talking about the Bible, there are plenty of events in the Bible which we know did not happen. Events that God directly participated in, according to the story. Not to mention the Bible internally contradicts itself and contradicts what we know to be true about the natural world and the earth in relation to the rest of the cosmos. So, I mean, you've got, if you're appealing to the Bible, which it sounds like that's what you're doing in a roundabout way, then yeah, we can know without a shadow of a doubt that that book contains many fictional events, and then there are some events that we don't know whether or not they're true. That's your options. We know whether they're not true, or we don't know whether they are true. There's no event in the Bible that we know definitely happened the way that it describes. There might be similar events in history. Then maybe the Jews were putting a historical spin on it, right? Like the incursion of Babylon. For instance, we know that the Babylonian Empire existed and that they adopted quite a few different tribes in the Near East. We don't know if they ever took Jewish slaves specifically. We don't know if Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were actually tossed into an iron. We don't know if Daniel was tossed into the lion's den under King Darius, right? These are all historical fiction flares that are added into a narrative of things that actually happened as far as we're aware of. But then there you have other events like the Exodus from Egypt, which we know did not happen, or the global flood, which is not even possible physically speaking.
And you were talking about, like, we have, like, a conclusion and we just backtrack from it. Now let's imagine the conclusion here is that there's no God. The God existing would have to backtrack that belief. Now let's imagine that
No,
there's
we
no
don't
God.
conclude from the outset that there is no God. We just don't accept the proposition that there is. Right? Nobody here is saying that there definitely is no God, unless you're talking about a specific deity with specific characteristics that make it logically impossible, in which case we can say that that God in particular doesn't exist. But if what you're talking about is just a generic deity that has sufficient power to create the universe, well, we would have no way of testing that. It's an unfalsifiable claim, and because it's unfalsifiable, it's also unverifiable, and therefore not worth any serious consideration.
So if we can't prove it, then basically if we can't even, how do we know if it even exists? It's the thing.
We don't, and it's not worth serious consideration at that point.
Exactly.
The moment
So
you start to tack on
what's the
certain
point
attributes
here?
to this
What's the
deity,
point here?
Everything starts as imaginary until you provide positive evidence that it's more than just imaginary. You've provided no positive evidence, therefore it's probably just something you've imagined.
And so we have no proof yet, but we also have like roadblocks in the way that prevent us from creating the proof.
No.
In
why
history,
would you don't manufacture proof, you discover it. You
yeah,
discover
we
the evidence for a
discover it.
particular phenomenon or proposition.
In history, people have been trying to prove stuff for like centuries, but there has always been something in the way limiting that
Yeah,
research.
it's called reality. So like reality
Yeah.
disproves your fanciful ideas, and that's the roadblock. So the roadblock is you have to actually show it exists in reality. If you can't do that, reality is your roadblock.
Yes, and so like as we mature, we start like stop believing in stuff. Most of our like beliefs, like the tooth fairy, for example, we stopped believing in that like a long time ago. And so,
Some
if
people.
God were to exist, why would people still believe in him?
Because they think he exists.
If Bigfoot really didn't exist, why do people still believe in him?
It all comes down to proof here.
No. It's because people are dumb. That is the correct answer.
You actually,
You accept every proposition you've ever heard is true.
I don't really believe in everything.
Why not?
Because there's like no proof behind some stuff. Like for example, we can't even prove that Spider-Man's real, but there's
Okay, well, we know Spider-Man's not real. He's a fictional
there's
character that was
historical
invented in
events
Stan
that
Lee.
happen in Spider-Man, but Spider-Man himself isn't true because
But yeah,
Spider-Man
and
could
we
never
have firsthand knowledge that Spider-Man doesn't exist because he was contrived by literary authors for the purposes of a fictional story. We know for a fact. So, like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, general propositions about reality. Like, do you believe the Earth is flat, for instance?
Someone just told me that like in this one like chat channel, someone told me that he is real. But how do we have proof that Spider-Man is real?
that person is probably just trolling you.
Exactly.
Okay, so he makes the proposition Spider-Man is real. You don't accept that proposition because you don't see any proof available for the existence of Spider-Man, right? Similarly, we don't see any proof of the existence of a god of any kind. And there's ample reason not to believe that certain gods exist, such as the Christian God. In the most, the way that most contemporaries define that God, his characteristics create logical contradictions. It would be like believing in such a thing as a married bachelor or a square circle.
You actually disproved me here, so I respect your argument and I'll take it into effect, but I believe that I've been in here for way too long, and
Okay,
I kind
fair
of want
enough.
some more people to bring up an argument, so thank
Well, we
you.
can move on to somebody else. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
Eve,
Thank you for coming up.
Eve, really appreciate your thoughtfulness and enjoy the conversation. Feel free to join us again in the future for more topics.
I will.
Have a great one. Thank you. Then we've got Chad King in queue. Randolph, he sent you
What a
some
day.
interesting messages, it sounds like.
What a day to be alive. I get to join this very canvas today.
Hello,
How you doing?
Chad King.
How you doing?
Your volume's a little bit low. If you can raise it up a bit, that would help.
Let me see if I can. Bear with me a moment.
So in the live text chat, Chad King says he's going to shake my lack of belief, my absence of belief in deities. So, well, I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
I believe, but let's start and let's. I think that the end of that last conversation was a perfect segue into the next conversation, and the start should be, I mean, drawing an analogy between Spider-Man and the existence of a deity. The pointing out the ridiculousness in one is that Spider-Man offers no explanatory power, right? There's no reason to believe a Spider-Man exists because Spider-Man doesn't explain any natural phenomena. There's no explanatory power. And going back to the earlier example, where we were, bear with me. TJump, I know. I thought I'm talking with Randall.
Well, what you just said was just objectively wrong. So you simply saying that you make
Spider-Man
up
offers
something.
explanatory power.
Yes, so you can make up and assert
What does
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man explain
Wait,
to you?
stop. So you can make up anything you want and say Spider-Man explains it. Saying it explains something is never evidence. It's never evidence to say it explains something because you imagined it explains something. So that is not actually an added benefit that differentiates between the two. They're still both very silly. They're equally as silly.
Well, if I just define Spider-Man as an omnipotent panacea, then he explains everything by definition.
And I'll just clarify for you.
If you want to redefine Spider-Man and redefine his characteristics, redefine what Spider-Man does, redefine everything about Spider-Man, such that it is no longer Spider-Man as we know it. Sure, Spider-Man can be anything.
If you want to say, wait, I want to address the nonsense you just said. If I want to say Spider-Man explains that cup fell over, that doesn't make it more reasonable to believe in Spider-Man because I've added in some extra category that explains some objective fact that we've seen, unless you can actually demonstrate how it explains that fact. Just saying he explains some fact is not evidence. So saying he has no explanatory power doesn't add or take away anything because explanatory power isn't evidence that exists.
Let's go back earlier. Some of us have a memory that's longer than a goldfish. We're talking about hypotheses, like in terms of within science, right? They explain an observation. So we observe something. We say this requires some explanation, right? It's repeatable. We have this observed phenomena, and what do? To the best of our ability, we try to offer an explanation, right?
Yes.
And we hope that explanation can give us some predictions. In some cases, it just doesn't. But the idea is that as long as it's consistent, then we have a working hypothesis. I'll give you one example of where
that's correct.
Horribly wrong.
Hypotheses.
I can give you an example of where this has gone horribly wrong.
One second. So hypotheses aren't things we accept. Hypotheses are a model we've made up in our heads that we need to further test before we accept it. So yes, we can make up hypotheses to explain things, but that doesn't matter.
Hang on. And then, but once we have the hypothesis, and it works within the model, right, and that it appears to explain an observed phenomena, we have the basis of a theory, right? Like a scientific theory. But sometimes this can go horribly wrong. And I'll give you an example of one such case where it goes horribly wrong. And that is in the case of spontaneous generation. I think it's a classic example. And this is where I'm saying that we're going to segue into this in this discussion. Let's take, for instance, in the sort of late 18th century, early 18th century, or late and into late 18th century, you had, early scientists that said, hey, look, it appears to be the case that when we have like this refuse or material, all of a sudden you get, bugs and rats, and they just appear spontaneously to come whenever you leave, decaying material, refuse. They appear spontaneously. And that is the origin point for this material. The material comes through spontaneous generation. And at the time, you had theists such as myself that said, hang on a second, spontaneous generation, we don't believe it. And though, your scientific theory is in line with the observed phenomena, there's a few problems here. Number one, the problem of emergence, the problem of spontaneous creation, the problem of discontinuity, etc. They had these contentions against spontaneous generation. We now know that that's not the case. Spontaneous generation doesn't occur. Rather, that
why are you pretending as though spontaneous generation was something that was thought of by atheists?
It was.
It was not. That's a blatant lie.
Opposition to spontaneous
That's a
generation.
blatant lie, Chad King.
The main opponents to I implore you to do some history.
Everyone was a theist back then, so the main proponents and the main opponents were both theists, but that's irrelevant because back then people were bad and they didn't understand science. Now we understand science, and so that wouldn't be accepted.
It wasn't the case that everyone was a theist. I mean,
are you dumb? Literally, the majority of the population were theists. So yes, I was correct there, but that's irrelevant. So your point, I'm debunking your argument here. Address the actual debunking of your argument. It literally doesn't matter because people were bad at science and did stupid things back then. Okay, so why don't we address modern science?
Well, that's the first claim, that they were bad at science. But why, in that case, did they fail? It wasn't that they were bad at science.
Yes, it's because they were bad at science. They didn't use novel testable predictions.
It wasn't that.
Yes, it was. You get to ask the question. I get to answer it. The reason they failed.
Bad at science.
Wait, was because they were bad at science and they didn't use novel testable predictions to confirm their hypotheses. They just believed stupid things like theists do. So if they were good at science, like modern scientists, they wouldn't accept that, and they would wait for novel testable predictions.
You're just making claims here.
It's not
that
they
were bad
really quickly,
science.
I just searched it up, and spontaneous generation was first speculated by Aristotle, who was not an atheist.
I saw the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it was
We're
carried through.
We're not talking about the origin.
It was carried through and primarily adopted by.
Is it possible to have a discussion? It was adopted by the church. The main opposition to the spontaneous generation was the church. I implore you to do deeper research than a 30-second summary Google search. Okay.
There was no church at Aristotle's time.
Believe that God spawned all of reality out of nothingness.
It's probably worth doing that after this discussion.
Chad King, you literally believe that your deity spawned the entire physical reality that we experience out of literally nothing, and you're going to sit here and argue against spontaneous generation?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, your God is impossible. I agree.
No. My God is not impossible. You're impossible right now.
Okay, why are you arguing against spontaneous generation when you have to believe that is what happened?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Things that are true.
Your behavior is being disruptive. You're being disruptive to this discussion. Can we have a discussion?
You're being deliberately obtuse, and you're erecting a false premise.
Can we have an open discussion?
Can you bring up an actual point instead of gibberishing?
All right. So the point here is, it's not that we're bad at science, or they're bad at science, and that we're better at science now.
We are.
You're bad at science, TJump.
How?
Right? When I say that you're bad at science, is because you fail to recognize what happened there. What happened there is that they didn't identify a very obvious problem, and that is that there was a confounding factor, and there can always be a confounding factor, right? That is that there is an yet to be identified cause, like in terms of identifying a causative factor or a causative.
If it's yet to be identified, you can't use it as evidence.
I'm not saying that it can be used as evidence. That's why even with the same model that we have today, you wouldn't be any better off at distinguishing that, hey, it's in fact not spontaneous generation that's occurring, rather that there could be a confounding factor.
That's stupid. Like if you think that modern science would think, if you think that modern science would make the same mistake, you're an idiot.
TJump. Okay, I think I'd much prefer to speak to Randolph. He seemed like he
I
had
bet you
some
would, because
reason.
I'm gonna kick
From
your
the five,
ass.
from the five of you, Randolph seemed like he had a bit of reason. So Randolph, you still there, mate?
I'm still here. I just want to clarify that you're speaking to a panel here, not just me. And but if you wanted me to answer a specific question, I'm happy to try to do that for you.
Okay, brilliant. That would be nice. So again, with the earlier gentleman, Eve, he had some good points. I think that in terms of his ability to adumbrate on those points, maybe a little bit lackluster, but the idea was generally good. And it comes back down to, again, explanatory power. If I told you unicorns exist, what would you say to me, Randolph?
Well, I guess it would depend on the context in which you're saying that to me. Like, my immediate thoughts are that I don't share that belief with you, but I don't share that. I don't accept that to be valid, because unicorns to me are something that's made up. They're horse-like creatures with a horn on the front, the type of unicorns we're talking about, right?
No, I'll go even further. A flying unicorn, a flying horse with a horn on its head. Yeah.
Yeah. People make these kind of claims to me. I would just regard it as, okay, somebody's made another claim. I'm not too worried about it. I don't think it's going to affect reality too much. So I usually just kind of carry on. But if somebody wanted to tell me that I need to accept that, then I'm going to question why.
Okay. So both of us our initial reaction would be to reject the claim that there's a unicorn. Don't see any evidence. We've not seen any evidence for a unicorn. There's no reason to believe that a unicorn exists. And in this
Second
case,
one doesn't
it's no
matter.
different from
Yeah,
no
I
different
would
from
not.
Spider-Man.
The wording I would use would be slightly. I would not accept it, but yeah.
There's no reason for us to believe it.
It doesn't
is what
matter.
I'm saying.
Literally irrelevant. So you need evidence. Explanatory power doesn't matter at all.
Hang on.
Explanatory power is garbage.
TJump, what are you doing? Do you have the ability to be patient for 2 minutes?
No, because you're wasting time bringing up the same point that we've already addressed. Explanatory power doesn't matter. Hey, Randall,
Now,
would you
Randall,
believe?
tomorrow-
Would you believe
Can I make
unicorns
the- can I
existed?
make the second
One
part
sec.
of the question? Can I ask a two-part question?
One sec.
So,
So, Randall,
Jeff's asking Randolph a question, and then he can go back into it.
would you be more likely to believe in unicorns if somebody said they pooped out the gold brick in front of you? Would that make it more likely because they have explanatory power to explain the thing you see in front of you? Would that make it more reasonable to believe in a unicorn?
Given my knowledge of gold bricks, it would even make it less likely for me.
Yeah.
I agree.
So explanatory power is garbage.
Good answer, Randolph. T-Jump, again, is the panel going to debate itself?
Well, it wasn't a debate. We're just showing that your explanatory power argument is garbage.
Itself?
I just want to make another point clear. The God of any kind doesn't have actual explanatory power, because effectively all you're going to be arguing is just God did it.
You're being very
You're not going to be
assumptive.
providing any
You're
kind of
being very
mechanism for
assumptive,
that. You're just going to be
You're being-
Let him
asserting
finish,
that it's
don't
the
interrupt.
case without actually providing the explanation.
We'll get there if you have patience that's greater than that of a toddler. Okay? So Randolph, now let's say tomorrow we observe a hoof print on the moon. Now we know that biologically speaking, horses should not or could not or ought not be able to exist on the moon or travel to the moon any less. But if you saw a hoof print on the moon, you wouldn't immediately jump to the belief that a unicorn exists. But at least now the proposition unicorns exist would offer some explanatory power. That is to say, well, could explain why there's a hoof print on the moon. Do you agree or do you disagree?
There's lots of different animals have hooves. No, unicorns have never been defined in such a way that allows them to travel to space.
A horse-shaped hoof print, okay?
It wouldn't make
There's no
anything any
difference
more.
between a horse-shaped hoof print and a non-horse-shaped hoof print. Hooves are hooves.
It wouldn't make it any more
Unless
convincing.
they're wearing a horseshoe, you wouldn't know the difference.
It wouldn't make it any more convincing for me. I hope my mic's working here. I wouldn't find that any more convincing, particularly because I know that people have been to the moon, and that also that kind of a shape could occur naturally, and we could be fooled in thinking that's what it is when there could be other causes for it.
I would like to point out, Chad, I would like to point out something real fast. So if a flying unicorn, magical as it is, went out of our atmosphere, it would be in outer space. Can a horse live in outer space?
Maybe a unicorn can. Let's not get into the biology of a
So
unicorn.
Fair enough.
Now, I
Get
just
into the biology of a
checking.
unicorn.
just add one thing now. If there was a set of 4 prints in a formation similar to that of a horse, then that would be more interesting. But I still would not be convinced because I need to be able to rule out other things like a practical joke or something.
Sure. I'm with you on this, that we would have to rule out other things. And even then, my initial reaction would not be that it's a unicorn. It would be, hey, it's a human, there's some error, there's some naturally forming pattern that resulted in this, this apparent order, this break in entropy that we now see these hoof-shaped prints on the moon. But we're having a discussion about unicorns now, right? It's very different from me just saying that a unicorn exists and it
The
offers
answer is no. It doesn't have explanatory power.
Oh God.
So okay, we're going through a thought experiment here. I think it's getting a bit long-winded. I'd like to try to keep the time down on it and move ahead with this.
Well, I want to address. I want to answer his question because his question is kind of legitimate. So, one sec. So he's saying, does the unicorn have explanatory power because there's some unknown phenomenon of the 4 hoof prints on the moon, and it's if this thing we've imagined, this imaginary unicorn, could explain that? Does that lend credence to the unicorn existing? No. Because the fact that it could explain it, there are literally infinitely many things we could make up that could potentially explain it. Until there's some kind of independent evidence, the fact that you can make up an explanation to explain some unknown data does not provide any explanatory power.
There's an infinite potential amount of explanations for any observation.
Yes.
But with
yes,
those
it's under
that are
determination. I agree.
Those that we have direct evidence for, it doesn't. The point is that our observation, the theories that we hold, are our best guess in terms of, are they predictable? Are they novel?
Yes.
Do they offer explanatory power?
Yes, I agree. Under determination, I agree.
Okay, so in any case, but let's continue from this, right? Is it resounding proof of a unicorn? No.
It's nothing.
But
It's no in no way any indicative whatsoever.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
It's now 1 in a million compared to 0.
No, it's still 0.
By your own volition.
No, it's still 0.
It's not 0. You just said there's a million other explanations.
Infinite.
Right?
There's infinite other explanations.
We exhaust, it's not an infinite number of explanations.
Yes, it is. It's so it's a purple farting unicorn, 2 purple farting unicorns, 3 purple farting unicorns. Literally infinite. There's literally infinite.
2 purple farting unicorns and a unicorn. Like you're
so
creating here.
It was created by 1 leprechaun who wanted to deceive you into believing in unicorns. It was created by 2 leprechauns who wanted to deceive you and believe in unicorns. It was created by 3 leprechauns who wanted to deceive you in believe in unicorns. There are literally infinitely many ways to explain it.
Without differences.
Those are differences.
There's not an infinite number.
I literally just proved there was. The number of unicorns. It could be a unicorn and a fish, and they got into a fight and wanted to see if they could convince you that there's unicorns. It could be a unicorn, a fish, and a puppy, and they got into a debate about who can convince you that there's unicorns. You can make up infinitely many. This is just basic philosophy, basic problem of underdetermination. You can literally make up an infinite number of possible explanations of all possible data at any possible point.
How are you certain about anything, given that's the case for literally to explain literally any phenomena that you experience in your life?
Because we have ways to differentiate. Because we have ways to differentiate between them. Like if you have one hypothesis that can predict future data that we don't know yet, that hypothesis is better than all of the infinitely others that don't.
You realize that these hypotheses have a shelf life, just like spontaneous generation at the time.
What is that?
There was no reason to.
They don't have a shelf life. They don't have a shelf life. Wait. So to overturn this theory. So let's say I have one theory that makes a future testable predictions that's confirmed. So it's more supported than the infinitely many others we have. If you have a new theory that makes a new prediction, and then we discover that new prediction is true, that theory can now replace the old theory. But to replace the old theory, you need a new prediction.
But spontaneous generation fulfilled all those obligations.
No, it didn't.
It did.
No,
it was testable. It was testable. It was repeatable, etc.
No, it wasn't. No, it didn't.
It was only through a better explanation.
Stop. No, it didn't. That was literally.
Spontaneous generation.
Wait. So this goes back to your original point. So the reason people thought spontaneous generation was true was because they were dumb and they didn't follow scientific method. If they had followed, wait, don't interrupt. If they had followed the scientific method of today, no one would ever have believed in spontaneous generation. It would not pass any scientific papers. It would not pass peer review. No one would accept it. It would be immediately thrown out. No, if you followed the method of scientific today, no one would accept it because it's a bad hypothesis that fails science. Yes, it is the case. If you don't
you
think
lack the understanding of science if you're making that claim.
if
Right?
you
But I
think you can
understand that you're making
pass
but TJump,
spontaneous
I don't want to debate this. I
no,
don't want to
no.
debate
I
this.
do. I want to show you're stupid, so I want to debate this. If you think
You're not showing it,
spontaneous,
you're showing an
whoa,
absence of
stop!
knowledge about science.
Don't interrupt! If you think spontaneous generation would pass scientific peer review in any scientific journal today, you're a moron.
No, it wouldn't pass because we have an established concept of germ
No,
theory.
no.
But
So
in the
if
absence,
wait.
Can you
I'm
not
saying
interrupt me? You claim
no,
that I'm
no,
interrupting
no.
you.
Yes,
So
I know.
you
sorry.
have a
Let's-
disease when it comes
stop,
to
stop talking. Stop talking. If let's
A literal
grant
disease.
for the sake of the argument that we don't know what causes life. Let's just say that. Let's say we don't know, but we applied the scientific method of today to try and solve the problem. No one would ever believe spontaneous generation. It would not be accepted. It would not be passed in any paper. No one would accept it. It could not pass peer review. It could not use the current
So
scientific
why do you
method
believe in why do you believe in abiogenesis then?
because it does pass the peer review. Well, we haven't proven it yet, but it has evidence that indicates it. It makes novel testable predictions, which have been confirmed in a lab, like RNA on a clay, forming corpuscles on clay, the forming of self-regenerating, self-reproducing RNA molecules. We have testable predictions that confirm that. Unlike spontaneous generation.
Have we seen this occur? Have we seen the
Yes.
formation of life from inanimate objects yet?
We've seen the processes that do infer
We've
that.
seen
Yes.
some proteins. So infer that. We've seen some
Chad,
proteins.
can-
Have we seen life created by a creature? Have we seen somebody create a single cell and evolve it all the way to here? No, that appears to happen now.
Okay, so now you're responding to a
Chad
very
King.
different question.
Chad King,
Stop.
I have a question for you now.
When is there a chance? Does it go from TJump to Taco to Randolph, or does it go to TJump to Chad King? How does this go?
I just have a question for you. I just want to, you're saying that you have an expectation that life must only come from life. Am I correct?
Yes, I do have that expectation.
Okay,
Not necessarily from life, but life must come. Order must come from order. Like I don't think.
Okay.
I was hoping you would get into
okay,
the question
hang on.
of emergence, etc.
Yeah.
But I don't think we get that far this time.
One more thing. Okay, so this God is alive. Where did this God come from? Does God come from another life?
All right. Well, again, I wanted to clarify that in terms of the concept of emergence, right? I don't think you can go from a state of entropy to a state of order. Doesn't appear to be the case. That rather the entropic principle seems to hold, and that is the case that from disorder comes more disorder. That is to say, that even from the nexus point, the origin of our universe, the fact that we see order is demonstrable of some guiding principle that is ordered, and that opens the question. That opens a couple of questions that require answers. Number one, where does this? Is there a universe generating apparatus? Firstly, that explains why our universe is in such a way, right? That explains the cosmological. So to deal with firstly the weak anthropic principle, is there some universe generating apparatus that explains why our universe is ordered? And is this universe generating apparatus biased? Is it biased to creating an ordered universe, or is it unbiased? And if it's unbiased, then is it just merely chance that our universe has these characteristics that lead to the formation of life that have order from this entropic state? And that's a question. That's a question that's worthy of discussion.
So, like, it could be any of those things. It could be like a deterministic force that does predetermine it to create life. What? So what?
Well, if you say that, then we have a problem.
What?
The problem that we have, if that's the case, is that is it some infinitesimally small chance that of all of the potential variables that this universe-generating apparatus could have resulted in, we have one that makes life.
No, I said
that
deterministic.
leads to the possibility that, well, if it's deterministic, what is this universe-generating apparatus? And can we define it?
Quantum is the quantum.
Do we have evidence for it?
Yes.
You have a chance to convince me here, Chad King. So the singularity, is that more order, or is that more disorder than what we see today?
I would say it's more order than what we see today, sure.
So you're saying that after everything that you've said here, about more order forming over time, you're saying that the singularity was more order than what we see today, which means that it's got a tendency to move to disorder. So you just disproved everything you just said.
No. I said from the nexus point. So from the moment of expansion, from then we've seen entropy, right? States of lower and lower states of entropy, except in pockets where we have pockets of order that are created. Right, we have pockets of order that are created in like clustered star systems. Pockets
so you move the goalposts.
Order that are created in planets. No. I'm explaining that there's a peculiarity. It oughtn't be this case.
What's
It oughtn't
the
be
point?
this way.
So yes, entropy
the way
increases.
that it is.
Yes, so entropy increases
you
over
have
time.
You have no license to suggest what ought be the case or what ought not be the case as far as like the arrangement of our.
Well, the question is, does the entropic principle hold or does it fail?
Wait,
you don't understand the entropic principle.
What do you mean by
hold?
I'm
asking you.
What do you mean by hold here? So
all the entropic principle sets out to establish is that the amount of energy within a particular isolated system will always remain that amount of energy. It's never going to change.
That's not the entropic principle. You don't talk anymore.
So he's talking about the second law of thermodynamics, not the first law. So the usable energy.
Wait a minute, I'm going to jump in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you do not tell people to not talk here. We're having a conversation. Don't do that. That's not okay.
But Taco, if you lack necessary previous knowledge in order to engage in the discussion, it's a waste of like energy to have to explain. Right? We're not. Are we here to like discuss ideas, or are we here to educate him?
Well, I mean,
King Xerxes literally studied the book that Islam copied.
He must have forgot it. Then he didn't study the book that Islam copied. Islam doesn't copy the book.
If
that's just the claim that you're making.
If we're gonna dismiss people who don't know shit, 90% of what you say would be dismissed, and we just kick you off the stage. So it's fine. We don't need everyone to know everything. So yes, usable energy decreases over time. Does not mean all energy in the universe has that property. It just means our energy in our universe.
You don't understand it either. You need.
Yes,
to,
I do. I'm very familiar with the four laws of thermodynamics. So entropy does not mean all possible energy in all possible universes.
Did you just say that? Can you repeat what you just said, TJump?
Explain
your absence of knowledge on entropy again.
So entropy is that usable energy tends to go to disorder. It goes down. The usable energy in our universe is going down. It does not apply to all energy. It just applies to energy in our universe.
To disorder, what do you mean by go down? It goes to disorder. It doesn't mean go down. It doesn't.
Goes up.
The
So
sum of
entropy
energy
goes
remains
up.
the same.
Entropy goes up. That is disorders.
But the energy in terms of the total energy.
Usable energy goes down.
What do you mean by usable energy?
That's literally what entropy is about. Usable energy.
What do you mean by usable energy?
Google bonds locking up the energy.
No. So what entropy is measuring is the usable energy, is the amount of energy that can do order. This is a technical term in physics. If you don't know it, you're an idiot.
A second person doesn't understand entropy as well.
No, dumbass. This is a technical term in physics. This is literally a thing they talk about in physics. If you don't know it, you're a dumbass.
Taco, I implore you to educate your like atheist friends about entropy after this show.
So let's just read the definition. Thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion to mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Interpreted as, but he's correct. He's talking about the amount of usable energy.
No, it's not talking about the amount of usable energy. It's talking about the state of just moving from ordered systems.
That's the same thing, you idiots. The technical term for that is usable energy. Yes, it is. That's the same thing, you idiot.
9 is literally
let's get rid of him. Next person. Get rid of this guy.
All right, we'll put the next guy.
I just want to. Sorry, I just want to comment on something there. He came in with this attitude that he's going to shake my absence of belief in deities, me being an atheist. He did veer off into the Spider-Man thing, which was fine, but then the topic derailed all over the place. He tried to do a thought experiment, which sounded interesting, but it was very long-winded. It would be interesting to talk with him again in the future, I think, but today I guess we've had enough.
So I just pulled up the second law of thermodynamics from a physics textbook. Here it is. Second law of thermodynamics states that every energy state transfer increases entropy of the universe due to the loss of usable energy. Dumbass.
There you go. So the other point that I clarified with him was that there's because he had said that it's his position that life must always come from life, and I was looking forward to hearing his explanation, like further delving into how his god, what life his god came from, or if there's an exception there. Perhaps the next time we can get into that, because I think that would be an interesting topic to explore.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Angelic Shia in queue. Chad King, thank you for coming up. Pulling you
Yeah,
up right
thank
now.
you, Chad King.
How's it going, Angelic?
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to keep my composure. I have been in this Discord for 3 years now, and the amount of criticism that I'm seeing when it comes to Christianity, it's absurd. Do you guys believe in the devil?
No.
We don't
No.
believe in any deities. We're all atheists, and if the devil is a deity, we don't believe in the devil.
Okay, well I do, and not in the sense that he's good, but bad. And I feel like you're I don't know what this is, but it's an attack on Christianity, and it's an attack on the faith. And
That's an
I just
position.
It's accurate.
huh? Yes. I'm literally shaking right now because this I appreciate all the Christian warriors that are literally coming into this chat and defending Christianity. And one of the things that I feel like they forgot, the most basic principle, is life, right? God is the perfect example of life. He gives us breath in our bodies. What about trees and air, the oxygen we breathe? How do you explain that?
Hey, Genesis. Evolution through
So
natural selection.
Can I ask a question, Angelic? Have you ever studied any of the history of natural biology, evolutionary biology, life? Because you say that you don't know what explanation there is other than God, but maybe you haven't studied it. So I would suggest as a starting point,
I literally go to
watch.
church every Sunday.
That's okay. I would suggest that you watch Cosmos by Carl Sagan. It's a very educational series. It's available for free if you Google it, and it covers a very broad spectrum of the history of the natural world that'll give you some answers to some of those questions. And it's not incompatible with being a theist. Like, you can be a Christian and you can still understand natural science. And many of the people who testified in the trials where they tried to put creationism into schools, the expert scientists who testified on behalf of evolutionary education in schools being important were Christians, right? The Catholic Church holds the position that evolution is a fact and is supported by all the biologists that study it within the Catholic Church. So just go out and do some research. These are addressable questions. They're a lot of fun to study.
I do endorse Carl Sagan's Cosmos as well. I consider Carl Sagan to be one of my teachers because when I was a child, I was fascinated by his TV series. It is so wonderfully produced and it is highly educational. And Carl Sagan delivers it in a way where he's not doesn't come across as attacking any religions or anything, so that might be of particular interest to you. Angelic Shea, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm sorry if this sounds like this is intended to be an attack on religion. It most definitely is not. We're actually open to ideas of that could convince us that a deity is real. But so far, the ideas come across all seem to be flawed in some way. But we are still interested, and I hope that you're finding this conversation to be respectful and not putting you in a way of feeling that you're under attack or anything.
And kudos for calling in, even if you felt nervous about this. Maybe when it's hard to have these types of conversations.
So can you convince us any gods exist?
Or goddesses. A devil could be a deity as well.
Did that too? Supernatural? Immaterial?
I'm not hearing any sound from Angelic Shea, so I think maybe there might be that there could be some audio challenges there. If you want to come back with your audio working, we'll gladly take you again. Thank you for joining us.
Cool. I'm going to move you back to the audience. If you want to come back up, just raise your hand back up. We'll pull you up after the next person, but I'm not hearing any responses. Aquila, what's up, bud? You came up here and spoke with us previously. I'm inviting you up right now.
Really quick because I was late. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Peter.
Hi, Peter.
What were you wanting to say
Oh.
real quick?
Did I miss anyone getting convinced?
We had a caller who actually thanked, I think it was TJump or somebody, who gave a really good argument that they were convinced by, and they left very appreciative.
Ooh. I'll have to go back and watch.
Yeah, doesn't always happen. Sometimes people do actually recognize each other.
I think Aquila's AFK. We'll pull up the next person, and if Indolic, I'm inviting you up right now. What's going on, Indolic?
Hello, Indolic. Welcome. Your microphone is off.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us.
Yep.
I think you've spoke to us a couple of times before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to say that I don't think you guys are here to be convinced.
What does that have to do with the topic? It literally doesn't matter. Like what we're here to do doesn't matter. Whether you present objective evidence is true, independent of whether or not we're convinced. Do you have any actual evidence?
And I can only speak for
there's
myself.
plenty of evidence.
If you have convincing evidence, I can only accept that. I couldn't refute.
So what is,
really?
You said there's evidence. What is it?
So, what would you necessarily expect to see if God existed that you don't see?
Novel testable
Evidence?
predictions.
Like what?
Like depends on what you think God is. So if you think God does something, then you're going to be able to predict some fact about the universe we don't know yet. And if you get that right, then that'll be evidence that God exists.
Well, my question is, did you spend your life not experiencing things that you expect to experience if God did exist?
Burden of proof fallacy. So if you think God exists, you would need to predict something that you think would exist.
Why would that be necessary?
That's how evidence works. Like you have to say, I think God exists and this is what we will see. Then do an experiment and see if it is what we see.
Indolic, people have asked me what it'll require, like Christians or Muslims, for example, and I'll say, well, look, their deities carry a number of omni traits, such as omniscience, omnipotence, they're omnichronological, and so on. And so my response to them has been that if their deity could grant me omniscience and omnipotence just for a fortnight, just for 2 weeks, so I don't miss this show, then that would convince me. So that would be one example. In the Bible it says all things are possible with God. So I don't think that this is an unreasonable expectation on my part.
Yeah, that's why I said, what would you necessarily expect to see?
Sorry, Peter.
I would like to respond to one thing that he said, whether or not we have been paying attention to all the evidence. Indolic, have you been paying attention to all the evidence there is for universe farting pixies? If not, then why not?
Yeah, I think this question conveys certain ignorance, because when we talk about pixies or gods of mythology or Harry Potter, these beings are temporal, contingent, like in moral goodness, like in power. They are created by other beings. They are written by authors that we know are fictitious. So it's really not a good comparison to an ultimacy of reality, the necessary precondition of all contingent things.
Okay. So for your God, there's anything else than, let's say, a holy book written by men? There's actual concrete evidence for your particular God? And please, can you tell us
Yeah, but
which God
I
you're
don't think
advocating for?
I don't think you find that you want that evidence. I don't think that like philosophical arguments are evidence that
I
you
don't
seek
think
for.
mind reading will help. So let's pretend for a second that
But
we
I
would like to see
asked
the
the question
evidence.
and you didn't answer. I still didn't hear an answer because
What was your
if you don't
question?
know what the sufficient evidence looks like, you have no idea what it looks like. How can you be
What was your
convinced you
question?
haven't seen it? What would you necessarily expect to see if God existed that you don't see?
That's a burden of proof fallacy.
Evidence that is conclusive of only your God and not anything else.
So it's a burden of
would
proof
be a good
fallacy
one to
because
start with.
you have the God concept. You have an idea that you think God exists. We don't have that. So if you want us to tell you what we would expect to see if God existed, you would have to tell us what your God would do. You have to tell us that.
Which God, right?
Like, how can you be convinced you haven't seen this evidence if you don't
I'm
know
still-
what even it is, right? If you
Before,
fail,
before we
you fail to
continue,
recognize.
can you explain us which God we're talking about? Because for now we could be talking about the great juju up the mountain. We still don't have a clue which God we're supposed to be looking for.
If it was like a Hindu God, we'd expect something totally different than the Christian God.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an. I actually would invoke Darth Darkins when he says this is a cliche, and I would agree with them. This is an atheist cliche. Yeah,
Dude, it's
we
a
talk
fair
about.
question.
It's a cliche to ask you. It's a cliche to ask you which God you're advocating for. That's a cliche.
Just answer the question. Do you want us to just presuppose that you're Hindu and just operate off of the assumption that you're a Hindu?
Well, his question was like,
I'm sticking with the great juju up the mountain.
well,
That's my favorite
that's
God
slightly
for
off
now.
his question. So his question was, if you don't know what kind of God it is, how would you know that you didn't already see the evidence? And the way I could know that is because if I don't know what I'm looking for, anything I see is just an unknown. So if you said, suppose I saw lightning and I didn't know what caused lightning. Now, maybe that could be evidence of a God if you had predicted, like, I think Thor exists and Thor creates lightning. But if you hadn't told me that before the fact, then it's just post hoc. It's just a fact we see that is unknown. So for it to be evidence, you first have to tell us God exists. Here's the evidence you expect to see in the future. And then we have to see it. If we don't see the evidence after you make the prediction, then it's called post hoc reasoning. You're explaining something after we've already seen it. So that's how we can know that it's not evidence of a God until you actually tell us what kind of stuff we're looking for.
Yeah, I'm talking about when I say God, I'm talking about the ground of all being, that is a mind.
Yes. So in order for that to have evidence, you would need to make a novel prediction of something we don't know about in the universe and get it right.
Is there a place where we
How do
can?
you know that all state of affairs that persist don't go back to this rational foundation?
Because you
Indalik,
provided no evidence.
Where can we find this mind?
But you don't deny that, right?
Yeah, well, what physical substrate does it consist
Where is this mind?
I
Where
asked
can we find
TJump if he denies this rational foundation.
Yes. So if you have provided no evidence, it's rational for me to conclude you've made it up. It's something that's made up in your imagination. And until you provide some way to differentiate this made up imaginary thing with something in reality, I'm rational in concluding it's something you've just made up in your head.
So absence of evidence
Can be
right.
yes, absence of evidence can be evidence of absence. So like if I look in my cup and I think there's no milk in my cup and I look and it's empty, the absence of evidence of milk is evidence of the absence of milk. Yes.
Are you saying there's a brain floating in space that somehow isn't being destroyed by just space?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I mean, it's
that's
a fair
exactly
question.
what I believe.
You said there's a mind. Minds are contingent, at least seemingly contingent on brains.
Well, that's not presupposing your belief, right?
That's an inductive argument. It's not presupposition.
Like, do you have an example of a brain that doesn't or a mind that doesn't require a brain? Because I mean, I'm open to accepting that if that's a thing that can happen.
Yeah, there is evidence for this. Just check Sam Parnia's work. He's a medical doctor.
Yeah, I've talked with Sam
said-
Parnia. The near-death experiences don't work. They're rejected in every academic field of neurology, psychology, cognitive science, and everything else. They aren't evidence of a non-physical mind.
Yeah, but he conducted he conducted studies on this where
Yes.
people's heart stopped.
Yes,
Right?
I'm familiar.
So there's no way for their brain to process information.
Yes, there is.
And they nevertheless are able to come back when they're revived from clinical death. They're able to come back with information.
Yes,
They
and
shouldn't have-
so
shouldn't
that
have
second statement you said is provably false. It's why Sam Parnia's work has been debunked, because there is still ways for the brain to process information, even if the heart isn't working, because the heart isn't the brain. So your brain is still processing information even when your heart stops, because the electrical signals in your brain aren't contingent on the blood flow. They continue to work for like an hour after the blood flow just fine. And there's parts of your brain that continue to function long after that, because the things in your brain are electrical. They're not contingent on the blood. So if your heart stops, your brain and your electrical signals continue to function, continue to process information. And so you can continue to hear, see, taste, touch, and all those things are saved as conscious memories.
I can vouch for that.
Without
Because
blood pumping through the brain,
that happened to me.
Process information.
That happened to me. I had a cardiac arrest and my brain didn't stop functioning.
So your brain can continue to function after your heart stops. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm saying that when blood is not pumping through the brain.
Yes, when blood
brain is not
stops
able to
pumping,
process
your brain still works. There's energy called ATP in each of the cells, and even when your blood stops pumping, the ATP in the cells continues to fire. So yes, your cells continue to work in the brain long after your heart stops.
Well, that's because we have a mind, right?
No, it's because there's ATP in the cells, which is what causes the cells to have energy and to function. So the ATP in the cells doesn't magically disappear when your heart stops.
Yeah, and you can also say that the mind is a product of the brain. So as long as the brain is working, you have a mind. If the brain stops working, you don't have a mind anymore.
Well, I would agree with Aquinas when he said that there was a very tight union between the mind and the body, such that the mind didn't require the brain or the body for its existence, but in this life and under natural circumstances, it would require them for its function. So in Aquinas' view, once you die, your mind continues to exist and can still reason, but it no longer has the physical structure of the body and the senses to feed it new data. So it needs God to infuse the data. And
stating a view, interesting, right?
Do you
have to state
think
reasons
Aquinas
that justify the likelihood that it's true, right? So what reason did Aquinas cite? Theology, right? He had no reason to believe that it was justifiable today by our standards. And you haven't presented anything. You just said you liked his view, right? You've argued back and forth about various subjects which you don't know much about. What reason do you have?
And I'm wondering, did Aquinas have access to modern day science?
No, it was pre-modern day
2022
science.
What's
There's
the point?
a lot about the universe they didn't know back then. There's a lot we don't know.
So what?
Yeah. So why is Aquinas relevant if there are centuries have passed and we've learned more and more?
It's just
He's
the
just a
genetics.
theologian.
I'm looking
He's
at
a
the merits of
theologian.
his
Yes.
information,
He knows
not
nothing.
from when he talked or who talks. I'm looking at the information he's presenting.
Can I ask you a question? So you defined your God. So how did you learn about this God?
It was revealed to me because I repented.
Revealed how?
And when you repent, the Holy Spirit reveals truths and reveals
that is
the
stating
truth.
that is stating the claim again. I asked revealed how. Not that it was
Revealed
revealed,
how?
but how? How?
through certain occurrences, through certain people, to reading of the Bible, through evidence, objective
Oh
evidence,
wait,
to
this
subjective experience.
is important. This is important because now we've got a different God. Now we've got the God of the Bible, not the vague one you started out with. Which of the two do you believe in?
same one.
The vague one you defined at the start, or the God of the Bible? Because that one comes with a lot more than just the attributes that you mentioned.
It's the same one. Yeah,
It's the same one.
there's only one God. Yeah, it's the God of the Bible.
The God who described the earth as flat. That God.
No, it didn't. No.
Yes. Yes. You brought up the Bible. You don't know what the Bible says about the shape of the earth?
Yeah, I know the verses you want to bring out. We can talk about that, but I
there are
thought you guys
trees.
want
There are
arguments for
trees
that.
and mountains. There are trees and mountains, and if you go at the top of either of those, you can see the entire earth. That means the earth is flat, right? Or is it transparent?
What is the literal sense of the passage is not always as obvious in the speeches
If you
and
can see
writings of the
the
ancient authors.
entire earth, if you can see the entire earth from a mountain or a treetop, so that means that you can see Australia if the tree is in the US. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that when we interpret the Old Testament, we need to go wholly back in the spirit of those remote centuries, right? So we need to use
your
philology,
God.
ethnology, archaeology, other sciences, right, to
Okay,
determine
so
what
your
modes of
God.
writing they are using.
Okay, so your God gave you a text that is up for interpretation. And it therefore is
that's
up
the job of the church.
for mutual exclusive interpretations, because I interpret it to be to say that the
You don't
earth is
have the
flat.
authority of binding and loosing. That's something Jesus gave to apostles. That's why we have a church.
You just said we have to interpret it.
Yeah, we all have we all rational beings, so we cannot read scholars on this, right? We can use sciences, we can study these texts and see what they are doing. But the ultimate authority of the scriptures is.
But isn't the Bible
Yeah,
meant to be
when I'm
understood
speaking,
by every believer, and shouldn't every believer read the exact same thing, or is God creating confusion? Because I'm pretty sure there's a verse in the Bible that God isn't the author of confusion.
yeah, exactly. That's why when, for example, Moses wrote the Pentateuch, one of the hallmark things he did is he not only to redeem
Moses,
Israel,
who we
is
know
to,
never existed.
Please, I need
Moses,
to finish
who
this
we know. Moses, who we
man.
know never existed.
Please.
Wrote.
I need to finish my sentences. Peter, please.
Sure.
So
yeah, go ahead. My apologies.
He was not only a prophet and a shepherd. He received the law of the word, but he instituted an interpretive body to protect and put a fence around the Torah. So in ancient Israel, the unity of the Jewish people was found in the Sanhedrin. The Jewish people, when they had a question about the Torah, they could go to the Great Sanhedrin and universally would have a question settled about the nature of God. So when Jesus came, he also spoke to the 70, right? And he sent the 70. That's the Apostolic College. So he said to them, they have the authority to bind and loose. He gave the keys to Peter. So we have a church, right, that brings the truth of the Christian faith to us. It's not that we are left with a text and we can interpret it how we like it. That's sola scriptura. That's a heterodox teaching from Protestants, right? I don't believe that. That makes no sense historically or scriptural even, or traditional. It's not traditional as well.
So I laughed when you said Mosaic authorship was the case, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but Like, when do you take it that people decided that Moses was the author of the Pentateuch? When do you think that tradition started?
You want to ask when did Moses wrote the?
No, I'm asking you, when you think, since you know about the history of the Bible, you claim, at what point did Jews start to think
There's
that
a debate
Moses
on
wrote
this.
the Pentateuch? Okay, there's a debate. Why is there a debate? Tell me about it. Tell me what you know. Since you said that he wrote the Pentateuch.
Yeah, I mean, not fully. Israel as well as was involved because there are certain verses that talk about Moses' life. So it couldn't be that Moses wrote this, right? So
Yeah, he
it's the
dies
same
in the
as the
story.
New Testament. When we look at the New Testament, it was always also preserved by the church and written by the church. The same with the Pentateuch; it was also written by Israel. But yeah, certain works, the Pentateuch would be ascribed to Moses.
Okay, so it historically arose in the late Second Temple period when Jews encountered the Hellenistic tradition where authors were attached to books. There were no authors attached to the Pentateuch. It does not say who wrote any of it. Right? So what happened was they retroactively said, well, we better come to a decision on who we think wrote it. And they thought about it and they said, well, which character in the story likely wrote it? And they said, oh, Moses probably wrote most of it. And that's where this idea comes from. There is no evidence that Moses wrote it. It is a tradition that was invented to explain this as an embarrassing problem not to be able to explain who wrote it at the time of the Second Temple period, right? So this is just like problem number one of the ahistoricity of the Bible and the claims about it. We could get into all of them, but I take it you're a Catholic.
Yeah, I also take the
Do you think-
position that we need to look at the tradition, right? So if a tradition is saying something, I will not just reject it or throw it out, right?
Okay.
I don't. I really don't care if somebody else wrote it, if a scribe wrote it, or if Matthew
here's why.
actually wrote it, or
Here's why it matters.
some disciple.
Okay.
I look at the
So
content.
You know John, where Jesus says, he says to the rabbis, if you believed in Moses, you would believe in me, for he wrote of me. Okay. So the New Testament claims Mosaic authorship as a fact from the mouth of Jesus in John. Do you deny that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So are you committed to claiming Mosaic authorship because Jesus says it in John? Or do you think Jesus was lying or deceiving us or deceiving them?
It's both.
Or do you think
It's Moses and Israel, right? Sometimes a leader, right, a shepherd, a head can represent the body as well. So it's polyvalent. It can have a layered. It can be layered. Right?
I didn't understand the answer, because what I asked you is, if Jesus is claiming Mosaic authorship as the evidence to believe in him, right? Saying Moses endorsed him by writing the Pentateuch, then if we know that Mosaic authorship is not supportable by evidence, do you take the position that it just must be true despite a lack of evidence? Or do you take the position that Jesus was deceiving the rabbis by trying to trick them because he thought that they believed it? What's your position then?
I already told you that Moses did write certain texts, but as a whole, Torah or the Pentateuch was also written by Israel. There are certain verses that were added by the community. Right.
What's the evidence that Moses wrote part of the Pentateuch? You
What's
don't know.
the evidence?
You're just gonna have to say because Jesus said so or something. So here's
No,
why
there is Jewish.
Here's why it doesn't
Go
add
ahead.
up. So in addition to like Mosaic authorship being like a dubious tradition even amongst the people who believed in the rest of the story, we now know from archaeology, as Xerxes alluded to earlier, we know that there are so many flaws in the archaeological evidence, not just not supporting claims that are in the Old Testament, like the Exodus and the conquests, but actually there's a preponderance of evidence, archaeological evidence, of the excavations of almost every inch of the Jewish highlands of Judea where those people live. That gives us a fairly detailed graph of the number and estimated populations of these settlements. And during the times when people claimed that the Exodus occurred, the population of Judea went down. There wasn't an influx of people. The actual population was migrating away from that place at that time. and it just fluctuated, up and down gradually over time. So the problem is that the conquest isn't evidenced because the best explanation for that is that the Exodus never happened. So there never was a large force capable of conquering people that moved in. What actually seems to have happened, since there's no evidence of the Exodus in Egypt either, is that a group of people created this mythology for themselves, to give themselves encouragement and strength to deal with the hardships that they were facing. Because almost every theological point in the Old Testament corresponds to some actual hardships they were facing that weren't the historical stories being described, but they were kind of similar in a way that this was a good story to tell to help people deal with what they were actually dealing. So that's why it's a problem that it's not just
I would
not the ship that's
recommend.
flawed, it's the whole historicity of the Old Testament.
I recommend. Do you know who K.A. Kitchen is?
No, who's Kitchen?
On the reliability of the Old Testament, he wrote a book.
Okay.
It's one of the most famous books on this. So if you really want a preponderance, like a myriad of things,
yeah. So a guy born in a guy born in 1932, you're saying is the authority that we should trust on this. Now, more recent archaeology.
Yeah, the amount of evidence he provides in the book is interesting, right? The book itself, but there is a lot of new evidences as well. There are even I can send you some books, right, on this, but there is of course a debate.
Yeah, let's exchange
I think
books. Maybe another time we can talk more further. You can call in again and we could discuss the exchanged evidence and stuff. But I would start you with something called The Bible Unearthed. The book and the documentary film that it's based on held up very well in current archaeology. And it includes the figures of the exact numbers of settlements unearthed from the complete survey of every inch of the highlands of Judea, which is the contra evidence, not just a lack of evidence. Like, oh, we haven't found the secret Jewish settlements. No, we found the settlements, we counted them, we can plot them to different time periods, and they just blatantly contradict every version of the Exodus story that's possible. So that's the more recent archaeology that this book wouldn't take into account. And once again, the book is called The Bible Unearthed, and it's by Finkelstein and his partner, I can never remember. And there's also
I think there is plenty of evidence for the Exodus, but I don't think it's
beyond the scope of this call.
It would be a good thing to debate this right now. But
send me your books. I'll send you mine. You can come back when you've had a chance to review your stuff, and I'll review the stuff you send me.
Because what often happens with certain archaeological this kind of liberal scholarship, they just throw out the Bible altogether, and
because the evidence contradicts it. Lots of them start out theists,
no, that's just
strong believers who go into the field because they want to find the evidence, and lots of them find they cannot support it once they get there.
Yeah, you cannot just throw away the Bible from out the window.
And you can't just throw away archaeology because you claim that they're all just non-believers who refuse to believe it as a code, right? Many of them go into the field because they love the Bible. That's why they study biblical archaeology, right? Anyway, I'll send you the I'll send you the link. If anybody wants to find it, it's on topdocumentary.films.com, and it's called The Bible.
Is there anything else, or is that where we're at? Okay. Indalik, thank you for coming up. Do you have any closing statements you'd like to make?
Yeah, God exists.
Fair enough. We know you believe that. We're going to go ahead. Oh, what's up?
It was really nice. I just wanted to say, Indalik, it's really nice talking to you.
Yeah, that was a great conversation. We appreciate you coming up.
And I can actually vouch for the last statement as well, because one of my other favorite gods is Hathor, pretty well known from Stargate. And she's actually interacted with me in real life, so I'm pretty sure she exists.
The character Stargate.
going on, Aquila? Sounds like
Hello.
everything's working. Here's an opportunity to convince a few heathens that a god exists.
Okay. I heard you guys asking each person you invited up what god we're talking about. The essence or essential characteristic of the god I believe in is existence. So I just need to convince you that existence exists.
So can you show me how existence is a property and not just like the thing, which is what things that have properties have?
That's fair. And that would be a distinction between where, you have, much like gravity and mass, you can't really say what mass is without reference to gravity. And gravity, can't even really say what it is. We just observe an effect and we call it gravity. But existence is certainly observable, but we see it as a property which everything has. It's like if it doesn't have that property, it obviously doesn't exist.
I'm curious. So you worship me?
No, I worship existence.
I exist.
You have the property of existence. So what you
Yes,
are.
so you should worship me.
Existence
No,
is
no.
not a property.
Your essence is human. Humanity,
Aquila,
like
existence
unicorns.
is not a property.
Yeah, unicorns. Do they have the property of existence?
There's no such thing as the property of existence.
Do unicorns exist?
No, they don't.
Okay, what's the difference between a unicorn and a horse?
Well,
I have to
unicorns have horns on their
disagree.
heads.
Unicorns do exist in Africa.
As mental objects, yeah.
No. As physical object.
You mean rhinos?
Well, or a narwhal.
Yeah. No, but I mean the classical. It's like
But existence
some
isn't a
things are-
property, Aquila, because if you were to say that existence is a property, and you were to say something like unicorns do not exist, then that would imply that there is such a thing as non-existent subjects called unicorns, which is an internal contradiction.
How? Okay, well,
Okay,
I mean,
if I say
sound like-
that, like, let's say, like, take for example the property of being red. Do you agree that red is a property?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not very philosophical, so you might be asking me technical language, and I might get it wrong because I'm.
It's not. It's just a simple question. So yes, red is a property.
Okay, so if I were to say that there are no red staplers, all right, that would necessitate the existence of an object that is a stapler that does not possess the property of red. But you can't have a non-existent and existent subject. So no thing could possess the property of non-existence, for instance. So existence itself can't be a property.
I'd say that you can have different modes where a unicorn's a conceptual thing, so it exists as a concept.
Okay, well that's nominalism versus Platonism. What we're talking about is whether or not existence is a property. No, it's not.
Okay, but
that's just to say that existence is something more than just like physical. Because while, for whatever reason, everybody agrees that something that's physical, spatial, and temporal exists, not everybody agrees that only things which are physical, temporal, and spatial exist.
I think that's a more technical critique than he knows about philosophy. So existence is the state of things that have properties. Okay, so unicorns don't have properties, so they don't exist. Horses have properties, they do exist. That's the difference between unicorns and horses.
Yeah, so existence is the condition by which entities can possess properties.
There is somebody has put a comment into the Discord live text chat. Canadian Ollyman. He says, redefining God is not proof of God. We already have the word existence and know what it means. And we already have the word God and have a definition for what it means. These redefining arguments are not worth hearing. So, yeah, I do find that it's basically redefining existence as a deity, and I do have that. I do share CDN Ollyman's view on this, that this is problematic.
except it's not redefining, because that is how Aquinas defines the God of the Catholic Church. It's not like I'm not playing silly buggers here. I'm actually talking about my God.
So what matters is what does the current society use the word to mean? So if you see like a title,
I'm not interested in the current society.
No. So you if you see a title on, like, for example, a Discord server, it says "Convince us a God exists." Those words are all the common usage of the words for the common society. So if you make up a different definition that isn't the common usage, it's called a straw man.
Okay, so I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to try and convince you that Shiva exists, or Zeus, or Thor.
So God,
I'm talking about.
the contemporary definition of a god is a non-physical mind that created the universe. Do you think anything of that sort exists?
I'm not going to use that Protestant conception of it either.
Okay, so you do not believe God exists. We're in agreement.
No, not that God.
Right. So that's the contemporary definition of God that is used in the name of the Discord server. You agree does not exist. So you agree with us, and you want to change the definition to some non-contemporary definition that is your proprietary definition that we don't care about.
With a previous guest, you asked him, "What God do you believe in?"
Yes.
I don't know why I can't argue for the God that I believe in.
You can, but you're just
I'm not
changing
interested
the
in
definition
contemporary
of God.
definitions. Yeah, but you realize that Thor is very different from Shiva.
Yes, but
Each
they all fit
religion
the
has a
contemporary
different definition, right?
Well, those are
Sorry?
all the contemporary definition of a non-physical mind.
Well, if you're going to say that I have to argue for a contemporary definition, which I don't believe in, we're kind of wasting time here, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay, so I won't try and convince you that this God I don't believe in exists.
Cool. I mean, you could make an argument of like why you think we should define existence as God or something.
Because it's his necessary being, because it's connected to the belief of him as necessary being and his simplicity that
Why are you using pronouns to describe a non-sentient agent?
Well, he's sentient analogously to us. Like he
So
doesn't have
existence
thoughts,
is
he doesn't have
sentient, it has a consciousness and a will?
Unlike ours.
Okay, well, if it's
just
not like ours, then how do
analogously.
we recognize it as a consciousness or a will?
I guess from the effects, it's like, I don't know if you guys, can I just ask first of all, like I would just presume because you seem well versed in the sciences that you subscribe to the B theory of time, would you?
No, that's actually not a very common thing in physics.
So you don't think that future and the past exists?
No, that's actually a minority view in physics.
Is it?
Yes, you can check out the actual paper, Phil Survey's paper, 2022.
I don't.
It's sort of funny 'cause
I don't consider time to be something that's like a traversable dimension that you can go back and forth and like rewinding or going forward in a VHS tape or something. It's just everything's just now, and we can kind of track and figure out what's happened in the past based on what we're seeing now and extrapolate from what we're observing. That's how it seems to be the case to me. So that's kind of where I lean toward.
It's funny because the state of something now is connected to the state it was in the past, right? And it couldn't be what it is now unless it's connected to what it was in the past. And so for us to be here now talking, there has to be an actual real connection to what we were doing half an hour ago.
No.
I don't know. Well, anyhow.
Well, like there's a leprechaun created everybody 30 seconds ago with all of our current memories, and that would also explain the data. So there's no past beyond 30 seconds.
For leprechauns, I'm just talking about us here on this Discord.
No. So there is no connection to the past because a leprechaun literally could have created us a 1/10 of a millisecond ago with all of our memories of what we thought the past was, and they were just false. So we have false memories of the past when it's not there, and that would all still create the exact same world we see today. So no, there is no necessary connection to the past, to the current state of affairs.
Well, the past then would just be the subjective perception that there is a past.
Which means there is no past.
Well, it's a different thing what we mean by the past. It's like it wouldn't be comprehensible like to be speaking English unless we had a perception or a subjective perception of how words are used and having learned them, and I don't know. Like, I mean,
no, we can
anyhow,
download language. We can download language into the mind of a person like a computer, and they can still use it with no past.
Okay, well, I mean, the past, I mean, you could just call, and I guess you're going to dislike it because it's almost redefining where it's the prior to the current activity, and the prior could just have happened 1 millisecond ago, but it's still very necessary. But it's by the by. But
is this leading somewhere?
No, it's just chatting. Like last time I visited here, like I think I said back then, and I guess I'd say it now. I'm not a fan of arguments, but rather because it's the task is to convince, and when it comes to God, I don't think arguments are convincing. So there's other ways to convince. So I think discussion is one of those ways. Not it just disposes; it doesn't convince in itself.
Well, just for example, if you wanted to convince me that like we live in a simulation that was created by some creator, wouldn't be necessarily God by theist standards, but like you could convince me by convincing me that simulations are feasible, likely to exist, or that the universe has properties which suggest that it's some approximation or simulation in some way. Like there's all sorts of things you could say that would support that, that we could argue about. So it seems like arguments would be persuasive.
I guess no, but okay, that's an interesting one. Like the simulation one, I guess what you'd be searching for, and I'm sure some people on LSD have searched for it. You'd be searching for glitches in the simulation, where the simulation breaks down.
Or just extreme feasibility and like utility, right? So the simulation hypothesis says, there's this great benefit from like running ancestor simulations of universes because you can learn things from them or something, or they're entertaining. And then is it feasible to build them? Well, if it is, and you can build lots of them easily, then it's likely that lots exist. All of those things would point, if you were convinced of them, to the likelihood of a simulation hypothesis. I happen to think it's not very feasible and not very useful, like people claim it is, but I think you can make arguments that religious claims can be like a scientific hypothesis if they do make any kind of novel predictions.
Yeah. Anyhow, returning to the topic, I'm not trying to be a sneaky little, excuse the I almost said the C word because I'm Australian, but for Catholics, God, his essence is existence, and then you have like necessary existence and secondary existence. Like creatures are an effect of necessary existence. How do you distinguish the two? It's like one of those things which I wouldn't know about, but to say that existence exists, it does. I mean, it's just observable. I mean, there's just nothing that we can conceive of which doesn't exist. Even unicorns, they have a certain existence as literary artifacts or mental imaginings. But it's the one quality, property or state or grounding or whatever the correct language is, that everything, absolutely everything everywhere shares and has, and if the past has existed, a century ago, yesterday, the Big Bang, whatever, it's something which everything necessarily has.
Well, no, because there's things that stop existing, and so they did exist at one point, and then they stop existing, and now they no longer share that property.
Yeah, but for them to have been, they had to have had being.
Right. So it was a temporary property that they temporarily shared with something temporarily.
Yeah. And so, I guess you're making the argument for me, like from everything we can see. I guess the more organized things that we see, maybe not the more fundamental things, but like the subatomic or fields or what have you.
Why does it matter that they share this property? So what?
Well, it's like when you see something that has motion, you know that something's put it into motion. There's been an interaction there. There's been some sort of cause. And I'm not trying to do this Aquinas course.
It's always been in motion.
Yeah.
Why do we assume that rest is the default state of existence?
We don't.
Okay, well, then if something's in motion, then perhaps it's always been in motion.
Yeah. And with existence, it's like, well, this guy's saying some things exist and then they cease to exist.
Right.
So I don't know of the large things that we observe that any of them are like have these permanencies. They are things that can lose existence and at some point came into existence, and other things will come into existence.
Black
holes.
So
you wouldn't call those things necessary beings. So you wouldn't call the Earth a necessary being. Certainly wouldn't call myself a necessary being.
Yeah, pretty much all arguments from contingency are gonna rely on our human intuitions. And our human intuitions do not have a very strong track record when it comes to learning metaphysical truths about reality.
Yeah, I
It
know.
appears to be the case that, everything is contingent on something else, and that would imply one thing that isn't contingent on anything else, but we have no experience with that. That's speculative. We don't know that it necessarily entails one from the other.
Yeah,
It's not a logical deduction, it's an intuitive one. And so we
it
don't
is.
know if there's anything out there that doesn't require anything else to exist. Perhaps it is an infinite regress. We don't know. And we don't have the license to argue otherwise until we do know.
I agree, and that's why I would say I believe, but I don't actually know. And it's this one thing which is like so ultimately unknowable. It's one of those questions like,
So I'm still
more
lost on
interesting.
this. So yeah, existence.
So I'm not making an
Let's say
argument
existence does exist, and let's say existence is necessary. So what? Why are you calling it a god?
because it's the most ultimate kind of existence, and
So
probably the most simple kind of existence.
so why are you calling it a god? So what?
Why wouldn't you call that a god?
Well, because it doesn't have a mind, or an intention, or a will, or thoughts, emotions, goals, desires.
Why don't you just
Yeah,
call it
it's not very
existence?
anthropomorphic, is it? It's like, yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, well,
It's one of these things.
the word God is a word that we use to describe things that are
Well, wait.
anthropomorphic in
So the
nature.
reason you wouldn't call it a god is because it has a certain set of properties, and those set of properties are it exists, and we have a word for that. It's existence. Now, a
Yes.
god is a different word, and if you're saying you're going to use this different word to mean the exact same thing with no additional properties, it just means the same thing, and there's no reason to add another word there. Just get rid of the word God, just call it existence. That would be a simpler, better way to approach language. There's no reason to add in this extra word for no reason.
Except existence in itself
Unless,
is
of
just a
course, you're trying
concept.
to
But
borrow from the connotations that that word carries,
yeah,
which I
what
think
it
is what you're
is
doing.
it's to have a reverence for it. It's to have a desire to see it. Or to comprehend it in some way. Seeing it, obviously, it's not going to be like reflecting photons or whatever, or emitting them. But there's just this. It's something like if you are interested in science at all or in knowledge or whatever, it's what at the end of it all. It's like, yes, we can see quasars or we can infer them. We can do our astronomy. I don't know that anyone's actually seen a quasar, which you couldn't because it's really a black hole. But it's one of these things which is just so desirable to see, and it becomes an object of religion. And the thing of it having a mind or these other qualities of God being personable.
Wait, so I just want to try to follow what you're saying here. So it seems like you're saying you like the word God, it makes you feel good, so you're going to call existence God because you like the word God?
Well, I'm interested in, say, I don't know. I am actually interested in black holes, but they're not going to become the object of devotion or reverence or whatever. They're just another contingent, another temporary thing. They will fizzle out of existence. They don't inspire, as it were, a kind of reverence because they don't have permanence.
Right. So it seems like you're saying that the word God implies some kind of reverence. You have reverence for existence, therefore you like to call existence God.
Yeah. Well, you can people do turn strange things into gods, and it's used analogically, obviously, in the Bible, but just in common usage, it's like, oh, that's adorable, or
yes,
in the Bible, you have people turning weird things into gods, where they turn food into their god, or their belly into God, or
right, sure.
just a nice statue.
So the only reason to call existence God is because it makes you feel good, but that's it.
Well, why else would you call something God?
If it actually shared some properties with like a mind that created the universe, that because it fits the definition of what God typically is used for in the culture, that would be a good reason.
Well, I'd say God does have a mind. It's very abstract as well. It's very
minds can't be abstract. That's literally.
Well, I mean, it's very difficult. It's with an analogy, it's different, and it's better when we're talking of God, because when you actually get down to fundamental, that thing of if a hydrogen atom was the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be the size smaller than a tennis ball. Within that, there's quarks, and the quarks themselves, if the proton was the size of a football stadium, that would be the size of smaller, like barely visible, that would be almost point objects. And they only account for like 2% of the mass of the nucleus. The rest is the energy which binds them together. And then when you examine quarks,
What does
they
this
don't
have to
actually
do with
have.
the topic?
Okay, when you get down there, there's not particles. It's not composed of little marbles flying around
Yes,
in empty
existence.
space.
I agree. Existence is the most fundamental thing, and so you like existence a lot. Therefore, you like to call it God.
But I'm getting to the mind part.
Okay.
When you get down to it, these things only behave as particles when they interact. These are just probabilities. And do probabilities just exist in an ether?
Yes.
They don't. In fact, the transmission of lights, the theory of there being some sort of ether which communicates the photo, like light waves, that was already dealt with. These things just exist as probabilities. A
Right.
probability is not being made little marbles or little sheets or rubbery, membranes across which you sort of strike one end and you have like an energy wave go across it. They're more conceptual than they are material.
No.
So there has to be, if they're going to exist, if they're going to be caused, if they're going to be contingent, they almost possess an intellectual quality about them.
All right.
Instead
So
of a physical property about them.
It seems like your argument is that you can't imagine any other way for the wave function to exist without it being grounded in a mind because it's an abstract object. That's not how
No.
physics works.
No, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying wave functions, especially when it comes down to the probabilities where you have, I've forgotten what the term is, when you have virtual
Collapse.
particles emerge.
Collapse.
Sorry?
Wave function collapse.
Yep. Wave function collapse. These things, it's like they're not objects. They're not tangible things. They're not little marbles. They're of the qualities they possess. You wouldn't say that they have size or they have, dimensions. They're yay long and yay deep and yay wide or tall.
But we do say that about mental objects. All mental objects do have size and shape and weight. So all thoughts have those things.
Because they're in the brain.
Yes. So the wave function is not like
about
a thought.
the actual. Yeah, I'm not talking about like our conception of it going around in our brain. Like the wave function's not in our brain; it's out there. That thing in itself, it's like, what is it? It's a probability.
Yeah.
So
why do you think that's like
like
a mind? I don't think it's like a mind in any way.
I'm not saying it's like a mind. I'm saying that these things, in and of themselves, they exist, and their existence is not. It's not like an object. It's a concept.
It's not like a concept. Concepts exist in the mind. Concepts have weight and mass.
Okay, so these wave functions, what are they waves in?
Hilbert space.
Okay, and what is that space?
Google Hilbert. Complicated physics terms. Google Hilbert space.
Okay, and then, yeah, okay, but that exists itself, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that kind of space, I'm guessing, doesn't have dimensions in the conventional sense.
if
It's
all you're
not
trying
like
to
the
do here,
distance between
Killer,
here
is-
and the moon.
Well, it does have dimensions. They're just not spatial dimensions. Space is a kind of a field with a kind of spatial dimensions, but other fields have other dimensions.
Yeah. And for these things to have the property of existence, and they can come and go from existence, you have necessary existence, which is in some way the cause of all this other existence. I'd say in that sense, God has a mind. These things are
How
held
did you
in
jump to
existence.
mind? Where is this connection to mind
Well,
thing?
analogously, not
How
like
is
our
it
minds where
analogous to mind?
we imagine it. It's like in our. I mean, it would be analogous to how if you imagine a unicorn in your mind, a unicorn can exist. It can't exist out in the real world.
Sure.
As imagined. For these things which are not like little ball bearings, which just never pass out of existence. They're just these permanent little titanium or tungsten carbide alloy little particles.
You don't have to go to your mind. I just posted a video of a unicorn that I made. So unicorns exist.
So
It's
no,
not an
that's
actual
not
unicorn. It's a picture of a
analogous to
unicorn.
the mind. That's not analogous to the mind. So us being able to imagine a thing and then not imagine the thing is not analogous to an object popping into existence and then popping out of existence like a virtual particle. No, those are not analogous.
It is analogous insofar as a mental object pops into existence and then pops out of existence.
It doesn't pop into existence. It's determined by other pre-existing things in your brain. Quantum mechanics isn't.
That's true. Like, yeah, we're not really creative except insofar as we combine and, you know, rearrange what we've experienced. You
Right. So they
wouldn't
don't.
have
Those
the
ideas
concept of
don't.
unicorns unless you had senses. Yeah.
Right. So those things don't pop in and out of existence. They're literally just a result of the physical processes in your brain, like dominoes. It's like a domino falling over and then another one falling over.
Yeah. And that's why I would say the way God creates is analogous. It's just so different. It's not like us. It's like we are.
That means it's not analogous. So different equals not analogous.
But then you're saying that we don't have concepts.
No, I'm saying that quantum mechanics isn't like a concept.
Well, what is it?
It's quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I know. That's the field. But the
Yes.
subject matter of quantum mechanics, what are these things?
That there isn't anything more primitive. You don't get to make analogies to things in our world. Our world is not like quantum mechanics. So you don't get to make an analogy and say it's like thoughts, therefore it's a mind. It's not analogous to our macro world. It's a different thing.
Yes. That's precisely why I would think it's because, you know, on the level, like, if you're going to describe like why a solar system formed the way it did, it's just largely on the part of relativistic physics and physical interactions. You know, things bumping into each other, things losing heat and being able to sort of like spiral in. You know, losing energy either through gravitational waves, heat, whatever it is that, you know, it can actually move in and coalesce into planets and solar systems. But when you get down to the quantum, there's no physical explanation for why these things are existing.
There's also no
They're
mental
not like
explanation.
Well, that's why I'd say it's. I wouldn't say it's like a mental at all like ours. Like the way we imagine is obviously it's not causative. It's just, as it were, just a fruit of, you know, physical laws or quantum interactions or whatever it is.
That's like if I said
We're
it's physical, but it's not like any of the physical stuff we know. It's just completely different physical, but like the physical.
Yeah.
Does that make no sense?
not at
right?
all. Yeah, it's complete. It's in some ways so different that it's almost inconceivable. And we can describe it in a way mathematical, but it's like saying, what is gravity? We can observe the effects, but we can't
Right.
say what
So
it
my
is.
question here is, why do you keep calling it mental? If it's something completely different from mental, then why do you keep comparing it to mental things? That would be like if I said it's completely different from the physical, but I'm going to compare it to the physical things, which it's completely different from.
Okay, because it's comprehensible.
What? It's comprehensible, therefore it's mental?
Well, some things like aren't really comprehensible, but they're only sensible in a weird way. It's like
What?
But I mean, you know how we can conceive of like the notion of a tree, and to have that conception of a tree, you have to have seen a tree or at least plants or be familiar with something. You have to have senses to conceive of a tree.
No.
How would you communicate to a crystalline alien life form that lives where there's no organic life? It's all crystalline somehow, electrical thingos, whatever. So they don't have
Mathematical
senses.
constructs. You can use mathematical constructs to literally build a 3D model of a tree, and you can build mathematical constructs to describe the physics of the tree and how it would interact with other matter.
They have no conception of 3D because they have no senses.
Right, mathematical concepts. You can describe 3D spaces with mathematical concepts, even if they've never seen it before. Like if they can understand math, you can convey it to them without any kind of visual senses.
I'm skeptical of that.
How do you think computers generate 3D spaces?
They don't.
Like a video game. right? Video games, 3 dimensions, XYZ in a video game. It's 3 dimensions.
It isn't. It's portrayed on a 2D surface.
Yes, the picture is portrayed on a 2D surface, but the space is literally a 3D space generated by the computer. The screen isn't the space.
I'm skeptical of that as well. I mean, does it actually? I mean, the laws of perspective are applied, obviously, and like panning around, it behaves
No,
analogous
we have
to how.
holographic displays that will literally display it using laser light in physical space without any tricks or optics or lenses or anything for the naked eye to see. So all these objections just kind of don't address the fact the computer represents 3-dimensional space mathematically, and then it can then project and create things in actual 3D space based on that abstraction. But the point is, the mathematical abstraction is all he's talking about. I don't see why you're skeptical that exists.
I guess because when we can, what we conceive of as a tree, and the concept is, I mean, the ordinary sense, obviously, not for someone who's like deep.
Well,
Don't mean to be rude, but
let's imagine,
like deep into mathematics. Our concept of a tree is trunks with leaves and what have you. And
let's imagine that we put you in a video game. So you're in the screen. You're all you see is the screen and nothing else. So that means your entire world is 2-dimensional. But what you're seeing,
you wouldn't be able to see the screen.
What? So
in Flatland, you only see edges. You don't
So we're
see.
saying that you see the screen and nothing but the screen. So all you see is the 2 dimensions, X and Y, and that's it. But what's being portrayed on the screen is a video game. So what you think you see is a 3D space. You think you see a tree, but really it's only 2-dimensional. So you can understand the tree in 2-dimensional space as a 3-dimensional object because it's portrayed that way. So a mathematical representation is kind of like the screen. So the mathematical representation can portray what a 3-dimensional object would look like, and things that don't see in 3 dimensions could understand it mathematically, just like you understand it by looking at a 2D screen.
I'm skeptical of that because what's in the actual computer is not 3 dimensions, it's ones and zeros.
Yes.
And what goes on the screen is something which works for us. Like there are animals that like no, there are animals.
Did you hear the part about the hologram? You can literally project a physical object into space.
There are animals like mammals with binocular vision. I don't know about the binocular, but there are animals with 2 eyes, mammals, who cannot recognize pictures on a 2D surface. It just happens to work for us. Yes, the computer can process this, it can represent it in a certain way, but it represents it in a way that we can interpret to reference our memories of 3D objects. I don't think for something which hasn't had sensors, you could send a lot of information to this thing.
We've literally done it. So we've literally programmed AIs to recognize a 3D space and then learn and compete against itself in a 3D space. It knows it's in a 3D space. Look at 2-minute papers.
What a time to be alive, fellow scholars.
Hello, fellow scholars. My name is
I don't know. That's a lot of logic gates. I mean, it doesn't actually know that it's in a 3D space. It's just
you're just a lot of logic gates, right? You can make the exact same claim about neurons.
Well, I don't know. I'm not into computers. I mean, so I don't even own a computer besides the phone.
Your brain is a bunch of logic gates. That's what he's saying. Your brain.
Well, we don't really know how some of that even stores memory.
We do.
As far as I know, how.
With logic gates, called neurons.
You have a neocortex composed of cortical columns, of about 2 million of them. They are composed of about 200 mini columns. They process information that comes in. The information is mostly vertically aligned to go into a hierarchy of recursive functions to categorize it. If it's deeper than that, it goes into hippocampus for long-term memory storage, which is linked to the neocortex. That's like a rough wiring diagram description.
Yeah, I know, but how is it actually encoded into the individual neurons? Because there are.
So you know what a neural network is?
Total.
This is the obligatory explain how a neural network works things. Okay, so a neural network in an artificial neural network is mimicking what the actual ones do, so much so that when we do biomimicry, where we try to make a neural network with the analogous number of neurons in the analogous number of layers, like a cortical column, like for the perception system in a self-driving car, it turns out that the exact number of layers that we find in the brain, which is about 6 in the neocortex, works ideally for artificial neural network perception as well. So the thing does an analogous job using an analogous set of abstractions of the physical things that it's abstracting. Like any other thing we mathematically approximate, seems to indicate how the real thing actually works because it does the same job when we abstract the version of it.
And even if we didn't know, that would still not be evidence of your position. It's just an argument from ignorance.
No, I'm not making an argument. I'm kind of just curious about. Sorry if I'm wasting your time, but yes, I in terms of the structure and the functionality of the brain, but you know, where someone has gone into hypothermia, like extreme hypothermia, their brain activity ceases, but when they're warmed up, it restarts. It's not as though the running program being interrupted, you lose all memory and you just start, you know, like an infant. That memory is stored physically in the neurons. I've read sort of these things, there's these funny structures within the neurons. You know how neurons have shape. And they don't
Microtubules. Yeah,
Yeah,
they have microtubules and so on, so they can have some information encoding inside of themselves. Yeah.
So if
I've read that, but
you
I-
put a computer and you freeze it, give it hypothermia, it will also maintain the same memory. It won't.
Yeah, but we know how memory is written onto computers. Like if you have the magnetic hard disks, or I'm not quite sure how like the solid state drives work, but we know physically how the memory is stored on a computer. I don't know that we have like a definitive theory of how memory is stored in our neurons. That's by the by.
I wouldn't say anything in
How do we
neuroscience
get back to topic?
definitive. But anyway, you made this claim as you were talking about. He said something about can like a being exist with some certain properties that you were giving, and he said, yeah, like something that's mathematically abstracted. And then you were skeptical that any such abstractions would really be able to think or really exist in any space or whatever, just because it was an abstract space or a simulated mind. And that's why we just sort of backed up the claim. But yeah, if it's doing something analogous to what the brain does that just happens to be an abstraction based on the brain, we can conclude that it's doing the kinds of things that brains do. So exceptionalism about, oh, it's just a bunch of switches leads to the conclusion that, yeah, so are we, because we're composed of analogous physical things to these abstractions.
Oh, of course. Like, yeah, we're not, we are just an entire product of our physical states. But this was like, why, I think it stemmed from the question, why would you call existence God? And would you attribute to that existence mind? And I'd say it has to be very analogous because this is something simple, unchanging. In terms of things that exist, God is probably the most simple existing thing. It doesn't have, you know, high and low energy states, doesn't undergo transformations, it doesn't undergo interactions. It just exists.
It does go through transformations. Things stop existing.
Except necessary being.
Is it simpler than empty space existing?
Yes. Empty space is extremely complicated. I mean, like the things that happen in empty space. By empty space, I mean like interplanetary or interstellar space or intergalactic space. I don't think there's such a thing as just emptiness because it would just not be. It wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be space. The most simple. And for that to be the cause of so many things and universal cause of all these things, and the fact that everything's so ordered, it's like there's no surprises. There's not things like spontaneously breaking. There's no real chaos.
Yes, there is.
You can't even construct anything material that'll produce true random numbers.
Yes,
it's
we
that
can.
ordered.
Yes, we can. So literally, randomness is a force in physics. If you check the fundamental attitude source physics paper on the consensus in physics, randomness is literally itself a force, and there's nothing determinate. Indeterminism is the consensus.
I don't know, but then how do you produce a true random number machine?
Use the force of randomness if you could harness it. Once we have the ability to harness it, we'll be able to do that.
For now, we just rely on random algorithms in computers, for example. Secure random number algorithms are quite well distributed, but of course they're not true random. It's still pseudo-randomness.
Yeah.
We could conceivably use something like radioactive decay.
Yeah, or put a video camera into a paint can with no light and see what it picks up.
We already used radioactive decay for keeping and so on.
Yeah, but for people at home, the camera in the paint can is going to be a lot more feasible.
But anyhow, I mean, these are kind of musings. I don't. I mean, like in terms of like the argument, if it's just I have to prove to you that existence exists.
Well, no, you have to.
I don't think that's gonna. It's
your
not going to change
burden-
anyone's position.
Well, your burden
Sorry?
would be to prove that using the word God is appropriate for existence. That would be your burden of proof, which is not.
Well, if it's, I mean, like I don't like these appropriateness. I guess is sort of like a convention, right?
Right, because you use
And I could just
conventions.
say like,
It's a convention that you're using the word God to refer to existence.
I
That's
feel
a
like you're
convention.
equivocating with like necessary existence, which we could just say is like energy or quantum fields or the singularity, and you're just equivocating. And so when you say existence, you mean like a necessary existence, like, well, the singularity or energy or quantum field, or in your case, God.
yeah, I know, but it's like quantum fields and energies. These things transform. They don't have that self-explanatory power. Like they come and go. I'm
Do
just
they,
looking
though?
about through. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, if you want to be a pantheist, whatever. But when we're talking about necessary existence, it's not, you know, a singularity or whatever it is. Singularity is a singularity. Did it exist? Yes. But is the singularity itself existence? No, it's something that's about it, and it no longer exists. But
I mean, it could be the necessary existence, right? That's what Graham Oppie poses.
I don't know. Like if you look at that Penrose scalar field, you know, when the universe gets so diffuse after heat death, that you just rescale it, and it resembles a singularity going into
Singularity
Big Bang.
would still be necessary. It'd be necessary in all cases of any universe existing in that case.
It's the scalar field thing, like a cyclic cosmology.
Yeah.
I know there's quite a few different proposals that basically just suggest that some kind of cycle repeats such that there isn't heat death.
This is just equivocation. You can prove that existence exists, but if you're equivocating existence as a necessary existence, and there's a ton of different options available for that necessary existence, God wouldn't be necessary by definition.
Yeah, but the singularity isn't. If you have this like cyclical universe, the singularity is not really a thing. It's just a matter of scale. It is just like a heat death universe where there's nothing interacting, and it's just emptiness with photons, light years away from each other. In
So
fact,
can you
beyond,
prove a God, or is this just equivocation?
I'm just defining what my God is.
It's
And
just
by definition, existence exists. I mean, whether it's appropriate to make that the object of religion, it's appropriateness is, I guess, it's a sentiment or it's a consensus or something like that. And I'd say that's the God of my religion. And there's over 1 billion people with that presence. Who knows how many through history, billions.
The number of people who believe it is irrelevant, though.
I know, but when you're talking about appropriate, like, is it appropriate to wear a suit to a wedding? That's a matter of consensus. Is it appropriate to call this God? Is it appropriate to call your coffee cup God? Most people would cringe at it.
And these are all subjective points.
Yeah.
Too.
At the year 2022, it's intellectually embarrassing to admit that you're a theist amongst most learned scientists. So no, it's not really appropriate in elite circles anymore to hold your view.
I know, but that's one of the things. It's like that's very much part of my religion. It's this sentiment, you would have heard it for sure. And unless you take up your cross and follow me, you cannot be my disciple. The cross there is something which was constructed by Romans who hated the Jews, or dominated the Jews.
Look, first you said it's appropriate to be Catholic, and then when I said the opposite, you just took the opposite view. I'm just saying that's irrelevant.
I know, but it's difficult. Like if you're going to, as a physicist, if I don't know if any of you are actual professional, like that's your occupation or qualification. But if you're going to be a physicist and you make part of the object of your study as a physicist, and you start calling that God, you'll be really ridiculed, right? And that's the cross itself. You know, it's been sort of made into like a religious symbol, but what it was the type of execution which stirred contempt, like the greatest contempt, both from the empire and from your fellow citizens. And it's this willingness to sort of take a little bit of embarrassment. And whether it's appropriate to be calling existence God and you're just going to be mocked over it, I don't know. Like, do you consider that thing something desirable to know about, desirable to see? It's an object of desire for me.
How about we just drop the aesthetics and popularity arguments? That was my point. Just
So we're gonna like calling existence. I agree with all CD and Olliman earlier. It's existence is already pretty clear to most people in a general way what it is. Just God as existence is taking God and saying that God is everything, and that's something that.
No, God isn't everything. God is existence.
Yeah, and I'm not on board with that. That doesn't work for me.
Why can't you just say the necessary being or the necessary existence when you're talking about necessity? Why can't you just say necessity? You're just saying existence, and that's equivocation.
Because because that's the language Aquinas uses. Like, and it says it biblically. It's like I dislike referencing the Bible too much because the Protestants. It's an inspired book which I read for inspiration. I don't read it for arguments, but it is in the Bible. This thing where Moses is reported to have asked, "Who shall I say sent? Or who do I say you are? I am that I am." And that's Aquinas interprets that to mean that he's saying, "I'm not a thunder. I'm not the frightening. I am existence. I am that I am." And it seems to be the essence of God in all of their theology, at least in my church.
This isn't helping me to be convinced that a god or a goddess exists, though, because just relabeling God as existence doesn't help. So the necessary aspect, maybe that's going to work better. Like it's to me, this is not clear to me what you mean when you say that.
I think I might actually be able to convince you that you already have reference for him, because the way you guys argue, and I do admire it, you're quite harsh on some of the people. Don't like the style necessarily, but it does seem to be motivated by dismissing these appeals to sentiment, just statements of belief, and if you contradict me, you're offending me. It's
okay. So you know
preference.
what? All right. You said you've got something to convince us, and instead you start trying to critique the way that we interact with people.
I'm actually praising it.
Okay.
And I think you're doing that is motivated because you're not going to take pressure to adopt a position.
Right.
You want the truth. You want what is real, what actually exists. You don't want to be pressured. You want the real. That itself, to me, tells me that you have a reverence for what is real, for what actually is, what exists.
Well, that's correct because that's kind of necessary in order to interact with reality in a meaningful way, though. So it's kind of hard to avoid doing that. I guess we focus on it more than some other people, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't know, because part of my Discord activity is going onto this politics and religion server. It's just populated by these Protestants. As soon as they realize I'm a Catholic, it's like they start with, "Oh, you worship Mary, you worship this, worship false gods, pagan, all this other stuff." It's very identitarian, and it's very much about us. It's tribalism in a nutshell. What I like about you guys and makes you actually easy to talk to is because you're not being tribalistic. You're actually interested in what is real. That reverence for the real, for what is, and disregard for what is not, I think is a reflection of this reverence for existence. So, and this is like saying, well, what am I blowing off there by making that observation?
But that's equivocating, because when you say existence, you actually mean necessary being.
Yeah. Or just existence itself. And you say, like, do the
But
Twin Towers...
somehow you're jumping all the way back to necessary being when you're saying existence, and that's not the same thing.
It is. I am, because I hate to use this, especially among Americans, but it just keeps popping into my head. The Twin Towers existed. They no longer exist. You don't have reverence for buildings. I don't mean just the Twin Towers. I don't have reverence for, the National Library, which is just up the road from me. I live in the capital of Australia. I don't have reverence for the building, but I do have reverence for existence. These things that pass in and out of existence, they're transitory. It's like cars, money, friends. These come and go. What doesn't come and go is existence.
Well, as far as we know, it's like it seems reasonable to assume that the existence of the cosmos and universe is eternal. But then, of course, there's the idea of the Big Bang, that the universe had a beginning. So it's a contentious topic. One of the concerns I have too, like you're saying that you can convince us, but I'm just hearing a lot of other conversation here, and I do appreciate your comments on our approaches and all this. We have been speaking with you for a long time, and it's been great. But there are other people in the audience waiting to talk as well. So, did you want to try to put forward an argument for us that why we should believe in this god or goddess or whatever?
I think what you already have a reference for, which is the truth and what is real, it's to anthropomorphize that, I think, is wrong. And then you have the claim of like incarnation, which is not anthropomorphizing, but right, the assumption of nature. We're talking about Jesus. That's kind of a very distinct and very singular claim. But in terms of having reverence for what in your zealous defense and sometimes somewhat abrasive manner with people, it does reflect a reverence for what is. I think in that, me as a Catholic and you as atheists would have a reverence for a very similar thing. And you don't want to call it God, probably because the word God is overlaid with all of this.
It means other things?
Tribalistic-
Yes, it does. It means other things.
Yeah, tribalistic and anthropomorphic bullshit. And I'd
You're
say, like,
equivocating. You're using existence multiple
calling
ways
existence God.
and saying that they're all the same when that's not the case.
Look, I'm just as happy to conclude that we don't exist as we do if the evidence supports it. What we're talking about that we share is something like epistemic norms about truth, right? So if the truth is one way or the other, we want to be committed to accepting it, whatever that might mean. So maybe we don't exist. Maybe that's what we find out, right? But if we believe in truth, it's different than just believing in like our fiction or comforting notions about our identity or existence or God or anything else. I don't want to be comforted by some belief. I just want to know what's true.
Well, in that sense, like, because our society is so awful and his religion and tribalism, maybe not calling it God, but still having a reverence towards it, is still a type of, I wouldn't even call it religion for you guys because I'd get your hackles up, but it's that reverence for it. It's that desire for it. It's that seeking for it.
You know what epistemic norms
are?
Epistemology is knowing things. What does it mean to know and have knowledge? How do you justify the belief in things that you think that you know, etc. Right? So epistemic norms is like, why is it that it bothers us when people lie about important stuff? Why is it that it bothers us when someone is totally deluded or confused about something that we think there's strong evidence that could explain them otherwise? And when someone tells you, vaccines are bad and everyone is controlled by reptilian aliens or something, it's upsetting, not in the sense that they're immediately going to kill somebody. Like, it's not like an immediate harm. It just seems wrong for people to believe something that's not true.
Please don't get offended by this, but it's like hearing you say that, it actually does like a, not quite that I'm going to get to the point of tears, but you can feel like the precursor to that where you're moved by it. because
Yes.
among religious people who religion is about that love of the truth, love of what we call God, you guys actually have that love of truth. And it seems, please don't get offended, that you atheists are more pious in what I would consider a good and holy way than so many religious people, that you actually love the truth and not using manipulation. You're just
And
after the truth.
I've met religious people who have a stronger commitment to like epistemic norms and truth and are more inquiring and searching for it than some atheists. That can certainly be the case. Yeah. I think that the commonality people have when they have a respect for the truth and like having honest conversations can exist even when they're on the opposite side of other major issues.
Both of these cases seem to be what occurs in my experience as well.
And
I
then,
have a
like,
question,
for me, it's like,
Aquila. Aquila, I have a question. If you say that it's important to strive to know the truth, then why did you argue all this time for a God that cannot be the God of Catholicism, but is a completely different one? And which one
that
do
is
you
the God of
actually worship?
Catholicism.
The one. It isn't. It isn't.
I just refer you to Aquinas. I refer you to like so many, papal writings, and I'm sure it came up in the Council of Trent as well. That God is, His essence is existence. That is like, what is God? What distinguishes God? It is simply existence, not in this way or that way, or having these other qualities, which
It might be his essence, but there's a lot more to the Catholic God than just the essence of existence.
Yeah.
And that is the God that you've argued for. None of the other things, the other attributes that comes with the God of Catholicism, you argued for a God that is merely the essence of existence. Period. That's not the
it's the
Catholic
being.
God.
That is the Catholic God.
It's not the Catholic. It's not the Catholic God, because the Catholic God comes with a lot more attributes.
Yes, I mean, but these things are down to where you wouldn't perceive them from, from nature or some sort of argument. These would be things which are claims of revelation, and so that would be theology.
Well, I mean, the God of Catholicism is famous, at least for one thing, for doing miracles all the time across the world. So he interacts with reality. He creates new existing things, suspending the laws of physics. That is not the God that you were advocating for.
I don't know, like the way I see miracles, I don't know, like I haven't read the theology of miracles, but to me it's this confluence between, you call it coincidence, but you could call it coincidence, but we call it providence, where it's a person just at the moment of need, these very, very hard to track, things just obeying their natural laws without any sort of intended guidance. It's just they come together at the point so that you have need, you have these weird occurrences like the tornado that assembles a Boeing 747 just at that moment for this person. It'd be very minor, and the recognition of it and the significance of it.
I'm referring to miracles like one of the most recent ones. It was somewhere in Egypt. I forgot where it was, where the Virgin Mary appeared on the rooftop of a church every night. I mean,
I don't think that's a real miracle.
That's great. That's not a real miracle.
I don't think so.
Which is acknowledged by it's acknowledged by the Catholic Church as a miracle, but you reject that.
I mean,
that's the beauty of the Catholic Church.
As far as I know, it is.
There would be no way to prove a historical miracle by definition, so it's kind of pointless to claim.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, these things can be where this is beyond, like, it's coincidence, or it's just that you could say the coincidence where a young girl is thinking of, is trying to pray to Mary, her neurons are firing at that time, at the same time as you have some sort of like
hold on.
funny light
The
effect
one,
from a cloud, and it takes on a
the
significance.
one
like
that
you-
I mentioned, was witnessed by hundreds of people over several different days, and it was caught on camera. It's
Yeah.
not just one girl seeing something.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And like the Fatima one, there's like some thing that happened that was witnessed by 20,000 people. But
you agree that that is not the God you were advocating for the entire time.
if it's an apparition of Mary, by definition, it's not God. But the thing with Catholicism, which I love about it, is that the thing
Who's
that I love
causing
about it.
the apparition
Could
then?
I please finish the sentence, please? What I love about Catholicism is that apparitions and miracles can be approved. That means people can say, "Okay, Mary appeared here," and have reverence.
Not historically.
But it doesn't require you to hold them. And so it's like this Marian apparitions, which I'm just not interested in, and that's fine. They don't. No one's going to take issue with that in the Catholic Church. It's just approved. They're not required.
It's not that I'm saying that it's required for you to approve of all these things. I'm saying that the God of Catholicism, by definition, the God that you've been advocating for, I'm curious as to which God you actually believe in. The one
Catholic Church
you advocated for, or the one in Catholicism who's mutually exclusive with the one you've advocated for.
They're not.
They are.
No. Why are you asserting that?
Because you're the one that you've been at for only had one attribute. His essence was existence. Period. That was it.
Yes.
Can we have can you go with another speaker?
Didn't create anything.
That's not an attribute of God. That's an effect of God.
Can we go with another speaker? We've been going through this same guy for like an hour.
Yeah, we couldn't drop it. Thank you for having me. Like, there's so much I'd like to say, but there are other people, and I acknowledge that I'm not the most interesting. So,
thanks for coming up, Aquila.
Aquila, it was interesting. It was a good conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thanks for dropping by.
All right, Aquila, have a good day. I pulled up Hazel Green Eyes.
Yes, hello. Okay, so I'm agnostic, and I never come from a theist perspective or something like that. I don't believe in any religion, but I think it's possible that there is a God, and I think it's very important to, first of all, define the word, right? And since the word is very subjective, because everyone makes up his own picture of God, right? I think I have to describe what I think is God. I think God, in my opinion, is living matter. So everything that is alive. And I think that's at the same time, that's the only hint that we have of God. Even, some people that argue, I wanted to say something else. I have a language barrier. It's not English, not my first language, so some things may be hard for me to describe or understand.
Is Dutch your first language?
You're
it's
you're
German.
better at English than most people in America, so
Yeah.
you're fine.
Okay.
Doing fine, man.
Wir können das auch in Deutsch machen, aber dann
okay.
That's true. A lot of people with accents are actually more eloquent and much better at speaking, even with a language barrier, than the typical American speaker.
Yeah, for German, your English is quite perfect.
Okay, thank you. So in favor of the last guy, I wanted to say, of course, I mean, I stepped by last time we had this convince us of God, and I mean, first of all, you have to be open, right? You have to be open and willing to accept different ideas, and I mean, if you already make your mind, it's quite hard to get convinced of something, right? So
as a determinist, I'm determined to believe any good evidence that's presented to me. If you present to me good evidence that 1 + 1 = 2, my brain will automatically accept it and be like, damn, that's a good argument.
Yeah.
So if you ever
I
provide
think
good arguments, I will be determined to accept them.
Yeah.
I think that goes for everyone. If you have a convincing argument and you convince someone, they won't have the choice to deny it because they're
Yeah.
convinced.
I mean,
So
I think there's no possible way, at least now, that I could come up with any kind of proof that God exists, right? So I only can believe it is how I think it is, or that's basically it. That's the end of the line, in my opinion. So I think so. I want to ask you guys: do you think that you exist as a living being? And I'm not talking about existence as something that exists in our reality, but actually as a being right now. Yeah, basically. I mean,
Yes, but
you
that's not a
simple
God.
existence.
So why do you keep calling simple living existence a God? It's like pointless. You're just redefining something we already have a name for, life. Life is life.
Yeah,
Life is
but
all
life
living
is not.
matter.
I don't think that life is existence.
Right?
I think
Are you equivocating consciousness and existence, or are you just saying that?
So I think that there's matter, then there's wait a sec. Okay, there's matter, then there's biomass, then there's existence, and then there's consciousness. So that these are the steps that I think how it is, right?
Is biomass made of matter?
It is made of matter. Everything is made of matter in our reality, right? If it's not just nothing, right? Empty space. So we are made of matter, and matter became biomass, and biomass, got some kind of existence, and that's what we are now.
Yes, those are
And
typically called physics, chemistry, biology, neurology.
Yeah, and so
it
the problem.
It didn't get existence. It already existed, just in a different composition.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's existence. It's existing in our reality like a stone. I'm not talking about this existence, because your existence, like being there as a living being, being there, like you're sitting in front of your computer right now. You only have this moment, right? It's always this moment, right?
That is just awareness. You don't
it's
stop
not.
existing. You don't stop existing when you die, for instance, because
No, you're talking about
your body's
you're talking
still
about
there.
perception. You're
Oh,
talking
no,
about consciousness and perception. That has nothing to do with existence, in my opinion. It's a step further.
Why are you calling biological life God?
Because, in my opinion, the miracle of our existence is our existence. And that sounds strange, but
why?
What I mean is
you can just
that
say,
we
let's say
are
that's
actually,
true. Let's grant that. Why are you calling that God?
Because that's the only hint that I have of God. Because
what does that mean?
I can, yeah. So so everything that I have as a human being is my existence, right? I exist in this world, not as a simple matter like a stone that I throw through the air. This stone exists, but it exists only as a matter of our reality.
Okay, why are you
it's
calling
not
it God?
a being.
Yeah, you're still hung up on being conscious and being aware.
No,
and
I'm not.
To you, yes, because you say that the stone exists, but in a different way.
Well, he said
Yeah,
all
all
biological life.
Just like the sun.
The stone doesn't exist in a different way. You and the
It
stone
doesn't.
exist. No, you and the stone exist in the exact same way.
No.
The difference is that you are made of biological matter, which has evolved consciousness. And you're
exactly.
Yes.
And it's not only consciousness, it's existence as a being. That is the
Yeah,
thing that makes
It's
you
a
being
stone
there at
exists
this
as a
moment.
stone. Stone exists as a stone.
No,
A
it
dog
doesn't.
exists. A dog. Yes.
No, it doesn't.
A stone
Not
doesn't
in this
exist as
matter.
a stone.
It exists in our reality, but it doesn't have an existence as a living being.
Why?
Do you understand? So
Why do you
to make
care?
you
Why does it? Why do you keep calling living beings God? It seems like that's. I could call living beings potatoes, but or a pencil. It's just adding a stupid name to something we already have. We already have a name for that. It's called a living being. A living being is a living being. Why do you keep calling it God?
yeah, but you put it there as something very simple, and I think it's like the, I don't find another word for the like the miracle, a miracle, like a miracle itself. Like that's something we will, in my opinion, we will never be able to touch or measure or something like that, because the only way you can prove or experience your existence is to exist.
Okay, so you're
So
saying
I can't get into
it
your head.
seems-
I'm not you, right?
It
we
seems
can
like
prove and we can test whether or not something is alive.
That doesn't matter to his argument. So it seems like you're saying that the reason you're calling it God is because God is like the word God makes you get really cool, warm and fuzzy feelings, and you think life is really cool and warm and fuzzy, and therefore you call life God. But that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
No, I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it's the only hint and the only like the first step that we can go in any direction. It's to acknowledge our own existence. Like that's the miracle of our.
Well, it's like
of
if I said
everything.
ecstasy makes me feel all warm and fuzzy, and the word God makes me feel all warm and
doesn't
fuzzy.
matter.
Therefore, I call the word ecstasy God. Like, no, you
No.
don't get to say it makes you feel good. Therefore, you call it God. The word God has very specific connotations. It means a non-physical mind who created the universe. Your God did not create the universe. Your God is life. It is an emergent property. It's not a God. It's life. It's just life.
Okay, so I
have an additional question. So there are things that are alive but have a completely other sense of awareness than we do. What's the difference between us and them? Are they also God because they're alive, but they don't realize exactly that they're alive? They're
that's a good question.
Not as self-aware.
Because the answer to that is that there is no answer, because you can't be something else than yourself. That's your existence. I can't jump into your head, so I can assume this tree has an existence as a living being, not just a stone like that matter, right? I can assume that, but I don't know. I only can assume that you exist, but I don't know. But I'm pretty sure of it. Since you're a human being, right? You must exist because I exist.
Yeah, but an animal that doesn't have the awareness that we have, that isn't self-conscious.
I think you don't have to be
alive.
self-conscious to exist as a living being. I don't think that's necessary. I think consciousness and awareness, whatever, self-awareness, it has nothing to do with existence. It is a step further, it's something like intelligence.
If that has nothing to do with existence, then what's the difference between a rock or a stone and a living human being?
Okay, it has nothing to do is wrong. I said that, but that's not what I mean.
But
it's just a step further. It's a step further.
Concluded that the mind is separate from the brain, though.
It's not. It's a construct of the brain.
An emergent property.
Yeah, a brain and a body is necessary for you to have an existence. I think that. I mean, yeah, I'm sure of it, of course, but I don't think that you can extract the existence the existence from a living being. That's just impossible. You can't separate them. In my opinion, I think that's impossible. It's bound together. The one constructing the other.
You know what a difference without a distinction is?
What?
A difference without a distinction? Like if I say that A is not identical to B, But I define all of A's properties as being the same as B's properties, right? And then I tell you it's very important to make distinction between A and B. Never give any actual distinction between the two. So if what you're saying amounts to some things that we all acknowledge under naturalism, just like biology, life, consciousness, existence, whatever, if those things you just call them God, but there's no meaningful distinction other than like reverence, all you have is an aesthetic, right? You have a feeling about calling it a word. You do not have any meaningful distinction, and it's just like saying it's blah blah blah, because there's no meaningful content other than aesthetics.
Okay, I don't like to use the word God, to be honest, but it is you know, so I said it already. I'm not religious. I don't believe in a God in any theist way. So the closest thing that I can call God is my existence and all living beings. And I also think, if we come to causality or all this determinism shit, I think that's my belief. I think that in our universe, everything has a cause, right? Until it comes to life. And I think life is true randomness in our universe. I think life is the first true randomness. Because
I've got a question.
No, let me finish. Because living matter, because matter becomes acting matter. It becomes self-acting matter. It's not that you throw a rock and it will flow across the universe and it will hit another rock. It is actually living matter, acting matter, and I think that is what free will is.
I gotta go, so I wanted to say thanks for coming on. And I think you should just get rid of the word God. Just stop using it altogether. I think that would be a better solution. But I'm gonna
I
head
tried
out.
to start with defining the word God, and I think
Catch you later, TJump.
Coming.
Yeah.
Crystal,